I'll do my best. I wasn't anticipating something like this. I'll do my best. I've just been through another round before. So when you're at yeah. No, but
Okay, good morning everyone. Well done for making it to day 2. Just in case anyone here was not here yesterday, it's important that I let you know that the fire exits are that way. If you head out that way and look for daylight, that's the safest thing to do. There's coffees through the other side. We'll get some food and more coffees and teas at lunchtime, just to avoid us getting told off again. If we run out of hot water, there's hot water like boiling water on tap just out the door on the right. You press the 2 red buttons at the same time. We are not apparently allowed to go and do whatever we did yesterday. So yeah, well done for making it to day 2. So what we're doing first is discussing a new book that Matt and Laura have edited especially for our conference. They put the book together because we were putting the conference on, or at least that's how it seems. So
that's how we sold it to you.
And you couldn't put together a book that more closely fits with the themes of the conference. So what we're going to do is, for half an hour or so, talk about it. We get a lot of feedback. Am I imagining feedback?
No.
Okay, right. Okay, so the book is Punk, Aging and Time. Again, fits perfectly with the conference. Punk passages. So Matt and Laura have edited it, and then there are various other contributors, and we're going to talk about it for a bit. So, Laura.
Yeah.
What made you want to write a book that perfectly fits with the themes of our conference?
Wow. I looked into the future and I thought, yeah, there's going to be a conference on this. So I think I was trying to remind myself this morning, actually. So the original call for papers was done in 2021. And I think it was obviously coming from my PhD. My PhD was around punk, gender and aging, and still seeing a bit of a gap, I think, really, in terms of that. So obviously there were articles coming out and things around that area. But then I was also really interested in, quite often we do talk around time and all of the issues around that, and nothing seems to be connecting that up together in a collection. So in terms of, as a kind of comparative title, I guess, the Aging and Subcultures book, but obviously very subcultural based. So I wanted to, bring the subculture, aging element, the time, temporality element, and bring it all together in a way as well that was really multidisciplinary, because I think that was also missing. And also as well, it's just, I just like to take stuff on. I thought, well, what else can I do? What can I do next? So I developed a call for papers, and that went out kind of 2021, and then linked up with Matt. And I was like, Matt, I need help. I need someone to do the legwork for me. Like, can you help? But no, Matt came on board, and so we co-edited, based on obviously mutual kind of research interest in the area.
And Matt, what expertise do you have in aging?
Well, I'm still yet to get there, so I'll let you know when I arrive. But I think, to build on what Laura was saying, I mean, for me, it was an opportunity to work with Laura. I've always admired Laura's work, and I think it would be fair to say that Laura's work around aging female punks really got me thinking about my own interest in aging punks and how I could develop that into something a bit more substantial than just an idea in my head. And I think the other thing as well is I just needed somewhere where I could have some of my work published because no one else wanted to publish it. And I thought, well, if I can do my own book or a co-edited book, I can at least get my own stuff in there. So that was the primary driver, really, just purely selfish reasons for doing it. But no, I think it's an important part of subcultures, or just cultures generally, because if we think about popular music and the groups of people that have aligned themselves with music, we are starting to see that getting towards the first, maybe the second generation of people that are still continuing that relationship with music. Probably around sort of like the 1950s, so you had some of the early rockabillys in the 50s, they're now in their 70s and 80s. You've got the punks that are now, well, those that were there in the 70s, they're now in their 50s and on. And I think those are the types of, I don't want to use the word subcultures because I think it's a bit limited, but they're the type of musical cultures that have enabled people to continue their ongoing relationship with that culture in lots of different ways. It could be the way they present, it could be just the way they listen, their fandom, the more commercial side of it, where they may be just buying merch and stuff, just to keep that connection going, archiving. And I think the book, well, I'd like to think the book reflects all those different iterations of people's relationship with musical cultures, but specifically punk. Because at this point, nobody has done, there's been books around aging, Andy Bennett's done a few, but no one's focused just on punk. So I don't use the word seminal lightly, but it is a seminal book.
I mean, I was going to say, this is the exclusive pre-launch of the book. The book's released in March.
Yes.
And I do want to ask the two of you about your specific, thanks Russ, your specific chapters. But before that, I'd like to bring in Ellen and Phil. So could you, Ellen and Phil, in turn talk about the specific chapters you've contributed to the book?
Sure. Okay. I'm Ellen. Hello. So my chapter kind of emerged from my long ago dissertation at this point, where I talked to people who, various members of the punk communities and punk scenes. And a lot of what I found when I asked my first question was, how did you get into punk? And so many people that I spoke to said, well, it was, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the video game. The first song on the Pro Skater soundtrack was a Goldfinger song, and it got me hooked. And that was the first thing that got me into punk. Some of them said it was the Punkorama comps. Those comps were like super cheap. You could get them for $3, $4, and they sold them in all of the major places you buy crap these days. And it was super easy and accessible. And I found out about 30 bands for like $5 or $6, and that was my gateway into punk. And so my chapter kind of dug deeper into that. That I wanted to talk to people specifically about those introductions, about those, about the way these really kind of commercial and mainstream introductions to punk led to a deeper exploration of punk, right? That those were the gateway bands, those were the gateway compilations and albums, but once once we did the surface investigating, that it became a lifelong passion for a lot of people. So that's kind of where my chapter came from. But yes, people had very specific, Punkorama 6 was my favorite, or, Tony Hawk's, the first Pro Skater album or soundtrack was my favorite. And I can remember specific moments of specific songs that were the things that kept me interested in the genre.
So was it the case that a lot of the people you spoke to pretty much had a very similar route into you?
Yeah. Punkorama 6 was the answer.
Punkorama 3 was that was my favourite one.
I should have talked to you for the chapter.
and Phil, same question.
Turn this on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, can't tell. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. But back in 2014, I was back in academia after a while out of it, and I needed a project to kind of keep me sane alongside all the teaching that I was doing. So I set up a thing where I was interviewing people about their participation in live music. It began like that. And it developed into a thing that I call the midlife creativity sort of project, which itself has developed into a book called Midlife Creativity and Identity, which Emerald published about 5 years ago. Various chapters, one in the recent Andy Bennett collection, and this one, and others as well. And what kind of, the connection with this is that I started off interviewing this group from Derby who were all in their 50s. And I was kind of interested as to why these people, being in my 50s myself these days, I was kind of facing it. And I thought, why do these people still kind of get up on stage and sort of play to sort of 9 or 10 or 11 people sometimes a night, and sort of clearly take something from it, etc. They kind of know they're never going to get signed by CBS or Polydor or somebody like that. They're never going to get banned from the Holiday Inn chain in America or whatever. So what is it that keeps them going? And they gave me a lot of really interesting information and sort of stories and backgrounds. And the thing that I noticed, actually, as I went through this project and I started to interview people in the wider arts scene, so it was including fine artists and creative writers, and I sit on the cusp of sort of sociology, music and literature. I think I blame Richie James from the Manic Street Preachers for that all those years ago, saying get into the library and read the books as well. And I noticed that a lot of these people were also kind of amateur writers. And so I went back to them, actually. It's part of the longitudinal thing. And I said to them, right, okay, you play music, right? You do all this. Where does the writing come from? What does all that mean? And they gave me their stories about their writing too, and about how they express themselves and so forth. And it was a major narrative of the outsider, which I thought was really interesting. It wasn't like a sort of self-defined sort of outsider status. It was the fact that punk had kind of led them into this belief that by being outsiders, we're free to, sort of engage with that dick-headed stuff, sort of make meaning out of anything. There are no rules, etc. And so I met people who write sci-fi and horror. Johnny Vincent from The Ruins, the lead singer, is a kind of almost like a sort of local historian, of music scenes in the East Midlands. And a friend of a friend of a friend led me to talk to Pete Haynes, the drummer of the Lurkers, which was a fabulous experience, actually, and it's a major chunk of the chapter. And Pete is talking about, the kind of sense of the outsider status. But I realised it was way more embedded in his biography than I thought. I was kind of approaching him. I didn't really know that much about the Lurkers, actually. And he told me right from the get-go, he said, well, the Lurkers, the actual meaning of the title of the band was the fact that we lurked in corners out of the way of people, that people sort of, we didn't want people getting close to us. We had this sort of like major problem with our sort of self-concept, we had no confidence, we didn't want to talk to people, so we became the group of people who sort of lurked in the corner. And then he gave me lots of sort of stories about when they were playing live and how they kind of seemed to sort of immediately connect with people who were out on the margins. So that's not necessarily the conventional margins. It was basically people like, a lot of disabled people kind of came to their gigs, and Pete was kind of very conscious of this and stuff. And he gives me some great sort of stories about how he connects with people, disabled people especially. So yeah, that was the kind of the genesis and the approach and the sort of information that I got. And so it's about kind of what I call sort of the ordinary men. They're all men, by the way, in this instance, and how they kind of like created stories out of their biographies and their experiences as punk rockers, former punk rockers, and so forth, and that kind of ideology and spirit of punk that goes with them. So
Sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, if your chapter's about people who continue playing bands, even if it's only to 11 people, then you should have interviewed me as well.
I've been there myself, man. I tell you, you've never seen the great hall at Durham Castle with about 8 people in it. It's slightly alarming, It's
Certainly not that great.
Great sound, but lots of reverb.
I know that like a theme in the book is about personal histories and remembering things and forgetting things. Have any of you considered the idea of revisionism in relation to punk histories, and how things perhaps might be, your stories might be told that are embellished or remembered incorrectly and sort of make their way into sort of the accepted history of things that might actually be somewhat different from the truth?
Yes.
Excellent. Next question.
Just quickly, I'll hand the mic over to a colleague in a second. What I did find is that sort of, like I said, that ideology was something that had longevity, basically. It was, and they were aware of this. There was self-awareness about it. They understood punk rock entirely. They were all originals. They were all in there. But when I was interviewing them in their late 50s, even early 60s with Pete. The thing is, I mean, Pete sort of denied there was ever an ideology. It was almost that classic Puritan sort of approach. That punk was just punk and it wasn't, anything. He disliked all the commercialism around it. You've heard all that stuff before. But basically, I think the people who hadn't sort of, kind of toured with the Jam or whatever, to them it was something that kind of just defined them. And so to them it was a kind of majorly biographical thing. So to them it was a case, it was nothing that fades, it's just something you carry through with you constantly. So they kind of divorced it from that kind of notion of, what's all this rubbish with, sort of tartan trousers and all this sort of stuff or whatever. It was to do with more a kind of way of being, a state of mind. That's what I found.
It's right. So, is that, so just on that kind of thing that you're saying there, Paul, I think really that was one of the main starting points for my PhD, was thinking about, whose voices kind of continue to get reproduced through punk histories, through punk scholarship, and whose voices are often marginalised or pushed out. So I very much think, that is the case, and personally, for me, I hope, it's one of the things that I hope my scholarship tries to challenge and not perpetuate in terms of continuing to repeat particular myths or narratives that come to be dominant, basically.
Yeah, I mean, most of the histories that we mainly see around punk rock are written by people that were predominantly in bands or movers and shakers within the scene, the subculture, whatever you want to call it.
So does that, is the implication that might make them unreliable narrators?
All memories are unreliable. I'm going to talk about this in a moment in my paper, actually. So, all memories are unreliable. But I think for me, it was a case of giving the voice to the people that were not at the forefront. So I don't want to use the word ordinary, but I'm just, for the sake of this, the ordinary people, the people that went to punk gigs, the people who went and bought the records. I don't want to call them fans either, because a lot of them aren't fans, don't see themselves as fans. But it's those ordinary voices rather than the voices of the ones we hear all the time about. The bands, managers, the venues, from the perspective of people that were, at the forefront of it all. I get really tired of those types of, who wants another biography about another member of another punk band? They're just really boring. That includes yours, Russ. But it's the other people that are generally written out or forgotten about in those histories because they don't sell books. And our purpose wasn't to sell a book. We're probably not going to sell many books, but we just want to get those voices out there for them to be considered in those histories.
Right. Just considering the time and that my assumption that there are people here that have far more interesting questions about the book than I have. Are there any questions from anyone here about the book or about any of the chapters that you can see behind Stan?
It's fascinating stuff. I'm supervising somebody who's looking at creativity in later life, particularly punk creativity. And his original question was, why do I keep doing this? He's a dramatically unsuccessful musician. Well, not completely, but he's, the flirtation with success was very, very brief and a long time ago. And he's been talking to people in the similar stage, people who were in bands in their 20s, people who might have drifted away from making music, and mostly who've come back, and most of them are making music themselves, like solo in bands. And I'm just wondering if there's any narrative of failure but persistence that's coming in. People thinking, okay, I didn't do it then, but I'm damned if I'm giving up. Or was it more that I can't not do it?
It's interesting to say he was a dramatically unsuccessful musician. Yeah, I'm a dramatically unsuccessful academic, so he's in good hands amongst the transitions. Yeah, try it. I think in the book there are stories of people's. Their relationship with punk has been different throughout different periods of time, but there's always been that attachment. And I think it comes back to a little bit what you're talking about yesterday, Stan, about this idea of time and when significant things happen that stay with us, and then through processes of nostalgia we try and mask out the less successful things. So I think it'd be fair to say the book captures the good, the bad, and the dramatically unsuccessful.
I was going to just quickly, Sam, I was going to say, the one thing I encountered in the original research in the book, and it's not this book, in my own book, is there are two things. One is economics. I find that a lot of them suddenly found that they got the money to be able to abandon the Tascam tape recorder and sort of build a studio in the back of their house. And the other one as well is just this sort of built-in notion about failure. I think they do recognise that pretty much this is the point, isn't it? That they're not going to get banned from the holidays and chain in America, that they're just going to kind of go out and do it. And I think what I theorised in that is that there's a bit of this kind of almost kind of Giddens-esque late modern anxiety thing going on. If you want a theory to hang it on, it's this sort of notion that we still want to cling to the grand narrative, and that is, this is normal. And so to us, it's a case of in this sort of completely fragmented world, because they do infer this. To them, it's routine, and so that routine gives them pleasure, and it gives them a sense of who they are. Yeah.
Russ.
Just wanted to actually respond to something that Stan said yesterday in one of the discussions we had afterwards, is that your music, I'm a lifelong runner, and I'm part of a running club, and there's runners there that are in their 70s. And you go through the golden years, and then like the over 50s football or cycling now, whatever it is, it's routine, and it's something that you're not going to win prizes anymore, but you still going to go out and do that thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, for me, punk rock and running are two things that I've done all my life, and so they become habit, and they become something you perpetuate, even though you're falling to bits and getting older, you still do that thing. I've been really interested in that.
Well, as you interesting you say that, because I think we have a chapter there about old punks that run.
Yeah.
And it wasn't written by you. So, yeah, by the book. Have a look. Find out.
But I think it merges into other activities.
It does,
It's always one, particularly, I think. I'm sure it merges into literature or into the arts. So there's still the older painters or dancers or whatever.
I guess I'm supposed to move. Sorry.
Yeah, at the back, sorry. I your name.
That's great. I'm going to buy it. Is there anything in there about generational identity and labelling? I'm just thinking of a time with so much real and manufactured intergenerational conflicts, millennials, boomers, was kind of seen by class groups, representatives, but it's like an inoculation against, or a way to resist, like derogatory labels of boomers. Or was there any reflection about how they're labelled versus how they identify in terms of generational cohorts?
Sorry. Are you still going to buy the book?
We'll get working on a new one.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting.
It's a really good.
Yeah.
Because one of my feelings I've had from this last 2 days is I feel really incredibly old. And I've been told about early punks who are in their 50s, and I go, well, I'm 3 or 4. Yeah. And so I'm reading seeing a totally different reading of punk from people of my age group to the 50s, the 40s. So there isn't this universal idea of what punk is, which is generational, I think.
I think in my chapter, at least, because I spoke to a lot of people who, I didn't ask, like, are you a millennial? Are you, Gen X? But I think because of the introduction that I was looking at in terms of the technology and the marketing of, Tony Hawk Pro Skater and Punkorama to the, a millennial age cohort at the time in the late 90s to early 2000s, that I found that it was very specifically generational. I didn't make any conclusions about it, but I was noticing that it was, I was in 99 I was 11 years old, and my brother introduced me to the Punkorama compilation, and that's how I got into it. And it spoke, I think that it speaks to at least the people that I kind of talked to, that this was before Spotify and YouTube. It was very much this kind of introduction to the pre-streaming, pre-downloading era. So I wonder if that maybe has some significance, at least for what I found.
Yeah, I think one of the things that did come out from a lot of the chapters wasn't about the labelling and about whether they considered themselves too old or looked at differently by younger punks, but one of the things that did come through is the recognition of the limitations of the ageing body and the things they could do or had done when they were younger and couldn't do now, or perhaps because they've taken on responsibilities as they've got older, so they've had to change the way they manifest their punkness, if that's such a thing. So I think that certainly came through, didn't it? That idea of the ageing body and the limitations to what that could do in terms of performance of the identity.
Yeah. And in relation to that as well, particularly Alison's chapter, how aging as well is very much gendered.
Yeah.
And it's kind of configured in all those kind of intersecting elements as well.
So you'll still need to buy the book.
Yeah.
Marina.
Yeah, that goes a little bit in that direction of different generations. My question is as to, did you find differences in how people who were teenagers or young punks in the 70s and those that were in the 90s or 2000s in terms of how they experienced ageism, or differences in, maybe especially for women also, that there would be a different attitude towards getting older. Of course, there are also about to be differences in how much older people get when you interview them. But just this, I'm not in my teens anymore, and is that a different experience if you were part of the first wave or the 2000s wave?
Sorry, I don't even know if I really need this. You might have to hear me without, but it's not something that I speak about in the chapter in this book, but that's something that I've spoken about elsewhere in terms of the research of older punk women. And I wouldn't say there were differences in terms of, across the different generations of the women that I spoke with. However, one thing that did come out was those that had been kind of born and gone through that kind of 70s punk era were more quicker. There was kind of a greater confidence in being able to claim kind of punkness, whereas others were always a little bit, it was almost like authenticity was very much linked to that era. So that's one thing that I noticed. But other than that, how they experienced aging and gendered aging, there were distinct differences according to generations.
Yeah.
So is this on? Yeah. So one thing that did go, I'll keep this really brief, right? It's been quite a lot of this. One thing that did go through my mind actually when the question was asked when Laura was talking is how there's never been a specific punk revival, has there? Whereas you had the mod revival, and in some ways it was the mod revival of the late 70s, early 80s. Had something to kind of reflect itself against, whereas punk is like a very kind of organic thing, isn't it? It's just kind of gone. So I guess that intergenerational thing is less difficult to track, really, unless you have a specific pinch point in time where you can sort of compare the two things. It was just an observation, really, just in response to that.
Okay, we're out of time. I feel like we could talk about this for so much longer, but I can't wait to read the book, not just the real thing, but the copy that you've very kindly given to me on my computer. But yeah, from what I've read of it so far, it looks fascinating, so I can't wait until it's released.
Just one thing to add, as with all publishers, they are driven by the capitalist machine and they want to make money. And any academic book comes out on the first day at like £100 million for libraries only. The great thing is this one, the hardback comes out the 3rd of March and the next day the paperback comes out. Because one of the things we wanted was to make it accessible from day one. So please don't buy the hardback version. Get your libraries to buy it, sure, but wait a day. And then, yeah. Wait a week, it'll probably be shared on the internet somewhere.
By Matt.
By me, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We don't get paid for any of this, so I'm happy to share it for free.
I'll share the Word document for a £5.
I'll share it for £3.
Cool, right, so... So, panel 4.
Get me twice.
Yeah. You're staying.
Yeah.
All right.
Have I got the book counts? Paul had them. Paul had the hook cards. The what? The cards. Get people on stage. I leave it for him.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yes, I do.
I'm chairing.
You're chairing, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have yourself.
Oh, well. Have I got any slides? Did I send you any slides, Paul?
Sorry?
Did I send you some slides?
Yeah.
That's it. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Dad.
This session, we're going to open up with Matt. I guess we know what he's going to talk about because he's introduced it.
I'm talking about boy bands today.
Boy bands.
Yeah. While Paul's giving the slides, can everyone hear me? Okay. Do I need a microphone? Because I hate using microphones because you get that loud, quiet thing. And if you give it, my students tell me I've got a big gob, so I'll take that as a win. So if you can all hear me, that's fine. Okay. So the presentation is not really about sharing any new knowledge. And I am going to read from this for a matter of time. But I'm really interested in what people's thoughts and ideas are on two very slippery, amorphous sets of research within my PhD, which was given in 2020. Yeah. So my PhD was based around ageing anarcho-punks. And I was just interested very much in how they became aware of punk, how they became involved or engaged with punk, and then their ongoing relationship with anarcho-punk once they sort of relinquished their affiliation to it, so their subsequent older lives. The methods I used were in-depth interviews, so I conducted a number of, I think it was about 20 in-depth interviews, but I interviewed each person 3 or 4 times over for about an hour at a time, because I just wanted to see how consistent, for want of a better word, some of their memories were. And there was a good reason for that. And I used narrative analysis as an analytical framework. And within that analysis, there were sort of 3 conceptual frameworks that I was wrestling with. One was identity, which, there's been lots written about it. It was relatively straightforward, looking at people's memories and or their reflexive narratives and identity. But the 2 things that I really struggled with was ideas around memory and nostalgia. And we hear a lot talked about memory and nostalgia, but what actually is memory? What is nostalgia? How do these 2 things play together? But the thing that I really struggle with, and as all of you know, when you do research, you have to triangulate everything, you have to quantify everything. And actually these 2 things are quite amorphous and they're very difficult to quantify, okay? So, is it? So my research approach drew on methodologies of investigation to how people narrate their past and present lives. This process of present-day historical reconstruction and assemblage through narratives of the self integrates one's reconstructed past, perceived present, and their imagined future. Therefore, one has to be aware that other subsequent events and experiences are contributing to and impacting on the narrative they give from a present positionality of the narrator, what I term as post-memory narrative. This proposes the notion that when we recount past memories, we add to the narrative elements of ourselves in the present to fit our current sense of self. This notion of addition as a psychoanalytical approach was first explored by Sigmund Freud. He termed this approach, I'm going to be really careful to say this because we have some Germans in the room, I think it's Nachtricklichkeit. Does that sound good, right? Yeah, okay, that's good. But it's translated as retrospective or afterwardness, okay? So Benjamin proposed this afterwardness can be articulated in relation to the presentation, deferral, and subsequent representation of the narrative, the articulation of time through repetition. King argues that this repetition can be clearly demonstrated in the case of autobiographical narratives, where we have first the event, second the memory of the event, and third the writing or the narration of the memory of the event. Therefore, the afterwardness that gets added to the narrative will be based on subsequent life experiences and events, a rereading and representing of those events. We add the afterwardsness to our narratives, and in doing so, we adjust those narrative discourses to fit in with or reinforce our present identities. So already we have an issue here with the efficacy of memory recollection and accuracy and how we wish the past to be representative of our current selves, not of our previous selves. However, the notion of self, which is constructed within those narratives, is also dependent on assumptions about how memory functions and the type of access it gives us to the past. Therefore, it's not only based on the content of those experiences, those stories and memories, because as King states, quote, remembering the self is not a case of restoring an original identity, but a continuing process of remembering, of putting together moment by moment a provisional and partial reconstruction. This process of memory is not without its problems though, as the time between the event or action and the recalling or reconstruction of that event has an impact on what we choose to remember, what we choose to forget, and subsequently what then gets added as afterwardsness and then gets narrated to whoever. The act of forgetting is another feature of the process of remembering, to which narratives are inherently interlinked. Forgetting is connected to the limitations the mind has on remembering every experience from the past, and is also connected to recalling and expressing past experiences that are considered significant or valued as important and worth remembering. In some cases, memory is defined by the process of forgetting the past. This in many ways is linked to notions of nostalgia, which I'll discuss in a while. and a selection process of remembering the positive and perhaps forgetting the painful. Brockmeyer suggests that because remembering is a selective process, it also creates gaps, contradictions, omissions, and incoherencies to our narratives. So it could be argued then that within those narratives we select what to include and what to exclude, and how we reconstruct our past identities in collaboration with our present identities. Nehemiah argues that the past is enacted in the present, and what has passed can only be reconstructed, reenacted, and rethought through an artificial act, what Ricoeur refers to as mimesis, a copy or representation of an original, the imitation of an action. What is past is accompanied by the present, a present that reduces parts of the past in its realization and can also contain imaginations of the future, a non-linear social understanding of time interrelated with memory. Laplanche and Pontilas argue that experiences, impressions, and memory traces may be revised at a later date to fit in with fresh circumstances or to fit in with a new stage of development within our lives. As King states, and I quote, autobiographical narratives reconstruct the events of a life in the light of what wasn't known then, highlighting the events which are now, with hindsight, seem to be significant. And the idea that events might have turned out differently, and if interpreted differently, might still be capable of changing the subject's understanding of their life and their current selves. In the 1940s, Howells moved the debate of memory beyond the frame of the personal and individual to one of the social aspect, wherein memory must be taken as a social or group phenomenon, or what he terms collective memory. He argued that although memories are personal, they also have a social character because individuals remember as part of groups or communities. Therefore, memories are reproduced and understood within a set of social frameworks. What Halberg's approach doesn't consider is the subtle relationship between individual and collective memories, and it doesn't give a great deal of agency to people who contest dominant memories and create their own understandings of the past. Similar to Strong's investigation into people's memories of their association with grunge, where there are a number of commonalities in the collective memories of their association with grunge, and commonalities in the collective memory narratives, in my own interviews with anarcho-punks, there were collectively remembered events. However, as Van Dyck argues, although the individual is the one that remembers, the process of recollection is dependent on the social and cultural practices in which memory narratives are called upon and recounted. This individualism also takes into account that not everybody's memory of a specific event is identical, and that each individual attaches personal feelings and meanings to common experiences, individual and personal interpretations of those common experiences. This process of remembering them might be understood as both a mediated act that connects the human mind and process and the available social frameworks and social cultural settings within which it is experienced and then constructed. I'm also mindful of how people write collective mediated narratives into their own life course and their own memories. We are no doubt all familiar with the Sex Pistols' first gig in the Manchester Lesser Free Trade Hall, with a capacity of only 400 people at most, and reports that only 40 people were in attendance. It would seem that if rumours are true, just about anyone and everyone in Manchester who, with an interest in punk, attended that gig. Those narratives prevailed to the point where, through reconstruction, the process of repetition and reaffirmation of that memory narrative, some people have even convinced themselves that they were there when they clearly were not. I've done that one, haven't I? So, clearly we cannot detach all our reminiscences and memories from notions of nostalgia. And nostalgia serves many functions, such as accepting the loss of an idealised childhood, accomplishing individuation, assessing and adapting to personal change over time, the maintenance of the self and self-identity and connectedness to others, an adaptive function, and an emotional force that enables certain types of reminiscence to serve distinct psychological functions. Stern argues that nostalgia manifests itself in two ways: historical nostalgia, being a past that is superior to the present, and personal nostalgia, which is a longingly and wistful remembered personal past. Whilst we can see that nostalgia can be conceptualised in a number of different ways, my focus was to investigate how nostalgia is to some extent linked to memory. As Wilson states, and I quote, Thus, memory, the actual recall of the past, and nostalgia, the emotional component of remembering and longing, are instrumental in one's quest to know who one is. And I would further add who one will become. So connected to this issue of time and how transitions from adolescence into adulthood, past narratives, and transitions into later adulthood, present narratives, also impact on these identities and memories. Narratives that recount past events are centred around what we remember as well as what we forget. The memories we select to narrate are also impacted on by feelings of nostalgia and nostalgic memories that are emotionally driven. Therefore, there are a number of similarities between how nostalgia and memory function and relate to identity and its continuity. Davis argues that the primary purpose of nostalgia is the continuity of identity, and that nostalgia is one of the psychological lenses we use in the construction, maintenance, and reconstruction of the self as we move through time. Similar to memory, nostalgic reconstructions have the capacity to filter out and mute the unpleasant, painful, and elements of our former selves which we may feel some guilt or shame. Conversely, it also has the potential for depicting a romanticised ideal of a time that might have been quite ordinary, and a romanticised version of ourselves, especially in our later life, where we might convey that it was better in the past, when in fact it may not have been at all.
Well, it's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Therefore, nostalgia gives us a sense of self-worth by propagating positive attitudes towards our former selves, screening the unpleasant, shameful and painful from our memories, and normalising and rehabilitating unusual and sometimes marginal features of our earlier selves. So nostalgia has the capacity to locate in memory an earlier version of the self to which we measure to advantage some current condition of the self. Therefore, where nostalgia is a means for continuity of the self, it's also a lens through which to look back at one's identity, benchmarking periods of those significant life transitions. So this is not about what has been, but more to do with coping with the inevitable changes and challenges to our role and our relationships as we move through our life course, especially things like work, family, social roles that are deeply involved in our core concept and our understanding of construction of ourself. Fear of the challenges that we might face ahead is what brings forth discontinuity. In this instance, nostalgia manages at one and the same time to celebrate the past, diminish it, and then transform it into a means for engaging in the present. So, as we can see, issues around memory, memory recall, afterwardsness, narration of memories are problematic. Not so much in how one documents those narratives, because I have a whole load of interview transcripts, so I've documented the process of the narration. But the problem is, how does one analyse and quantify those post-memory narratives in light of one's current sense of self? How do we delineate between the true past and stories that are based around the person's current sense of who they are and how that's brought into their past narratives? This, of course, is further impacted on by nostalgia and how that can also change the memorial narrative to accommodate one's current sense of self too. So whilst I had the interview transcripts, it was very difficult in trying to tease out at which point is this memory, or is this nostalgia, or is this both at work? And I tried many times to accommodate these problematic issues within my analysis, but without a quantitative framework of analysis, it consistently left me thinking, not whether they are telling the truth, because there are always a number of truths, but it was more about the accuracy of the recounting of those past events. And you're probably wondering now, well, I'm talking about this after I've got my PhD that discussed all these things. Well, I'm now in the process of writing my PhD up into my first and probably my last monograph. And no surprises, I am still unsuccessfully wrestling with these ideas of memory and nostalgia, and how do I position, quantify, and justify them as robust qualitative data. Look at that.
Simon.
Thank you. And your thoughts would be welcomed at some point.
Yeah, I think at the end of the session we'll ask questions as yesterday. I'm just adjusting to wearing glasses. I've never worn them before. Our next presenters are Marina and Jovita, and they're going to talk about archive, Slovenian punk, 1977, and the question of history and future.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning to you all. Thank you for this invitation, and we are very pleased to be here today. So my name is Marina and Jovita. So you see our family names, Grzinic and Pristovšek, and we are coming from Ljubljana, Slovenia. Our interest is actually to present the exhibition that I curated, and with Jovita I put on feet. That is the title Slovenian Punk and Photography. You see the myriad of different positions that are included, and we opened this exhibition 10 days ago. So it's really fresh, and it's coming out from 1 year of research in order to pull up and in photography think about Slovenian punk. I was part of the Slovenian punk scene, also the alternative or subcultural scene that was parallel to this, and also the coming out of the LGBT scene. So many of these lines are connected because they were working and being together in that moment. So maybe about this exhibition, just to say that one back, that the exhibition was put inside a very prominent building called Sangheon Dome. Why is this important? Because it's actually a modernist fortress in Ljubljana that was interesting to be taken as a site of the exhibition, because in the moment when in 77 we have the punk movement, actually the first concert was in November 77 in Ljubljana. At that moment the Socialist Republic of Slovenia starts to construct this huge building of contemporary art, and this was an interesting parallel. At that point we didn't know what to do with this, but today we can reflect on this. So the exhibition is actually one of the, if not maybe the first, definitely the largest exhibition of Slovenian punk, and really it's a focus on photography, because the idea is actually to think about the archive, and also maybe what was said by the previous presentation, it's a question how you display something actually that has a historical leg of more than almost 50 years. This creation of the archive was also connected to, in that point, Slovenia was part of former Yugoslavia. We thought yesterday was some idea said about the former Yugoslavia, and that idea was also to reactivate some of the bands, especially from Croatia, punk bands, even some started in 1976. So we are really on time, I will say parallel to what was going on if you take Britain as a part of reference. And also the idea was to think about, or to build this archive and the importance of the punk in Slovenia. That was really key. It was like cutting through the space, but also actually to understand the movement as forming protest and criticism in socialist time. So one thing must be clear regarding ex-Yugoslavia, especially the punks, we were all pro-socialist. It was no some kind of secret cells in the underground completing or making like a whole idea how to go and clash with socialism. On the opposite, at that point and even today, who normal would like to live in capitalism, but this is the reality. So punk was, and the installment of the exhibition, the work was done through these three key points: strategy, politics, and amnesia. Why? Because memory, it's actually a biopolitical category. We can remember personal in groups and so on, but amnesia is really connected with history. The question is who writes this history, and we wanted to really go to this. Also, another point of reference was resistance, but here as a political category that opposes the body of politics with the politics of the body. So what means the body of the politics? It was actually the bourgeoisie of socialism, it was the nomenclatura at that point, but the idea was not to talk about this, but actually to really develop a politics of the body that is not heterosexual, that is a part of a much wider space, and also that can relate to the historical grounding of what is the socialism in Slovenia, former Yugoslavia. The other point of entering was the point of today. So we said, if we want to listen to punk music, we have to listen to images. And this is coming from a book, a really prominent new reading by the Black community, when it's the idea to go back to the archives and listen to images. It's a new temporality and also to develop a new kind of chronology. So you see now some of the images from the exhibitions, from the opening. Also an important point there was the relations to other social movements at that time, as I said, the LGBT, the disabled people, all of them, we were practically rubbing our shoulders together, and it was also the non-alignment, that means students from Africa that were coming as part of the socialist context of Slovenia. One of the points, therefore, was also incorporating radical non-binary sexual subcultures and song lyrics that presented punk in socialism as a cut, a border, and a threshold. I apologize with some mistakes in the title, but I think this was the artificial intelligence correcting us. So if we come just to 30 seconds of a kind of shots about the show, that you can get even a better view onto what is open 10 days ago. You see the people, the opening, it's a quite a huge exhibition, but not too huge, because these archives that we had a chance to actually access, they are enormous. We could fill, I think, 3 Tate galleries, and it will be not enough. And this was all saved by the different photographers, but also different, what we call, positions that were doing these archives by themselves for more than 40, almost 50 years. And they were in a certain way waiting for the exhibition. So if I come to some points from the show, and this is that to compile something like an archive of the 80s, that is the end of the 70s to the 80s, was to put together not only the punk movement, but also the underground scene in Ljubljana. That was quite a demanding task. And unlike other former Eastern European countries, this movement shook the status of art and culture under socialism. It really made this what I call a cut inside the civic society in socialism. It began in 1977 and followed the Sex Pistols screaming against the Queen and her fascist regime in the 70s, but actually while the Pistols were announcing the coming of neoliberal collapse of capitalism, that that we are now part and living fully in. What was important was that in socialism we were actually making an idea of utopia and thinking about the future and what could be done from the promises of socialism. So we were literal in that, asking what was in the constitution, but we were following very much what was going around, and especially paradoxical was that socialism was seen always with a class fight, but the biggest and last class fight was actually the revolt of the miners in Britain. So this was the really last big class fight to see part of the modernist time in the time of Margaret Thatcher. So what are the theses? This was a socialist punk, not a capitalist one. Socialism essentially defined punk in Slovenia and the former Yugoslavia. Second, it was a different way of reproduction of laborious bodies and socialism. Socialism had another logic. We can be now very critical, but it was the idea of commonality, of having a space in which everybody is laborers and also think or have a possibility to rethink what and how. And also former Yugoslavia emerged from the anti-fascist movement against the Nazis in the Second World War that really was key to understanding the reconstitution of this big country at that point, 20 million of people after the Second World War. And the third thesis was that socialism in the former Yugoslavia was a force that was also linked to anti-colonial struggles all the time. So we were really in some kind of possibility that was opened by anti-colonial movement, class struggles, the idea that exist more sexualities, and also, yes, so that all made a big difference, a socialist country between hardcore communism in the East and capitalism in the West, but also a country of worker self-management and central to the non-aligned movement of the 60s, because it was this idea to have a third part toward the possibilities. So now I give the mic very shortly to talk about, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now we come to three different notions that are connected with temporality, through which we listen to the images. This means utopia, heterotopia, and dystopia, or the three different perceptions of the space, time, and struggles. Nothing is beyond temporality, but what is a change is to think temporality differently, not as past, present, and future, but as something that has to do with utopia, heterotopia, and dystopia. So you see one of the first photos of the punk party from 1977. So this was 3 days before the first concert and official start of the punk movement in Slovenia. The next is Dušan Geric's photo of the same band in 1979. And especially important was that punk, no matter how rebellious it was oriented toward the utopian space. At the time it emerged, it was very critical and eccentric, but it was connected to different temporalities, like the work of Tone Stojko, one of the authors who mapped socialism, post-socialism, and so on. So when art represents a collision, it cannot think of an autonomous aesthetics, but always in relation to something external that is political or social.
So I think we finished with this, no?
Yes.
No, a little bit left.
We can, because you are so tired.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so another photo of Tone Stojko from '84. Student demonstrations from 1968. And utopia on the street passes into the underground of the Ljubljana scene, and we see how a heterotopian space is already formed in the 80s with Disco Fave, and in the 90s we speak of autonomous spaces or zones in relation to Foucault's notion of heterotopia, which jumps directly into post-socialism for us.
Okay, and if I go on, so from this practically you see the group, one of the first and most important female group of punk, yes, and so maybe to conclude the presentation, the question that is posed, and you see some of the images of the most known groups, like Borghesia, before it was the group Laibach, that is even more known, and the first singer who committed suicide, and this amazing image when the concert, the furious public thought that this is a Mussolini in 1982, but it was actually about shaking the civil society of Slovenia and asking questions about the histories, that means the constitution of ex-Yugoslavia and the historical background, and maybe it's important also that the exhibition starts with the 68, has this prehistory, but also in the end extends punk archive into the present. And what is this? This is connected to the huge demonstrations that was in the time of the pandemic from 2022. At that point we had a very right-wing, far right-wing leader of the government, and so this energy and struggle also by many punks came out in the time of the pandemic. So I think with this I can finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final presentation of this panel.
Penultimate.
Penultimate presentation. It wasn't wishful thinking to avoid Russ's presentation, I can assure you. Sangheon Lee.
Yes.
I hope I've presented that as it should be. And embodying double break in musical structure, punk rock, and the waning of the sense of historical time. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Sangheon, but you can call me Sangheon. Anyway, comprehensible. Okay, this year's presentation, my presentation of this year, start by questioning musical structure. Musical structure does not always work at the same direction as the musician's political attitude, way of life, lyrics, or artworks, not to mention the reception of all this by listeners or their fans. This is because the musical structure has its own logic and historical context. Sometimes it leans more towards conformity, sometimes it turns out to be rather progressive, despite the fact that music is never unrelated to all of those extra musical aspects. The problem is that the potential for expression of structural aspects of music and sound themselves that is quite different from, even goes beyond the linguistic and semantic features around this music might be ignored due to overlooking this. Musical structures and sound materials have their own synchronic and diachronic context, and that leads to their own meaning and effect, sometimes regardless of the musician's intention. Very usual expressions to describe punk rock, such as back to basic, returning to rock and roll, stripped down essentials, or even fundamentalism, expect punk rock to maintain a certain historical consciousness based on which it is supposed to point to a certain period of well-established history of a musical evolution. The same goes when the horizontal form of punk rock songs is discussed. Ralph Nappen and Markus Freihausen rightly remarks the similarity of using AABA form in early punk rock songs such as Please Creep Up by the Ramones and God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols. And here's the two tables, each demonstrating the linear structure of God Save the Queen and Please Creep Up the Ramones. It would not be exaggeration for these researchers to regard the usage of AABA form in the era dominated by verse-chorus form as it should like this subversion of norms. But it is also another case where you position punk rock on the established history of music and make an attempt to derive meaning from it. However, it must be underlined that the case of Ramones goes further. Blitzkrieg Pop, this is not the one. After the intro, including the famous slogan, "Hey ho, let's go," follows indeed the classic AABA form. However, the third A section, which is identical to first A section, even in terms of lyrics, is not the final section of the AABA form, but followed immediately by another A section, and then the song goes again to the section B. In consequence, it turns out to be a single large, totally cyclic form. As for the Beat on the Bread, second track of the album, the scheme centered on the verse-chorus formula reappears in a totally identical form. The anti-narrative approach, so to speak, combining repetition of lyrics and verses, cyclic and some symmetrical forms throughout the song, with a very short intro, or without at all. When only employing basic and conventional devices such as interludes, climax, extension and ending, is not an expression of the will to present something new through subversion, let alone an artistic experiment to rewrite a history, but rather an implication of indifference, even sarcasm towards whatever artistic or artisanal effort. In this regard, it would be natural for this type of practice to be self-mocking. Judas Punk, third track of the album, the same album, one of the two songs to include the term punk in their titles as an expression of identity, along with Shina is a punk rocker that we'll examine later. Here again, the second verse-chorus formula is completely identical to the first. Even more interesting is that just before the second verse, the singer drops an announcement. Second verse, same as first, which is originally from Herman Herbert's 1965 US #1 hit, "I'm Henry VIII, I Am." In this point again, the Ramones goes a step further. Just before the third verse, where the lyrics change slightly, the singer goes, third verse, different from the first. This deliberate self-deprecation, as truly every remarks, that also related to an attitude in indifference towards any artistic sophistication, is embodied here in the very form of the horizontal structure of the song. When it comes to the Shina is a punk rocker, 1977, it has only two verses with the same lyrics. Likewise, portraying Shina, the protagonist of the song, who embraces the life of a punk. The setup of intro, verse, chorus, and post-chorus is repeated in exactly the same form. Then the song restarts the chorus several times without the slightest vibration to fade out, as if being able to repeat infinitely. Indeed, the refrain "Shina is a rocker" appears almost 20 times, but also punk rocker 4 times per post-chorus, so the words punk rocker appear nearly 30 times throughout the song. As can be in this partial transcription of the chorus, the distortion guitar plays 3 power chords, namely the tonic C in the first bar, and subdominant F and dominant G in the second bar. The last 2 power chords being played on higher string of the guitar, their sound highlights the higher register, which thus makes audible the partial tones corresponding to the thirds of F major and G major chord. Then one could argue that this allows to produce even more magnetic power, so to speak, from dominant chord at the end of the phrase to the tonic at the beginning of the next phrase. Hence, you can help repeating this refrain again and again. The strong logic between repetitions gives the impression that the omnipresence is repeated even in a cyclic fashion. In addition, the fade-out is therefore all the more effective, since the ending is truly unknown. Neither the ending of the song nor the future of the life of Shina, who has chosen her life as a punk rocker. This anti-narrative circular structure, a la Ramones, continues to appear in the layer of American punk and hardcore punk songs with different lyrical themes. However, like this one as well. However, I do not seek to repeat arguments such as how lyrics in punk rock are expressed through music. Rather, music, or if you prefer, musical structure, sometimes reaches a point that transcends things like the musician's attitude, their political stance, lyrical content, etc. It may also lead to a certain philosophical implication that can hardly be derived from all those so-called extra musical facts or their reception. The critical field of the music of Ramones is not to be formulated by being positioned at a specific moment in the established history that is all about the progress, otherwise regression, of musical materials and compositional method, but outside of this historical narrative. Or you can say from inside, because it is about the musical structure itself, in the sense that this music undermines the very foundation of the usual notion of creative direction. At this point, we had to, if you had to narrow down what can be extracted from the horizontal structure of music itself, we could cite these two concepts, presentism and nihilism. First, when it comes to presentism, a decade before it was coined as such and theorized by French historian François Hartog, and it already had been diagnosed by American historian and social critic Pristovšek in the late 1970s, while Ramones used to play those songs, based in historical, social, political, and psychological context of American society. And the Ramones punk rock and 80s American hardcore punk, DIY, and auto-entrepreneurship were also based on this sort of radical individualism, as pointed out here by Joe McLeod and Stephen Blush. It is not the traditional American individualism, which is characterized by promise or deferral of compensation, responsibility, patience, and prospects for the future, but a new type of individualism that has been deprived of the prospect of change in future, the sense of historical time, or the consciousness of collectivity, or even the future itself. All these ideas that had still generally remained in the 1960s are countercultures. I would like to call this state of mind by the term double break. That is, a break with the past, but also with the future. In a similar vein, in the latest issue of Punk and Post-Punk Journal, Eustace Graeber explores the presentism, referring actually to Hartog's theory, as well as the notion of no future as the central chronotype of punk rock. If the author cites as examples the Clash's London Calling and the German band Slime's Deutschland, as well as another track from Ramones' first album, Now I Wanna See Steve Some Blue, it's because the lyrical theme as the semantic features of these songs seem to more accessible and describable as a reflection of these notions. In the other words, in order to discover a starting point to deal with presentism in punk rock, he relies primarily on detailed analysis of lyrics, as if he did for some literary works. Even though he does not neglect structural analysis of music, it is still problematic to seek to find preliminary motives for interpretation of music from the lyrics. Music, on the other hand, can work without lyrics or without fully understanding of the lyrics. Needless to say, the meaning of lyrics in sound-driven rock music must be treated at a different level from that in literary analysis. Besides, the lyrics are often understood in connection with songwriters' own life history, or what it seems to be their attitude toward life in general. But the actual musical process relies more on the synchronic and diachronic context of musical materials and structural devices themselves. Punk rock as music is also related to 20th century's postmodernism, and nihilism in the sense that it began to recognize as vain, irreversibly vain, or just began to ask what for, as to all the ideas, values, goals, and meanings that decorated the earlier history of rock music, such as big stories, cosmic spiritual exploration, virtuosity, complexity, sound innovation, or just simply put, something new. As an introduction to a so-called existential turn in modern philosophy as an attempt to put an end to postmodern thought and recover the lost transcendence and universality, this emerging young Japanese philosopher Shotaro Iwauchi calls our era the era of the melancholists. To put it simply, nihilism is the experience of loss of meaning. However, there is a different form of loss of meaning than nihilism. In nihilism, there was a strong meaning, but it turns meaningless or is not annihilated, whereas in melancholy, even the meaning to be annihilated cannot be found. Hence, the inertness of desire in melancholy, rather than the frustration of desire in nihilism. Therefore, for Iwauchi, in comparison with the aggressiveness of nihilists, boredom and fatigue of melancholists lead to a strange desire. I do not want to do something, but I do not want to not do anything either. So nihilism and melancholy are not totally separate, and I would argue punk rock is positioned in somewhere in between. This anti- or non-narrative structure, relying or insisting on repetition of a few structural units, in which you nevertheless have verse and chorus with a simple but decent melody, and a firm established, quite unique, even physically challenging guitar sound, like that of Johnny Ramone, without, however, ever seeking to create a long, complex horizontal narrative as every other musician was doing. Doesn't this propensity echo this strange desire? However, the irony of punk rock lies in the fact that this stubbornness sometimes leads to something meaningful and even something new. Put it another way, the infinite repetition of current events, the endlessly imposing present, that is to say, the punk rock à la Ramones, might be a suggestion embodied by its musical structure that just through the repetition of and the insistence on the present could be created something significant in the future, paradoxically enough, something that was barely conceived in advance by the composer, something in the life of every individual that is barely conceived, designed, planned in advance. Thank you for your attention.
I'm impressed. Perfect timing again. Our final presentation is, well, it was supposed to be Marie, so you'll have to make do with Russ. But I think most of us here know Russ, and Russ is going, I'm going to find out, you're going to talk. Do you want to introduce yourself, Russ?
Yeah, I can introduce myself.
You're not a bit of the catalogue I could read.
Paul's trying to find my slideshow.
Well, it seems to be quite image heavy, so it's
It is very image heavy.
it's taking a while to load.
Yeah, I'm very image heavy. I swapped places with Marie yesterday, so yes, I'm on today. I'm Russ. I'm from London College of Communication. There's my intro slide, but that's not relevant to what we're doing today. So Russ Bestley, I'm talking about signs of distress. I'm pleased to be on this panel, actually. It's quite interesting to find Sangheon, because he's talking about musical structure, I'm talking about visual structure. I'm a graphic designer, I'm a design writer, design historian, and a maker. And I'm really interested in how punk ideas are, and philosophies, if I want to call them, I hate the word punk philosophy, materialise in practice. I'm interested in that thing. So I've written some notes, but they're terrible. But my notes say that the punk design brief embodied visual strategies to project a sense of distortion, disruption, and decay. So punk was an unholy alliance between the dirty, rough, ready, cheap, and instant. And the common visual tropes of punk included collage, détournement, parody, pastiche, use of instant hands-on tools and techniques for origination and reproduction, such as photocopier, rubber stamp stencils, and direct printing techniques. I'm interested in unpacking that. So I've got lots of slides. It is very image heavy, but I'm going to try and move through this quite quickly. So I'm working on a book at the moment. The book was due for delivery to Manchester University Press 3 years ago, and unfortunately it's still not finished. Part of the reason for that was I wanted to interview a lot of designers from the 1970s. Some of them died, sadly, over the last 3 years, but I did interview some, but then something called COVID struck, and I couldn't travel, I couldn't go to the studios and talk to these people, so I'm still doing some of the interviews. So I started working on this book. It's called A Different Kind of Tension. And it's about the relationship between punk and the graphic design profession. And I'm really interested in the kind of two strands of design and visualization that came from punk. On the one hand, the DIY, and we get the cliche of the DIY. I did a talk once with John Robb in Birmingham, And I was showing these graphics, these punk graphics. He said, yeah, it was all DIY, wasn't it? So no, it wasn't all DIY. 99% of it, actually, from the first wave, was professional designers making professional graphic design. Yes, there was an undercurrent. There was a kind of a scene that came particularly through fanzines, through the homemade. But even the fanzine producers suddenly found very quickly that if they wanted to make more than 50 copies of a fanzine, they had to go to a printer. They had to go and liaise with professionals to do something. And at the same time, there were professionals that were making visual strategies that reflected the style of that underground, if not necessarily the process and the practice. That's what I'm interested in. So my themes in my book, it starts with punk graphic themes. And I think punk graphic themes are about dirtiness, about DIY, about autonomy and the instant. But then punk graphic processes. What are the processes as a graphic designer? How do I reflect that? So I've got this concept of DIY. What does that mean? I think DIY, doing it yourself, can be very, very complex. You can be a DIY designer and make beautifully glossy things. But punk DIY, I would argue, tries to make a self-evident version of DIY that is read as DIY. So that my argument is that punk DIY graphics demonstrate to other people through their form, this is do it yourself, you can do it yourself, rather than it's something that's been crafted, and with the invisibility of the craft process allows us to really get sophisticated. That's what I'm trying to argue about DIY graphics. So then we've got the punk diaspora, the way punk spread and changed over time, regionally and temporally and stylistically. The new punk designers, people like Malcolm Garrett, Peter Saville, Neville Brody, Rob O'Connor, Mike Coles, coming into the profession. Some of whom were being blocked to come into the profession. The old guard, so I'm going to come back to those in a little bit and give a case study in a bit. Design and technology, about changing technologies. This is all pre-digital. The digital revolution in the late 1980s led to a world where designers like me now take the whole control of the process. I now design books and I send them to a printer, to a publisher who passes them on to a printer. I don't even see proofs of those books. That whole process has been wrapped up into being owned by me as the designer. I've taken on all that responsibility, which is quite a terrifying thing. I was saying yesterday I've just designed Pauline Murray's book and they send it to print for 10,000 copies in full colour of a book, and I'm shitting myself thinking, what's going to come back? Is that I made a mistake somewhere in the way that I've dealt with an image that is going to come back with a mistake in it. So that whole process of a chain of command and a set of skilled engineers has been removed from the process. It was happening in the 1970s and 80s through photographic technology and litho printing. And industry and individual I want to come back to. So themes, punk themes, rejection of common visual practices, associated with the pop music industry, do it yourself, ideological posturing, methods, cut and paste, appropriation, détournement, collage, common punk conventions, along with deliberate signs of wear and tear, roughness and distortion, which you'll see in the programme for the Punk Scholars Conference. You'll see it, I think Ellen's slides were great yesterday, the ripped edges on Ellen's slides. I'm going to come back to that. Punk and the print unions, where I talk about the industry. One thing I found that really struck me a number of years ago, I was talking to Mike Coles, who designs for Killing Joke, and he said, he wasn't a registered designer with the print unions, he couldn't get his work printed. He had to go to the art director where he worked to pay him a bottle of whiskey to stamp his work with a stamp of a recognised print union to get his work reproduced. There's a stamp of a print union. You used to get your work on the back, NGA, National Graphic Association, or the Society of Lithographic Artists, Designers, Engravers and Process Workers. There was a chain of command, there was a hierarchy of pre-press art workers and printmakers. You had to be registered with the union to actually get your work reproduced. So, a bit about punk graphics. Helen Wellington-Lloyd doing early work for the Sex Pistols. This is her Sex Pistols logo, actually, originally. And some of her work before Jamie Reed joined the team. Jamie Reed, I'm going to come on. There we go, Jamie Reed. And he developed a punk graphic style, harking back to his work at Suburban Press in the early 70s, where they bought a multi-lift 1250 press. And he started experimenting with that as finding ways. He found that rough and ready, torn edges, hard marks gave a sort of graphic aesthetic that was impactful. And that kind of merged, that evolved, that eventually was resurrected for punk. So here's some of Jamie Reed's work. That's his from Suburban Press, 1973. Sex Pistols' Early Flyers. I think it's image heavy and it's looking very blurry, isn't it? Your computer's too slow, Paul.
In my defence, it's not my computer, but there we go.
Okay, so some of Jamie's work. So we can see this idea of the rough and ready, the reproduction, these torn edges on the Anakin U play flag as a kind of punk stereotype, a punk visual trope. I'm interested in that. So I'm going to flick through. If I can get this thing to move. Come on.
In what way is it not working as you?
It's just very, very slow. So, DIY, so we've seen this a million times. Tony Moon's diagram for Sideburns magazine, December 1976. This is another. It's become a kind of visual cliche of do-it-yourself. Sniffing Glue fanzine. When Mark Perry started this, I talked to Mark, he wanted to make a proper magazine. So he went down to the newsagents. There's all magazines have got the title at the top and they've got the strap line underneath about how much it costs. And they've got big names on the front of what the articles are about. So he tried to emulate that, and the only tools he had were a typewriter and a marker pen. So that's what he does. He tries to emulate that. So we end up with this kind of DIY punk aesthetic. He starts using images after issue 3, doesn't know how to do it. When you try and photocopy a photograph, it comes out as a grey mess. You have to turn it into a half-tone, a series of dots, for it to reproduce properly. So he had to go to a printer, because after the first run of 50 copies of the first issue of Sniffing Glue, he was asked, can you give us 1,000 copies to distribute? But he couldn't do that on a photocopy. It's very expensive and technologically quite laboursome. So he had to go to a printer to get this done. And the printer says, well, it needs to be a half-tone. So you get this aesthetic of punk from the underground. What I'm interested in is, if I can get this to flick through. Oh, come on. It's the professional designers that tried to emulate this. So here we've got torn edge again, on here, which I'm going to is what I'm going to obsess about today. Here's a press ad for the Stranglers. Press ads were heavily unionised, were part of the newspaper industry. These weren't produced by the same designers that made the record sleeves. They were done by art workers at agencies like Cream and Shoot That Tiger. So here's a press ad. Here's the artwork that's prepared to go to the press ad. So this is the way that they've constructed something to send instructions to send to the printers. Here's more torn edges. The Clash of the album 77, done in this kind of fanzine style, but that's done by a professional design studio. It's not done by a fanzine producer. And what they've done is taken the marker pen, they've taken the style, the aesthetic of these fanzines and says, oh, this is DIY. Obviously it's not. We talked about the Clash yesterday, and I'm going to come back to the Clash album. Here's, we've got some more torn edges, some more of this aesthetic. It's not me that's holding it up, Paul, it's this.
Say nothing, Russ.
So I'm going to flick through some of these. These are all professional pieces of graphic design that are picking up on this idea. I knew I should have used my Mac. Here we go, Boomtown Rats. I think, oh, there we go, one of the greatest punk singles ever made. Sapin Pourboire, with the sort of torn edges of this photograph. Right, so we come to an example, and I'm interested in this example. Stan talked about this album yesterday. I like the mythology, I'm interested in mythology. I'm interested in the way that this has been constructed, that we've got this bleached image, this kind of very, very, if you like, hard light image. There's no soft tones, there's no grey tones in this. This has been reproduced on something called a PMT camera, a photomechanical transfer camera, as a half-tone, as a really heavy half-tone. There's a logo designed by Sebastian Conrad, Terence Conrad's son, owner of Habitat. There's these torn edges down the side of this. On the back of this is printed in full colour, but on the back of this, we've got these typewritten letters, it's still blurry, it'll come out in a minute. this is knocked out. Basically, you've got this green, but in order to have this pink lettering coming out of the green, you have to change it to white to allow the pink to sit on top. You can't sit a pink ink on top of a green ink without it disappearing. So there's a series of layers at work here in the way this thing's been constructed. And again, we've got this very bleached out photograph from the Notting Hill riots from 1976, all offset against these torn edges running this way now, these fake torn edges. I'm really interested in the way that this has been constructed and the way that it tries to mirror something that's DIY. It's on CBS. We all know about the Clash signing to CBS and that kind of thing. And I'm going to move fairly quickly through this because I've got 3 minutes. This sleeve was designed by someone called Roslav Sharbo and Janusz Gutner, the two designers who designed this Clash sleeve. So we talk about DIY, we talk about authenticity, we talk about the embedded nature of how a designer might work closely with a band, Jamie Reid with the Sex Pistols, Malcolm Garrett with Buzzcocks. These are the guys that designed this record. Have anybody heard of them? Okay, so I'll give you some examples of their work. Janusz Gutner was relatively new at CBS. I think he'd been there about 3 or 4 years at this point. Here's one of his other sleeves. You can see the similarity. Here's another, same. Anybody remember these? And here's another, Johnny Nash, one for Matt Grimes. And Roslav Sharbo, he'd been a professional designer since 1962. Polish designer, started in the Polish record industry, had been there. He did about 6 years, I think, in Poland with Polish artists and classical music before becoming senior art director at CBS. So let's show you some of his work. He worked with Mother Hoople, and they were a big influence on the Clash, actually. So there is some kind of connection there. But I'm going to show a few more examples that are a bit closer to the Clash. Here we are. Dead End Kids, 1976, I think, this one. Dead End Kids. As you can see some relationships between what was going on in terms of the depiction of the group. There we go, New Seekers, another one of Roslav's pieces of, and one that I think is probably closest to the Clash. Remember You're a Womble. So I'm really interested in this dynamic about the way that there were professional designers working with pre-press art workers, where you'd have to get some work. If you wanted typography on your sleeve, you'd either have to hand draw it, use Letraset, there was a limited range of Letraset, or you would have to send out to a typesetter and ask them, here's a typeface, choose it from that catalogue, can you set this type in this style, at this size, and it would come back on a piece of film for you to then become part of your paste-up artwork for your record sleeve. That was the kind of professional process of graphic design, and it was heavily unionised, as I say. It was very masculine, the print unions. You were using things, there's lots of complications. They were using things like linotype, which is a mechanical process for setting type, which used a different keyboard to a QWERTY keyboard. And when QWERTY keyboards were brought in, QWERTY keyboards, they said it was secretarial work, it was women's work. That this technology that was shifting away from their craft and skill set into a new era. And I've tied it in with the destruction of the print unions. We heard about the miners' strike. I'd argue that the print workers' strike, 1985-86, is as significant. And the split between the National Graphical Association and the National Union of Journalists, who went to work at Wapping and the print workers didn't, is a very significant part in labour relations. So I'm trying to map the trajectory and the dilemma in some ways that the punk designers wanted autonomy, wanted independence, wanted control, and were facilitated in some ways by new technology and changing labour relations, and therefore Margaret Thatcher enabled punk design in the 1980s. I'm going to finish with that.
All the speakers back up, we have got a couple of minutes, 10 minutes, I think. Russ? I think that's
Should we leave that up?
Yeah, I like it.
Nice to leave up there. Which one's you, Russ?
Have we got a real, oh God, we've got lots and lots of questions, so I'm going to start in the back.
I'm going to try and be quick. This might be a long question. It's mostly for Matt, it's about nostalgia, but it might end up being something that Sangheon and Russ can answer too. there's an established language of nostalgia for some genres, for like Vaporwave and Fisher talking about early dubstep and stuff like that, like hauntology. Do you see any examples of that in punk, where there's like a mediation of the past, mediation of nostalgia and memory in the music, and therefore is that something you can see structurally as well, or aesthetically in music? And is there an element of that in the graphic design as well, as punks that come more recently, mediating early punk or original punk?
I don't know. It's a short answer because I wasn't looking at the music and the lyrical content and what have you. But I am sure there will be examples of nostalgic longing or nostalgic references in punk songs from the 70s and 80s. You know, because I think there's always that thing about the idea of celebrating youthfulness and always trying to connect with youthfulness. And I think even now, with perhaps some of the bands that have, for the right reasons or wrong reasons, decided to reform and churn out some of their old dated material, there's still that sort of connection back to that youthfulness there. And some of the more up-to-date songs they're writing, I'd imagine there'll be those connections to youthfulness as well. You know, do you remember when we were a good punk band? Now we're just a cheap nemesis.
Russ, do you want to pick up on that?
The only thing I talk about in the graphics is, yes, it's heavily. I mean, graphic design is a great profession. It's a great way of working because we can lift things and we copy things and we nick things, and we always have done. We're great visual plagiarists, and I think I would bring in the theme parody and pastiche, which are embedded in punk, and I think notions of humour. I think is incredibly important. So I think the references can be parodic or satirical, and they are embedded right through Jamie Reed's work and in the visual language of punk ever since.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good question. Yeah, absolutely. Like Blitzkrieg Pop, the most, as I say, AABA form is just reference to Temporality part 50s, but also I already know that about the many Ramon songs to have like reference to 60s black teen pop songs and even soul pop harmonic sounds, of course. But what I would like to wanted to say here is when we tend to perform this kind of nostalgia thing, nostalgic elements in music, tends to position this music or this musician's intentions into a very linear structure, with well-established linear structure. They will make us overlook this kind of, do something what I described today. But that's the point I would like to make.
Yeah, I think actually I like the question because I think the nostalgia in our case, not that we are specific, but I think nostalgia is possible only when you have actually a certain history that is constructed. If you look now, the talks, it exists books, productions, memories, and so on. But how you can have a nostalgia when you actually don't have almost anything? So there, you work actually on reconstructing the histories. You work on the idea of thinking what could be these political subjectivities. So I think in other parts that are not centrally like in this West world, nostalgia is absolutely not the case. You are not nostalgic for nothing. You are nostalgic. You are absolutely not nostalgic. You actually fight to put yourself and visibility in a certain map of the world, and you have no time for nostalgia. You fight for history, not only for remembering. Remembering is easy. The problem is if you have a place in history, and it's obvious that anything what is out of the West has no place in history.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, just very quickly, Sangheon. I really enjoyed that.
Sorry, Sangheon, Mike.
Sorry. I wonder whether it might be quite interesting to go into something like Brat and B. Compare it to Blitzkrieg Pop, where it's all 4/4, and the structure is 4 bars each, and that's kind of almost predictable. So you can see that 4 bars, but Brat and B, I didn't know that, but there's you know, there are some sections of 15 bars, 18 bars, and how does that impact on the listener? You know, looking at it from a kind of perspective, he does, right? Look at it from a formulas point of view, you could say it's 3.5 beat. At the end is the anacrusis of the 5 beat start in a way, rather half a beat. I don't know, you know, you can kind of shift that in there, but then, you know, traditional musical analysis, kind of, this is where, you know, we're starting to analyse kind of popular music and how somewhere, you know, like the Ramones, for instance, weren't really kind of composing around those kind of, they're trying to experiment, and I just wonder.
Well, that's the problem with the traditional music analysis applied to people who don't know music.
That's right,
basically.
Absolutely.
It's a construction that sounds cool.
And how does that sound? Does it sound like the 15 bars and the 18 bars and the, instead of just like that 4-bar structure?
Because today, I have not much time to explain the beat or the better. But today, I was restricted to point to just the repetition, the total identical repetition of this first chorus and post chorus. And the increase was 6 is right, 3.5 haven't been measured. But I was a little too restricted to that point. But yeah, of course, there was a very interesting point, another point of very interesting Ramones music. But apparently, the first listening, we can agree. But it's just a sound a bit weird, a bit, you know, jagged. But you know, if you apart from analyzing it more specifically, you can find this how, and also we started to realize how that sounded a bit weird, a bit. It's not weird as very complex and contemporary music, but it's still, there is something different from that, but still a bit unconventional. That's the thing.
Yeah, it kind of shows that limitation of how we're looking at a formalist kind of analysis of music, isn't it?
Anyone else want to pick up on that? No,
sorry, I drifted off.
I will pass to.
Thanks. I'd also want to ask, I love all the papers, but I do want to quickly ask Sangheon about, you mentioned twice diachronic and synchronic students from Socio. I wasn't quite clear what you mean by synchronic, but if you mean, for example, the missing few beats, so is it anacrusis if you're kind of looking in a kind of vertical way, thinking like a musical score at a particular moment? I can see that is a valuable way of thinking about structure. But I can see that these Ramones songs, you know, A, B, and stuff like that, simple structures, simple chords. But as someone who loves the Ramones and would actually push back on what Russ was just saying about they don't know music theory, which they obviously don't, you know. But I think if you look, one thing I'm wondering about, and this kind of relates to the synchronic diachronic thing, is the whole album, thinking about the structure of a whole album. Because for me, what happens with the Ramones is there is those little moments, like you pointed at, like the odd Mixolydian chord, that, for example, the B flat in Beat on the Brat that interferes with the C context. And that, particularly that first album, when it gets to Today You Love, Tomorrow the World at the end, and it's got the first half, which is quite modal, then the Ein, Zwei, Drei, Vier, and then the closing section, which is extremely three-chord trick kind of a thing, and very churchy chord sequence, really, if I can put it like that. To me, the whole album is like, you know, Beat on the Brat is perfect as the second track, contrasting with the more straightforward, harmonically speaking, opening track. And so I think that there's, have you thought about thinking about the structure?
This presentation was, as I already said, that just the lack of time was restricted to the former, and then how can I extract this notion of annihilation or presentation from that? But of course, in terms of harmony and chorus, I don't know exactly what you mean, but of course there was a very important task as well to analyzing this type of music. And also, I just found out this using this term diachronic. I didn't buy that as historian. So that to interpreting, understanding this musical element, they should be applied by the convention or historical things around this specific moment. So that was
interpret. That there was a kind of way of position these things on the historical narrative.
Have we got any more questions? No questions?
Brilliant.
That's absolutely. Well,
do we have more time? Because or not, I can talk with Matt one-on-one after if there's more time.
Ask Matty's question.
Well,
we talk after.
Oh, well, on that note.
No, you can ask a question. I'll show you.
What do you guys want? No, it's about memory and I guess struggling with when memory comes. In other words, we have time that we're interviewing someone and we're hoping that they remember. It's kind of up to us to ask the right questions.
Sure.
To get the responses, just leaving aside accuracy, the things that they remember. Memory comes in like synapses, right?
Oh, absolutely does, yeah. Yeah,
So,
it's not a linear narrative in any of this.
So do you, I mean, I know you're struggling with this, but how have you tried to rectify that? How have you tried to rectify that memory comes at odd points in time? And you as an interviewer only have this set period of time with them. How do you, I have some ideas, but I want to hear you.
Yeah, I was hoping you lot would tell me that. I mean, all you can do, I mean, when they were narrating their memories, as I said before, we have to think that actually what they're telling us, it focuses more subconsciously. My understanding is it subconsciously focuses more on how does that story of the past fit in with my current sense of who I am and how I perform my identity to this person at this moment in time.
Right.
And that's why I did 3 quite in-depth interviews with each individual, because I appreciate that every time I spoke to them, I could have asked them the same question 3 different times and got 3 different, not wholly different answers, but 3 variations of that memory.
Yeah.
But here's this thing I'm struggling with. It's how, I mean, one of the things that this came about because my external examiner on my PhD asked me those questions, and I just had to say, you know, I don't know, I haven't got an answer for that. And they said that might be something you want to think about when you take this forward. When you do it again. Yeah. You failed. I think they let me through, thankfully. And then it did get me thinking about actually, how can I start to reconcile some of these differences? And you know, I mean, I remember interviewing one person. The first time I interviewed them, they were really keen and really quite positive about the whole experience. The next time I saw them, less so. In fact, they were quite difficult.
Yeah.
You know, their answers were very yes/no answers, and I made sure the questions weren't, you know, open-ended questions, which like yes/no. It was, and then I went away thinking about that. I thought, was that something to do with the way that I delivered it? I then went and interviewed them about 3 weeks later, and I always recorded the interviews and gave them a copy of the recording so they could listen back in preparation for the next time we met. So if there was something in that recollection of the narrative they'd forgotten or had just come up after the interview, they could then talk about the following thing. The following time I interviewed them, they were really happy again. And they apologised to me at the start of the interview and said, I'm really, really sorry about last time. I had this blazing around with my wife, and I was just in a really bad mood. And I was like, okay, that's quite interesting. So that present state of being had a huge impact on the way they responded to their own recollective or reflexive narratives.
I would like to add something. Because I think it's really interesting that you bring memory, and I always ask the question of history, because I think the point is how this history of punk that is different will change now that all these other places that are not part of the structure of the history are coming. And I think this is really even a more key question. If it's possible to a certain history of punk to be changed. Memory is coming, because we have a history, then we can go from one to the other and make a pile of this. But really, for me, the question is, for example, in such places where we are, how much this can change some established view. It was just a discourse in the West, and what the others that had similar histories can do.
I mean, it's a really good point, and I think one of the reasons I think comes out of some of the work that we've covered in the book, Laura and I've tried to include, is this idea that giving ordinary people that voice allows them to challenge those master narratives. because we know that history is not written by everyone, it is written by the privileged. You know, and it is a story, it's not the definitive, and it always changes depending on society, politics.
Yes.
And memories are very much the same. But what I wasn't trying to get them to do was to historicise their parts. I just want them to remember and narrate that element of their life course, you know, a period of time.
Can we have Russ, and then I think you
I just wanted to say, my work isn't about memory, my work isn't about theory, my work is definitely not about sociology. But I've done interviews with designers, and one just as an example, I think I tried to keep it as an ongoing conversation, apart from those that have died. So Rob O'Connor, I did an interview with him 3 years ago. He designed for Susie and the Banshees, Killing Joke or something, and then I transcribed it and I sent him what I was working on. And he said, can I change all this because I come across as a numpty?
Yeah.
And so he went back and changed things. But it was an ongoing dialogue. And Malcolm Garrett wants to talk to me again and said, well, we covered some stuff, but actually I might change my mind on some of this. So I'm trying to sort of navigate that as an ongoing conversation with people that trust me and I trust them. And that's one of the other issues about sort of all this interview thing. I don't follow any ethics procedures. I'm going to put this up here. I don't fill in any forms. I don't do any of that stuff. So basically, I just contact people and say, can I talk to you? And then I talk to them. But I always make sure that I show them how I'm representing them, and I try to sort of have it as an ongoing.
I think we're about ready for. Before we give a round of applause, fantastic sessions. My takeaway, using that dreadful term from this session, was...
Is that as you move forward?
Yeah, no, was Marie taking a photograph of our erstwhile presenters. Remember you're a woman. It looked like there was an arrow down on Matt's head. So, on that note, thanks for some great sessions.
There was a Sex Pistols connection,
wasn't there? Yeah.
Interesting one, the changes of this. Well, it's just
Jordan is. I wish that's how Jordan is.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started with panel 5. Pondering. Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, so our 5th panel here, we've got 4 presentations. And our first one is with Paul Hollins and Martin James and Caroline Collett, who is, I believe, on the live stream or tuning in online. But their presentation title is 4 Old Lags, Temporal Punk Value Systems.
Play. Good volume. We'll have to suffer this for another 15 seconds. How do you get the idea? You know what's going on? Yeah, right, okay, that's enough. Right, yeah, we can leave it at that. Now, Martin will load up the presentation. I'm not going to use any notes. And also, I'm not going to be, I want it to be a bit lighter than some of the things that we've had here. I'm a bit of a show-off, I like performing, I don't like notes, so this is kind of the natural home. I think, to start with, you'll all be familiar that was a band called Generation Sex. Can I have some hands, a bit of interaction? Do you all know about Generation Sex? Okay, Generation Sex, very briefly for those that don't know about it, was a group of, made-up group, it kind of started about a year ago, idea in Los Angeles, which is quite interesting in itself, that it emerged from there. And Tony James, Generation X, the Idol Generation X, and Paul and Steve from the Sex Pistols got together and said, we're going to play some songs. And it was kind of an impromptu thing when they first started, but then they decided, oh, we'll tour it and we'll do this and the other. Okay, so that was the big performance of Generation Sex at Glastonbury in June this year, which we just seen. And I watched it, and 2 other of my close colleagues watched it. Now, the first thing that I'm going to say here is we've had lots and lots of papers that are deeply scientific, academic, and so they should be. But I'm going to put my hand up here so you know who I am. My background, well, a bit of a weird background, but my PhD was in cybernetics. Now, I know that there are 1 or 2 in here that are familiar with cybernetics. Any more? No? Do you know what cybernetics are? Using Norbert Wiener's definition, science of command and control in human, machine, and animal. And I'll talk about that. Now, I think it's important to state that because as a cybernetician, we are not interested in representation at all. So when we talk about nostalgia and we have these frameworks, we don't care, the cyberneticians. Okay? So I want to posit that. You can critique me, and I'm happy to do that, but we really don't care. We're not interested in representation, we're interested in performance. And performance, and the performative acts. So it's quite a different perspective. 4 Old Lags was a term that Caroline, my esteemed writer, and Caroline, to give you some background, was a first phase punk rocker. Sadly, all the first phase punk rockers are now pretty much in their 60s. Much younger than that, I kind of, first phase. You've got Caroline Collett, you've got myself, and you've got Martin, who was a journalist who, stories he talked about yesterday, he went up with The Clash. I kind of followed the Pistols and then did quite a lot of following around the Banshees. So we were first stage rock, and Caroline was. And what we're going to do here is just talk about what we thought about that performance, with all that nostalgia and the things that we've been talking, packaged up. On to the next one. Seed of debate, little Twitter feed between myself and Caroline. Isn't it great? I won't say who it was because I think it's fantastic. Isn't it great to see Stephen Paul back on stage, Tony playing, Billy Ann, that's fantastic. No, they look like 4 old lads. It's terrible. It's effing awful. And I have the transcript, but I watch it. So I thought, why is that? We've both got very, very similar experiences, lived experiences of that. We used to go to gigs together as punks. Why are we kind of feeling so different? Next one. And that's the Glastonbury performance. We've got the film, so we don't need it. Next one. Account 1. And this kind of loosely lets into philosophical framework, so I'm kind of apologising, but account 1. Punk is full of contradictions, philosophically, musically, and political. I don't think there is any consistency there at all. Others might argue there is. What could be more authentic punk act than consuming its own myths, legends, and spirits? This is great. What's wrong with 4 old lads destroying their own mythology? Was it conscious? Was it so? I don't know. There was something utterly magnificent being immersed in a spectacle, and I say that in the Debording sense. Yeah, okay, we all know that. We're back to real science. Philosophy. Okay, words so familiar, infused with nostalgia, memory, and lived experience. Yeah, okay, we'll challenge that with all of a challenge to punk authenticity and a deconstruction of its values. I kind of like that. And Cash from Chaos, the punk spirit personified, hats off to them. That was account 1. Account 2, dislike. Nostalgic dislike. This wasn't how I wanted to remember punk or see it portrayed in 2023. It's not my punk. A shameless attempt to reanimate the long dead body of the first wave of punk rock. It was punk in aspic feeling I really objected to. The sheer sordidness of it all. The punk deal was always multi-dimensional. Generation Sex's leather jackets, spiked hair look, in the modern days seemed visually illiterate. Generation Sex committed the sin of coming back, poking at our memories and our expectations. Generation Sex set was assigned to me that one of the punk's most attractive aspects, that very self-awareness, has now completely gone. So a very, very different response to that performance. Account 3. I'm not saying whose was whose, but indifference. To witness Generation Sex at the ultimate festival as experienced economy destination, Glastonbury, I expected to feel a sense of despair. Overwhelmed by a sense of no caring either way. Was it good or bad? I didn't really care. Was Billy still the king rocker, and could he deliver Johnny's tunes? Reference to Billy Idol singing Sex Pistols songs like God Save the Queen that we showed. I realised I just didn't care. I couldn't see anything of anything interesting or disinteresting enough to have any value that conjured opinion. It was just another advert. A band that never existed. It was a fabrication made up of two different bands. The songs, in a way, they were never intended to be heard in the Glastonbury setting, sing along a punk, or enjoying ourselves in whatever way. What I was seeing was the final throes of a generation making its final claims to pop cultural revolution. So we had 3 very different accounts. Now, the 3 accounts included an account, all of us over 60, 60 to 65, 2 males, 1 female. 2 of them actually were very, very close at that period of first aid, going to gigs, shared experiences, and yet such different responses. And I thought, what the hell do I do with this? Because, it's what we're saying about memory, it's our construction, it's a whole variety of variables, there's nostalgia packed in there, all of this stuff. And I thought, you're a bit of an idiot, Paul. You're trying to represent this, and that is alien to what you do in cybernetics. Try to look at this in a cybernetic sense. So it's crude. I've probably got a year and a half to do this properly, but it is. And what happened was we start thinking, well, other things such as punk values, is there a spirit of punk? And almost inevitably we ask, well, what is punk? Which I've tried to address before, I know colleagues here have, and it's really hard. We'll go to the next one. Oh, pink graphics don't work. So what I did a quick sentiment analysis, and I bunged out a wordle from all of the abstracts of this conference. And I thought, maybe there's one or two clues here. Nah, there's nothing. What is it? Working class music, styrene, punk, culture, band albums, satellite, media, future. What the hell do you make of that? And those were all the abstracts of this conference, all of your work. And that came out. And does it really help me? It's interesting. It was an interesting exercise. I had themes, and yeah, we could. But no, it doesn't really help me. Next one. Okay, I did a little bit of looking around to who and what, how people represent, going back to that term, punk, and lots of things here. DIY, punk, zines, no plan, voice, fanzine, and Dadaists. We've got a whole lot of stuff that's, and I thought, well, that doesn't really help me either. Next one. I like this. This was from an American website. To me, punk rock is not about kilts, mohawk haircuts, fast guitar rock, skulls, and bleeding faces with knives, and worms. Where do the worms come in? That's why American colleagues can tell me about worms. Is it a constant theme of punk? It is about daring to begin to learn about trying to try and seeing what happens from that. And I kind of like that. I'm really pretty comfortable with that. Not wholly, I'm never comfortable with anything, but it's not about stuff. And then we go to the next one. Well, one of the accounts, account 2, tried to formalise punk spirit. I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I thought it's an interesting point of discussion, and that is anti-establishment, rebel position, contrariness, sometimes as an end in itself, a restless, self-reinventing energy. I've got 3 minutes left. Fearless, even skinless honesty, class consciousness, all things we talk about, exhilarating, it's like literate visual daring, and have a go, why not me? Anti-mythologizing attitude, which is quite interesting. And that was Caroline. She was account 2. And I thought she put quite well there, much better than I could have done. Next one. So I'm going to be, right, here we go now. Sociology lecture with a bit of psychology, a bit of neurology, and a bit of fuckology. Right, go fund the Sex Pistols. Back to that slide, I haven't finished yet. You're concluding me. Oh God, we've still got 2 minutes. We've still got, right, how do we attempt to address the question? Sociology, history, psychology, neurology, musicology, a combination. It's really, really complex. It's hard. There are all these different perspectives. So, I've gone back to cybernetics, a guy called Ross Ashby, who came up with complexity and variety management, or the laws of requisite variety. I'm not going to go into detail because it would be a little bit boring, but the laws of requisite variety, summarised very crudely, are how do you deal with variety, complexity? You deal with it variety, and complexity. Move on. Okay, so I've kind of taken a cybernetics approach, and thus I can give you 50 definitions of cybernetics, but actually the one I like best is the second, and that's the science of the defensible metaphor. So, what I thought about is what's going on here. This is really, really difficult to, and even today we've had so much discussion, debate about the various representations from various disciplines. And I thought, actually, that's it. It's the conversations. Now, I'm quoting here Conversation Theory by a guy called Gordon Pask. I haven't got time to go into that theory with you now, given I've got about a minute and a half. I've got 30 seconds. There's a little diagram of what conversation theory is. Multiple conversations. Go to the next one. So I'm going to look at these conversations. Using conversation theory, we'll map them. It's work in progress. So I came up with this conclusion, which I think I've got to talk about. Punk transcends cultural barriers and has the power to evoke a myriad of emotions, joy to sadness. How we perceive and respond to punk is a deeply personal construct by our individual preferences, frameworks, our experiences, and embodied spirit. Involves a complex interplay of personal preferences, cultural influence, technical performance, expression, contextual factors. A series of conversations, and those conversations are at different levels of recursion. So they go down. It could be the player with the instrument, the player with the audience with the audience, or an inner conversation in your own head. The distinctions allow us at last to appreciate the highly subjective nature of punk and its ability to evoke all our emotions. Finished.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next presenter is Kevin. Maher. My Life with Punk Music, a personal history, story of enduring experience, connections, and belonging.
It's up to you. If you'd like to.
I think I'll be able to. If I speak at this level, can people hear me at the back? If I speak at this level, can people hear me at the back? Can you adjust your hearing aid if necessary? No, I'll be okay, thanks. My name's Kevin. I'm not a music academic. I'm an academic who loves music. I just want to take you through my life with punk music, a personal story, not nice and sleazy, of enduring experience, connections, and belonging. So, loosely chronological, describing my first connections with punk, who and what's influenced me, highlights and stranglers, how punk music has represented lots of shared experiences over the years, continuing with friends and family and work colleagues, how punk music has somehow come into my job at this university, where I've worked in science and technology departments, how I'm still loyal to punk music and still discovering new bands and new experiences along the way. I can't make philosophical references, Stan, but I can introduce a Venn diagram which kind of sums up much of my life, people, music, football, and from time to time, a glass of beer or a glass of wine. So, formative years, first connections, and a bit of background about myself. Born in 1966, so 6 years younger than Stan. Birmingham, older to 3 brothers. I'm there with the Meister, who's got more eclectic music tastes than me. Fan of Tranmero's football club. English mother, Irish father, Catholic family. So we did have some music in our lives at home, Irish music, country music, a bit of rock and roll. I certainly wasn't revolting, rebelling, but as a young person growing up, adolescence, I suppose I was looking to make sense of who I was and what I connected with, and music was part of that. I certainly watched Top of the Pops on a Thursday evening before going to the Scouts. I did listen to someone's radio show in the evening. I'm not sure if I can mention him by name, but characterised by the festive charts, which were dominated by punk songs. But perhaps it was to people at school, Gaz and Faz at St Anselm's, that kind of influenced where I went with my musical preferences, musical development. And at Gaz's house, it was probably one of those crazy evenings, playing Winner Stays On with his brother on Connect 4. And maybe the second or third time of listening to Led Zepp 2, Moving Pictures, Black Sabbath, that I realised this rock music, this devil music, this heavy metal, this prog rock was not for me. Faz, Tony Farrell, stylised himself on Sid Vicious. That's Sid Vicious, by the way, not Faz. A leader of the punks, a small group at school. And interestingly, the people who were into punk music were also the people who did art for O-level in most cases. So interesting, the creativity there in terms of music reference and also subject studies. Home taping was killing music, so I believe, but that was perhaps the main way I got connected with music, through illegal cassette compilations. And Faz introduced me to the Stranglers, Sham 69, UK subs. Although I think in most cases it was his older brother's record collection, not his own. And I went with Faz and his brother Roberts to my first concert. I checked the calculations several times, and I was just 14 years old, not 16 as I thought I was. Late 81, my mum had me prepare. She deflared my trousers, she bought me a little Harrington jacket, short sleeve, black shirt. I think I was wearing Dr. Martens shoes. La Folie saw 7th album, first pint of beer, £3 to get in at the Royal Court Liverpool. We sat upstairs in a circle. I think ever since that amazing live experience, my first live concert, I've loved the Stranglers and punk music ever since. You might say an obsession for some years, particularly when I left school at 16 and was earning my own money. Buying the catalogue of old releases, new releases, in various formats. T-shirts, fanzines. I didn't look like a punk, didn't dress like a punk, didn't sound like a punk, but perhaps my only overt sign of allegiance. We all had these Army and Navy backpacks at school. We used to paint with acrylic paints. That's an artist's impression. My painting was much worse than that. But perhaps that was the only sign of me being a punk, what I had on my school bag. And since then, many years of sharing great experiences with concerts with family, friends, which I'll take you through a few. As an apprentice to the students, 83, 94, Hugh, if you're listening, give me back my cassette, you're thieving bar steward. Seeing Susie play Broken Leg for a whole concert with Ian, my first experience with Big Mac the same evening. Seeing the Stranglers in Sheffield with my future best man, Steve, during the Dreamtime tour, Z26. And seeing Stiff Little Fingers, and interestingly, Bruce Foxman on bass guitar there for the Flags and Emblems album. And just as a point of reference there, we need to sustain ourselves with an appropriate diet of food and drink. And that was my kind of student days: pizza, lager, Frey Bentos pies and Vesta rice dishes. Because we do need to have a healthy balance in our life, including punk music, of course. But friends brought me into their areas, their domains of music, so I went beyond punk. Mac Lads, Wild Swans too, if Jen Kelly's listening, he might be. Rory Gallagher, Tin Machine, Dr. Feelgood. So I'm not exclusively a punk, I'm quite diverse in my tastes. My wife here in '94, we had shared interests in music, food and alcohol. Dragged her along to see the Stranglers. Interestingly, a punk band playing at the Albert Hall, home of the Proms. They're accompanied by an all-female string orchestra. Mike Peters of the Alarm was on the bill. And I don't know if anyone remembers gut barging. It might be a very unique short-lived activity in the UK. That was on the bill as well, the UK Championship, loosely hosted by Lindsay Dawn Mackenzie, of whom I will say no more. And my wife then introduced me into her world of the Manic Street Preachers, and the likes of George Michael and Jimmy Nail. Isn't it a wonderful world where we can share our musical experiences? And then Father and Child, the dam became a bit of a thing for us to get in the alcohol, Roundhouse, and a few other areas, locations, Stranglers, and they introduced me to things that they had found, discovered it musically. Biffy Clyro, Jack White, and Maneskin. Who'd have thought a punk band would win Eurovision? Albert Hall as a venue, winning Eurovision. This certainly isn't 1976, I would suggest. And if Mr. Cornwell is listening, I just want to mention my hero, Stuart Pearce, Psycho. I was there at Wembley, Euro 96, when we beat Spain on penalties. Stuart Pearce, Psycho, hard hitting, no nonsense left back. I loved him even more when I found out he was a big fan of punk music, having seen the Stranglers over 300 times in concert. And interestingly, the sort of links go on. The Stranglers released In the Night on the Psycho label. Stuart's recently appeared in a video for a song by the Stranglers. You can even get a Stranglers football shirt these days. I regret to say I've never met my hero, but my wife has. But not everyone likes punk. I took my friend Brian to see Stiff Little Fingers, and I don't know if I need to explain this exchange of text messages any further. My wife saying, "How's it going, Bri?" Bri replying, "They're shite." I won't be taking them to any more punk music concerts in the future, and perhaps punk's not for everyone. And I suppose this is the interesting bit, the funny bit, the surprising bit. I came here in '94 to join a science department, and then went on to work in the computing department, and somehow punk has become an important part of my working life. I got called in to teach, it's called Music Cultural Difference, but really it was history of pop music and listen to Kevin's record collection, within which I had 1 or 2 weeks around the 70s, punk, new wave, ska, etc. And I did a little session with some students on using Photoshop. I said, create your dreams and fantasies through images. I won't say too much about Louise Nerding isn't an ex-girlfriend of mine, but using images, including, I'm playing bass guitar on Rattis there. One of my bosses, his PhD was looking at punk as a genre, subjective and objective analysis, to define, describe punk, artist name, beats per second, etc., etc. I helped him to get ready for his PhD exam. So my voice is going a bit dry here. And perhaps the final one from work. We were looking at crowd dynamics. I was, I think, author 4 or author 5 on the team. We sent 2 students into the crowd wearing special vests where we could look at the changes in pressure, crowd dynamics. So this is Green Day in 2010. I won't go into explaining this because I can't, because I was the person making notes on what was happening in the crowd. But what this shows is the mosh pit was fairly quiet when Joan Jett was on. Perhaps a bit of murmur and activity when she started playing I Love Rock and Roll. Moving into Green Day, a lot more activity in the mosh pit area, and it was somewhere around track 3, which I think was No Enemy, where there was a bit of argy-bargy going on. I still love pop music to this day, and I think some of you might have gone to the Phoenix last night, where I discovered East Town Pirates and saw UK Subs. Also all the bands like Pussycat and the Daisy Johnsons, Witch Doctors, Rage DC, so still discovering new bands, new music, as well as retaining loyalty to the old favourites, Skids, Damned, Stranglers, new favourites, the Hives, and they're CDs now, so not LPs, not cassettes. Their CDs relieve the boredom of my car journeys to and from work. I'll even watch tribute bands. This was here last year, wasn't it, Paul? The Pick It Up Festival, where I'll just pick out Dookie, who are probably the Green Day tribute band. Final remarks. Apologies for not getting permission for using all the graphics. I hope no one reports me. Punk music has been an important part of my life ever since I discovered it around 1979. It's provided lots of shared experiences for me, family, friends, and work colleagues, and those experiences are still continuing. And surprisingly, or pleasantly so, it's also played an important part in my working life as a science and technology academic at this place. Whilst it does in some respects help me to reminisce about the past, and particular and specific times of my life, it is in other respects a timeless and enduring companion. And thank you for listening.
That was great. Yeah, I had no idea how much machines haven't changed.
Next we have Jessica Schwartz with Hyperactive Child, Punks, Temporalities, and Disability as Diversity.
All right, you can all hear me? Yes, great. Once this comes up, I'm going to begin with a song, a clip of a video, Dead Kennedys, Hyperactive Child.
Okay, Hyperactive Child, take 4.
So my argument begins with a myth. Like so many myths of punk by a mainstream representation and other representations that we've been challenging throughout this conference, and so many more as punk scholars, and with it, a question. 1970s California punk is presented as more diverse than the 80s homogenized hardcore scene that formed in the suburbs. White, cishet, middle class, male, juvenile. But my question is about neurodiversity. It is about what we have taken for granted in punk scenes. What kind of diversity are we talking about? And what is the importance of rethinking hardcore through neurodiversity and other now labeled disabilities, intellectual and developmental, and those tied to environmental conditions? And how can our pedagogical practices and understandings of time, of temporality and movement within classrooms, within punk songs, take the rigors of schooling and other institutions to put a spotlight through punk and hardcore on how hardcore might have actively made a scene to amplify such diversity in ways that can lead to student scene making and other scene making around disability justice as a vital part of intersectional justice movements. Of course, I'm not denying certain trends of hardcore, so don't get me wrong with that. I'm trying to use them, in fact, to show how what we might consider today to be an underdiagnosis, though I do have some problems with that label or that term, of certain groups and the consequences of being multiply marginalized, disallows some persons to actively make scenes about their disabilities as affective, aesthetic responsivity. I draw from 3 California-based examples from around 1980, arguably the beginning of hardcore. So allow me to set the stage. 1980s society and hardcore. Punk solidifies as youth culture in the suburbs. There's parody of the social, economic, and political shifts and crises in Southern California in the Reagan era, without really presenting alternatives necessarily. There's a lot of frustration and ennui. The Reagan administration reduces public assistance in ways that necessitate both parents to work, and this latchkey kid emerges. That's from MacMillan's Kids of the Black Hole. There's anxiety around youth and programs to protect the youth, and government steps in for directs parents and reinforces this idea of parental advisory. Programs targeted at school-age children to keep them safe. We have, the Parents Music Resource Center founded in 85. In August of 85, record companies agreed to put parental guidance explicit lyrics label on albums to warn of explicit content. We have programs like DARE, Drug Abuse Resistance Education, begins in 83, Los Angeles with Police Chief Darrell Gates. Anti-drug and other public service announcements target children and parents. McBruff, the Crime Dog, debuts in 80, nationwide for the Ad Council. There to keep kids off drugs and all that stuff is, tied. Talks about drugs, bullying, safety, kidnapping, and reminds kids to stay in school. And Prop 13 is passed in California in 1978, which slashes property taxes and with them school funds for after-school activities, electives, smaller class sizes, and other ways to keep kids engaged in pillar programs to their interests and needs. Now, at the same time, we have mental disorders and disciplinary problems becoming recognized and articulated to youth. So ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and attention deficit disorder, or ADD, they're becoming recognized as mental disorders in 1980. In the 1980s, between 1980 and 2007, there was almost an 8-fold increase of ADHD prevalence in the US when compared with rates of 40 years ago. And the initial diagnoses were 25-1 in terms of male to female. And now it's 3-1. So it was formerly classified as a disruptive behavior disorder of childhood. We have this in the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual until 2013, and now it is classified as a neurodevelopmental disorder, or DSM-5. At the same time, there are a lot of environmental issues too that people were beginning to concentrate on, smog since the 50s and even earlier, but I won't necessarily get into that. But there were the prescription of a lot of medications that are also on the rise, like Ritalin, for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So, I'm going to, where's my quote here? Let's see here. Actually, I'm going to play a clip of Darby Crash from Decline of Western Civilization, and then do my quotes. So, the Decline of Western Civilization is a foundational film. I'm sure most of us know about it, in terms of the transition from 1970s punk in California, Los Angeles specifically, to 1980s hardcore. And here's a clip of Darby Crash from the Germs talking about his performance.
Where did you get the reputation that you have? I guess we used to do stuff. I mean, back, it was good to have that kind of reputation, but not anymore. Now we can't play anywhere.
Tell me, how is it that you're always being heard?
Well, first I did on purpose.
Yeah.
To keep from being bored.
He's come out of shows with huge scrapes and scratches and claw marks all over him and just pouring blood, but it always looks a lot worse than it is.
When's the first time you ever got hurt? The whiskey. I cut my foot open.
What happened?
I came down the stairs to do an encore, and then I jumped on a half-broke glass like that, and I had to get 30 stitches.
So I was standing right in front, and I was looking at his face, and you ended up sitting down on the ground, and you were holding your foot like this, and you looked at it, and you just sort of going, and then you stopped playing and stuff, and you were running around trying to find your tennis shoes.
So, I was speaking with an early LA punk photographer and a zinester. We were talking about ideas of classifications and labels, and she was saying Darby Crash, well, he was what people would always call a problem child. A lot of us were problem children. Today, they have terms, ADHD, autism, neurodivergence. But before these labels and before what you could say are more humane ways of working with or helping kids grow, we were problem children. So whatever we did was a problem. Michael Davidson, oh. Do you want to play this, a little bit of this? Yeah, so let me play a little bit of the Jerks performance.
Damn it, somebody give me a beer. A beer, damn it, a beer. Damn it, one of you give me a beer. Give me a beer.
Yeah, have to go there. So I talk about disarticulation. So Michael Davidson in Distressing Language and the Poetics of Air writes on how distressing language can be seen through the optic of disability, where the totality of the symbolic order is challenged by what James Berger calls disarticulate figure. Those who, because of a speech impediment, cognitive disability, deafness, neurological condition, do not speak correctly or speak at all, constitute disarticulate others who live outside of language and therefore define its borders. When it comes to time and temporality, I turn to musicologist William Chang to complicate disarticulation through the concept of crip time. Punk's temporalities, I argue, amplify signs of crip time, or the delays in temporal vicissitudes related to disability, and the failed attempts to force people into overcoming narratives, the idea of saving, fluidity, or temporal representations of overcoming disability. So taking it back before the scene of that film and following an opening montage set to the band X's Nausea, the seminal punk documentary I was talking about, The Decline of Western Civilization, offers interviews with club owners that cater to or allow punk bands to perform. William Mayonette, the 66-year-old owner of Club 88 in Los Angeles, offered these words on the burgeoning musical style associated with youthful energy and rebellion. Punk music, and that's not him, that's Brendan Mullen, but punk music generally, that is hardcore punk, is characterized by its speed. It has a lot of fuzz, and musicians call it cranked into the music. It's high volume, high speed, usually monotone vocals characterized by protest-type lyrics, he says. After Mayonette's description, the film cuts to Brendan Mullen, the British-American owner of the massive club in Hollywood, standing in the foreground of a backdrop of the Los Angeles skyline and freeways muted by a gray wash. Mullen uses, quote, "I think a lot of the time that it gets out of hand because of the speed of the music, which is way above the normal rhythm. You know, if you take a 4/4 disco time signature, it's comfortable. You can dance easily to the music." He sways his body back and forth, which I understand is 126 to 132 heartbeats a minute. What the Germs or Black Flag is playing is upwards of 250, 300 beats a minute, which, Mullen stresses with an almost incredulous inflection, is not comfortable or normal to dance to. And here Mullen reminds the audience that BPM is associated with the human body and the heartbeat, the conceptual, emotional, and vital core of an individual. This heartbeat, he says, is accelerated up to an unnatural pace, which makes the music uncomfortable to dance to from the outset. The Punk Corporeal project is one that is composed and disciplined through discomfort, dis-ease, a distressed temporality and articulation. Quote, "This is why the pogo dance, which is people jumping up and down and bouncing off walls and stuff like that, is kind of at an abnormal level of adrenaline. Nowadays," Mullen mumbles to his confusion, some of the better of the punk bands developed into sort of like folk music. I don't mean folk music, he strums an air acoustic guitar, as in traditional folk music, but the allegory can be drawn to the 60s where protesters used acoustic guitars. Now instead of acoustic guitars, they have high speed, 300 beats per minute, speed rock. And yelling about the same thing, about how their air is poisoned out there. You know, he points back to Los Angeles. The air in Utopia is poisoned, you know, the final joke. So he shrugs and throws his arms up. His commentary relates the individual punk body in motion at an abnormal, uncomfortable speed to the toxic air that is pictured in a screenshot of the film below. Perhaps Mullen is implicitly relating the speed of the protest to the unavailability of clean air to breathe. Without room to breathe, LA punks taking what they can get in fits and starts, cramming their articulations into speed rock. Or maybe speed rock is like the American military's use of amphetamine, used to shape the punk body for war with the outside and the political actors that sustain toxic conditions, augmenting its capacities to exist in a polluted environment and keep working, singing, dancing, and protesting, however painful that may be. And like the speed rock that comes from Los Angeles and is later dubbed hardcore, the drug speed was developed in the late 1920s in Los Angeles in the search for an effective antihistamine bronchial relaxer and the antidote to anaphylactic shock based on prior work with epinephrine. Might speed rock have been a way to increase the sensation of central nervous stimulation to process more quickly the environmental detritus that entered the body, forcing it to react in uncomfortable ways? Was the adrenaline produced while dancing or performing at an increased tempo an antidote for asthmatic kids, catharsis for bored, anxious, neuroatypical, or diverse kids who are not given ample time to think or space to move? I'm going to conclude by playing a clip of Institutionalized by Suicidal Tendencies, and it begins with how Mike, the narrator, explains how difficult it is for him to do some things, sometimes, even think, and how he gets frustrated. And he has all these authority figures telling him he's crazy, on drugs, and so forth. So in this clip, he famously explains to his mom that no, he's not on drugs, he just wants a Pepsi. We see his mom taking down flyers, the aesthetic representation of bricolage, which can be a way of thinking disarticulation and creating an insane asylum. And so the song speeds up and everything, but just to get this in time, I won't go through that analysis. I'll play it and then conclude. So, yeah. Oh, and what happened? Well, this doesn't correspond because we changed it to PowerPoint in the video, so it's not actually clicking. We'll see it in this song regardless. It doesn't work out the way I want it to. I get real frustrated. I try hard to do it. I take my time, it just doesn't work out the way I want it to. It's like I concentrate real hard. It just doesn't work. All right, well, you can listen to that song on your own. So I'm just going to end on Chang's concept of crip time, the delays, and the temporal vicissitudes related to disability, those temporalities that refute normativity and not so much challenge normative elocution or articulate singing, but those that temporally divest from overcoming narratives. And we see people trying to break free from them and yet creating their own expressive platforms. And I'm going to end on that. So thank you very much.
Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, so our final presentation is Bella Shannon with They've Got Carpets, They've Got Ashtrays, Barbarellas, exploring the importance of space to punk identity in 1970s and 1980s Birmingham.
Is there any chance I can
You got one?
Hello. Hello everybody, my name is Bella. This is my first time doing something like this, so thank you very much for having me. This research is from my ongoing research project, my undergraduate dissertation, and it encompasses my particular areas of interest: spatiality, music, and Birmingham, where I grew up. I'm at the point in my research where I'm identifying the social spaces that were used and beginning to use Henri Lefebvre's theories to analyse the relationship between subculture and space. And in this presentation, I'll talk you through some of these spaces and how they relate to my ideas. So just a note on the photos. These photos were scanned and given to me by two people that are kind of close. I interviewed one of them, and then the other person has helped me through my ideas. So Ron Ware took these photos of the au pairs in Birmingham performing, I think, by the ramp, which is a really, it's kind of a strange space. And then the other photos are from Dave Twist, who's a music archivist. So Benjamin Fraser's Towards an Urban Cultural Studies highlighted for me the necessary investigation of the relation between cultures or subcultures and their urban environments. As Raymond William wrote in The Politics of Modernism, you cannot understand an intellectual or artistic project without understanding its formation. And accordingly, my research contends that Birmingham punk developed and flourished precisely because of its urban formation. And certainly punk developed elsewhere outside of urban realities. However, the Birmingham subculture was reactive to and shaped by its particular urban environment. And this environment denotes not only its architecture, but also its multiculturalism and the social spaces that concurrently forged the urban sociality. Oh, there's some animation, so yeah. The spatial analysis in my essay draws from the theories of Henri Lefebvre, who's one of the 20th century's most prolific spatial theorists and urban thinkers. And his definition of space is not tangible or palpable. Rather, he argues that space is a product of dialectical relations between perceived, conceived, and lived spaces. He argues that social space is produced through a process of social production by means of an active, intricate web of relationships that continuously produced and reproduced in space. And the spaces I've identified through my research were formed by and formative of the processes of these interpenetrating social relations between communities. And I hope to shed light through this on the effective quality of these spaces on the subculture of punk. The method of this research was conducted through 3 interviews, and I think I might do some more because they were narrow in a way. And from them, I've categorized 3 types of space: the common space, the subspace, or space of representation, and the commercial space. And I think I only have time to discuss 2, so I'm going to talk about the most captivating, in my opinion, the most captivating ones, which are the common and the subspace. And this is a photo from Ladyball Road in Birmingham by Vron. So the common space can be understood through Lefebvre's metaphor of social space as a millefeuille, a multi-layered flaky pastry. I don't know if that was that's the slide. So he contends that social spaces can be thought as many interpenetrating textures, where spaces and also temporalities are superimposed on each other and formed into a complex whole. The use of common here refers to David Harvey's social practice called commoning, which recognizes the relation between social groups and an aspect of the environment as common or collective. And social spaces are defined by Lefebvre by their possibility for accumulation and potential to be common, similar to Foucault's heterotopia as worlds within worlds within worlds. And one such common space is the Crown Pub on Hill Street, which this is a photo from the day that there was a pro-abortion march in Birmingham. And so these guys are anti the march. So it was a mixing space. And the space was integral to punks because, as one of my interviewees explained to me, the Crown was quite a punky place and where we used to meet because mostly it was just boozing in the pub. And identifying the pub is not new as a social space. However, the unique nature of the Crown meant that it was a space for assembly and encounter because it was split into 2 parts. The upstairs was used as a music venue, and the downstairs was a traditional gay pub, the sort of place that welcomed unconventional types. And one of my interviewees and the members of his band worked at this pub for a short time and often put on gigs there. And I think there's something particularly captivating about the intersection of these potentially socially malign subcultures, that punks didn't fear for the way they looked at the Crown as they often did in Birmingham as a metal town, because, as Dee said, there was a guy in a fedora looking far more outrageous than you ever could in his 50s, so you really felt at home. It was both a social space for the gay community of Birmingham, but also an open space for new possibilities of encounter. And thus the space was common. And through these superimposed textures of different groups, it presented the possibility of accumulation, and so the dialectical relation between subculture and space. Another common space that adds to the Lefebvrean reading of social spaces is the curry house, which is, this photo at the top is a photo from Salim's, which is a curry house in Birmingham, and the au pairs are in the back. And then there's some other young people. And the multicultural reality of Birmingham created these social spaces where communities could exist and create social space together. He explained that it was in the congregations and curry houses that he felt barriers broke down between communities and felt like people were really living together. He described it as the blueprint for the rest of the world. So the simultaneity of these social realities produced a social space that allowed for punk relations to continue beyond the gig through the practice of reassembly and eating together. And what marks the curry house as different to, say, the pub or the record shop, I think, was that it was not a space instinctively made for young people to gather. But through spending time there, they superimposed an alternative layer of social space into the already social atmosphere. And what I'd like to explore further relating to the Curry House is what impact this had on the subculture in terms of the music. Because genre mixing is well known in relation to punk, reggae and dub. But I'd like to look further into the relations between punk and Bangor and Birmingham, and in which spaces these relationships develop, because modern Bangor developed only 2 roads over from Ladypool Road, where that photo is taken. And so they were very close, and the people were close. The second kind of space that I've identified is the subspace, or the space of representation, which is a space reinterpreted or imagined for a new purpose. And the first of these that I identified is the doll queue, which is a dull, often looked down upon bureaucratic space. But through the punks using it, they created it into a social space and a space of encounter. One of my interviewees mentioned that every Friday morning, the queue of the doll queue was stacked with the O'Hares, Fast Relief, The Beat, Dexy's Midnight Runners, etc. And we'd all be standing next to each other asking, where are you going this weekend? And that's where we found out what was happening and who was going where. So the doll queue formed a social ritual that continued the encounters beyond the common and commercial space, and possibly challenged the hegemony and created a sort of liberatory space. Because the hegemonic purpose of the doll queue was to sign on to the doll, but punks gathering there superimposed this social space that became essential to the subculture's social communications. P described this experience as simultaneously crucial, hilarious, and surreal, because it operated as a space of necessity, because for many it was the only way they could afford the lifestyle of gigging around, but also as a social space that allowed for this communication. And my decision to categorize the doll queue in the subspace is a reference to the frequent dehumanization of the unemployed population, both as they were disadvantaged, but also because during this time so many were replaced by machines or the jobs were technologically upgraded. And so the doll queue was a space for people that were dehumanized, but for the punks, and I'm sure for others who used it, it created an open, interconnecting social space for encounters and relations. A second subspace that was identified by some of my interviewees was a specific squat on Cheapside, which was frequented by lots of people like TBI, Dada, and even Duran Duran spent time there. And it represented a wider underground lifestyle that opposed the conventional living of the rest of the population, like living under the radar as a space that was illegal or at least illegitimate in the eyes of the law. However, the space had a deeper story as a space of representation, because it was indeed a space of imagination, because it wasn't actually a squat. The band TBI paid rent on the flat, and so the underground nature of the flat was fiction, but despite the fictional status, I think it adds to the understanding of the representations of space and how they form meanings for those that use them, because it was part of the narrative for many people that visited the flat. It represented being outside of the system when it was in fact very much in the system. And then the final subspace, or space of representation, is the Birmingham subway, which you can see the entrance to in that photo. And that's Dave is in that photo, I think, at the front. And the subways were created in Birmingham during the rebuilding after the war, where the inner ring road took precedence over the pedestrians. And it was predominantly restructured for motorised transit, a classic case of inhuman post-war planning subjugating people to the needs of traffic. So under the ring road, the subway system was created so that people could pass through and go underneath. And so it wasn't really a space in and of itself. But the way that the punks used it, it became a sort of forum. And Dee speaks of it as an early form of social media, because at night bands would take prints and wallpaper paste and they would plaster the subways. And he described it, you'd get off the bus in the morning and it would be like a whole new Warhol gallery of quite impressive stuff. And it was like tagging on a lavish fine art scale. So the literal underground network of night communication transformed this otherwise antisocial and quite scary space, especially at night, into one of network and social use. And And the subway is the reason why I categorised these spaces as subspaces, because indeed the subculture was underground, literally and figuratively. And yeah, so my emerging findings from my research are very fruitful and they're offering me lots to discuss and analyse. And I think I'd like to explore the question further of how culture exists outside of the venue or the record or the image in the media, and explore the meaning of these alternative spaces to people and how cultures reinvent the urban city, and perhaps ask if this could influence the way we design spaces today. Yeah, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, we'll bring up all of our panelists to the front for some questions. Okay, we'll start in the back.
Yeah, probably with Jessica, just to say, I was really happy to see Darby crash into the journal today, so I'm going to talk about them a very little bit in my presentation later on in the video, so it's great that you use the video there. I just wondered if you thought about also misdiagnosis. You talked about diagnosis there. I think both Darby crash and Pascal in the journals were kind of diagnosed in the 70s in those sense of quite a strange school which had no exams and provided a bit of Scientology and stuff. So they were kind of given a certain type of treatment that was maybe like this. I'm not sure it turned out very well for them. And Lou Reed also was misdiagnosed and given electroconvulsive therapy when he was very young. So there's a lot of misdiagnoses of kind of troubled people potentially as well. So as well as diagnosis, potentially misdiagnosis.
Yeah, definitely. And I talk about this a little bit in a Hungry Post-Punk article that I have a while back now. But I don't really talk about, I talk about the alternative program. And I talk about some of that, but that's why when I was saying like underdiagnoses, I kind of gave the caveat that I don't like that term. Yeah, so yes, I have thought about misdiagnoses and ways in which people get routed, but like you can say mis or under in that same thing, and like it's difficult because like these different labels of disability diagnoses, like they come from ideas of, you know, what is normal and what is outside, right? And then how can we fix what is outside? And so I think the conversation is actually like much larger. So yeah, I'd be, not to take up too much time, I'd be very happy to discuss all of this like afterwards, and I think that we'll have a really productive conversation. But yes, I agree.
I just want to pick up on Bella, that fantastic presentation, really, really good. I just wanted to ask you a little bit, you've talked about kind of almost like reality of the space. As I was a teenager who was kind of a romantic image of Birmingham punk, partly through people like the photos singing about Barbarellas and Dangerous Girls and various other bands from the scene and the Bouncing in the Red compilation. Are you touching on, I know you really don't contain piece of work, you're touching on the mythologizing of space that we associate with a city or a place? So there's almost like an image of Sheffield, and there's an image of Leeds, and there's an image of Birmingham that's romanticised through the lyrics of some of those bands, or through the way they're interviewed in the press.
Yeah, I think I will, especially talking about Barbarellas, because I didn't include it today because I didn't have time, but I'm going to do a big bit about venues in Birmingham and about how they were both mythologized by those that used them and then had kind of strange origins as well. But I think in terms of just writing about Birmingham, I think there's something to be said for the kind of whining about the like London, Manchester centric narrative, and I would like to focus on Birmingham as its own thing and not as in relation.
Yeah.
So I think
Any more questions?
My earliest understanding of Birmingham as punk was actually through reggae. And there was that one street in Handsworth where you had Steel Pulse living next door to punk, into post-punk, into new romantic band Fashion. and also a guy called Pete Dougal, who is Wolfgang Fleur's co-producer. So it's a strange twist of fate. One Street and Handsworth, which was a mixture of student housing and squats, spans a whole range of different things. So I kind of felt it was a multicultural space from the outside, seeing as multicultural space, but also a multi-genre space.
Yeah.
And my favourite punk song of the era was Handsworth Revolution.
Just very quickly as well. Don't forget that Duran in there. You know, it says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
I saw Duran.
You know, actually that. Sorry, I know. Fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to touch on the blues and also the rock against racism and how they all came together.
I'll say there's a lot of synergies with High Waking, but I'm not going to go there again.
Can I ask Paul and your team, when you talk about Generation Sex at Glastonbury and witnessing it, were you talking about watching it on the television or being at Glastonbury?
Television.
All three of
them. And actually, my indifference, I did reference Baudrillard and and that's the frightening. I was literally watching an advert. It was a representation of unreal.
I'm just curious about whether there was a distinction from. I've never been to Glastonbury. I don't ever intend to go.
Likewise.
The difference between being there in the space of an IP and particularly things like the sound. The sound is bloody terrible when it comes to a television set, and whether that experience is going to be different from the visceral moment of being in as a performance.
It's like a festival. It sounds crap. All you can see is the screen, but you're sharing it with people, so that's a community thing, which we didn't really, so we became our own community.
Just to go, I think you're absolutely right. It may have been something quite different. I actually tried. The idea of 4 old lags was a clever interplay on words, that there were going to be 4 of us, and whether the 4 old lags referred to the band or us 4 old lags thinking about the band. But no, I think you're absolutely right. I think being there would have been different. I don't know whether it would have been better, worse, indifferent, joyous. No, I can't comment. So no, we were on our laptops watching it, exchanging comments via Twitter about what we felt about this. Sure. Yeah, that's
what time of day, isn't it? What day of the weekend? If it was midday on a Sunday, I'd be going, oh, God, get lost.
So, comment for Kevin, the question for Paul and Martin. Kevin, I didn't know you taught on the music thing in 2007. I'm so pleased but kind of horrified to see that this university's documentation has not changed since 2007. Paul and Martin, so I actually did not know anything about Generation Sex. I was not familiar with that this was a thing. Somehow it bypassed me. So it's
the other generations of it.
My question is, like, of the 3 responses to it that you had, which, because I didn't even read anything about, reviews of it, which of the 3 of your responses was probably represented in the critics' reviews or fan discourse around it?
All 3.
But is there one that was more prevalent?
Well, mine was better than the other 2.
I mean, which was reflected in the general discussion around it?
No,
because to me that looks shit.
Well, the reason I actually decided we were going to show it was it was a bit shit, but the bit I actually liked the shitness. I'm sorry, I'm revealing which one I was. I revelled in the shitness of the whole thing, and I thought I can be really arsey, like perhaps account 2 or account 3, and say, oh, look at it, they're destroying themselves. And I thought, there's 4 old lags, which was a term that Caroline, enjoying themselves. I'm kind of enjoying it. Who cares? And actually, what could be more punk than just taking the piss out of punk?
Yeah.
And I kind of got that. Now, whether they were doing it consciously or subconsciously, I kind of think it was a bit of both, depending on who you speak to. So, yeah, They wanted to earn a few quid. What's wrong with that?
No,
Yeah.
I'm just more interested in like what the response was by.
Well, the press, it was mixed. Some of them said, oh, isn't it great to see particularly Paul and Steve back on stage again, playing, interacting. Billy still sings well. I don't think he does, but that's my view. I think his voice has gone a bit. And indifference, why is it on Glastonbury? This is just not relevant. But then, taking your point, there were a lot of young kids, 30s, is that young? I don't know, that seemed to be enjoying it, dancing away, and they all had their obligatory Destroy t-shirts on, and they all kind of looked the part and thought, wow, this is punk. Well, okay, what's wrong with that?
The critics hated it.
Some of them did.
Cynical. But the fans, it was amazing. Old person's Facebook was lit up.
Yeah.
and they just loved it. But there are still people of our generation who follow UK subs everywhere and stuff. It was a great moment. They like the professionals. I thought professionals.
And it's packaged up in a nostalgia thing.
I love your McLaren quote, but what would McLaren be doing?
That's mine.
That's your quote. So I love that quote. And Paul said, McLaren would have loved it. He'd have been there selling the t-shirts. Sorry, anyway. I should have said that, sorry.
Yeah.
Matt.
Just a short point, for the point of clarity, really, I did see that performance. That's really, it was shit.
Yeah, I guess trailing off that another comment. I don't have a question, just a comment. It reminds me of when Misfits sold out Madison Square Garden a few years back, where you were Madison Square Garden is a massive concert venue in New York City. In terms of prestige, would kind of be up there with Glastonbury. All with the original members, the Misfits, dancing after the group was on. It kind of gives me a similar vibe of seeing Generation Sex, right? But kind of this perceivably aged out punks that are now coming back to, really kill it at this massive venue. So I think there's something really great about that, whether you love it, you hate it, or you're somewhere in the middle, there's still a fan base for it, People
Hey, can I just come back on the shitness? No, I take it. It was shit, and we can turn that. But then I thought, well, if you ever saw the Pistols, I don't know how many of you ever did. Did anyone here see the Pistols? Pre-1977. Well, actually 77 they got shitted, but they weren't that good, were they? No, not really. They were pretty shit, if we're honest. We've mythologised it as this wonderfully great thing. You knew something was happening, but the performances were pretty shit. Half the people weren't interested in the bar drinking. In many of those gigs, and I saw them quite a few times, pre-Anarchy, pre the release of Anarchy, so it's really early Pistols. They weren't that good, they were pretty shit. But there was splendour, there was beauty in that shitness, and you could be part of that shitness. And that was, again, I'm going into the nostalgia, and you can frame it better than I can with your work, which I thought was brilliant. And there was beauty, there was kind of there was all these things, these nostalgic memories from that shitness. And it was okay to be shit, it was okay to look shit.
But there's also nostalgia and an affiliation with the people involved. I think you said it several times, it's Steve Paul back on stage.
Yeah.
Steve Jones is a self-parodies himself, which has done for decades with his videos sitting on the toilet and his guitar.
Yeah.
And for him to be allowed to come to the UK was a rarity. So there's a lot of people that feel a warmth, particularly Walsh Jones, particularly when he wrote his book, his autobiography. A lot of people feel a personal warmth towards the person. So for me, it wasn't relevant what the music was. I was seeing Steve Jones on stage. And it was because I identified with kind of him. And the mental health issues he's had, and struggles about sex addiction and alcoholism, drug addiction, and the way he's found his way, the way he survived, which is incredible. And feel there's a person that I identify with, and I can empathise with, rather, it doesn't really matter what the music is. That's
all in that nostalgia and empathy towards, sorry.
Yes, I actually would like to question this, what you are saying, because when I was listening to Bella, there was not no nostalgia. There was actually a possibility to recuperate from a history that is actually done from today. I mean, what I could read or think, it was something very palpable, also the implication, because you cannot go back in the past, you always talk from here. And I thought that is actually very interesting to see that exists a new generation, if I can say it like this, that practically goes, give a fuck to this nostalgia that is all the kind of nostalgia, what kind of nostalgia? You have to live for the future, you have to do something with this fucking life, and not just to go back and so on. So I really thought it was a great panel, because there are also, I don't know, Shannon. Yeah. There are Shannon. So I don't want to familiarize it with you because of, I mean, your presentation was really fantastic because you also make these implications to some spaces that actually was already condemned because they were not, they were seen like they are not related to the labor class and all the things that you pointed. And I found there really a possibility of thinking how to go back, but actually to be from here, no? To see many parallels. I just wanted to make a comment. I cannot shut up because I think it's just taking the power, but the power is to be done from this point on. And I really thought it was really great presentation. And even you will not say that it's your first lecture, I will never think in such parallels. It was just an interesting presentation and possibilities.
Great, I think we're right on time. Do we have one more question? Okay.
Yeah, it was just in relation to going back to looking at performances of old bands that got together. And I know you alluded to it about being in the customary stage, which is where it's not as big. There's maybe a question open to other people in the room. Where with some bands, so for me, I haven't seen bands when it first formed. But like one of my first gigs, I remember gigs were seeing Bad Manners in Reading. I was like 16, and that was sick. And I can't remember what venue, it was a small venue. And like talking about misfits and them being in these big, like sort of like stadiums or whatever. When you're watching other bands that are smaller punk bands that didn't make it as big as like Misfits or Sex Pistols or whatever, do you feel like there is a difference in that space for anyone who's gone to see those bigger bands reforming? Or actually does it feel more authentic, or does it have a different feeling seeing one of those smaller bands that like sort of Direct Room, which is a smaller venue, which is a great little venue and things like that? And I haven't seen them in like different contexts, but do you think there is a difference between those bigger bands, like punk bands, playing in bigger stadiums? You feel, is there a difference in that experience than when you have the sort of lesser known punk bands and you see them reform and they play in a like smaller shifted space? Like this is like open to anyone, or what their thoughts? Is it kind of, does it feel the same, or does it feel quite different seeing those smaller bands?
Short answer from me is yes, but I think we haven't been to the floor, and I think as it's to do with perhaps space as well, maybe Bella might have something to say about that. Locating bands in small clubs on their way up, and then the experience versus the stadium experience, the shit experience, as we'll now call it, of Glastonbury. I don't know whether you've got any thoughts?
I think something I found interesting in my research of Birmingham is that obviously some bands became quite big, but there were so many bands that remained really small because of the proximity to London, because A&R guys wouldn't stay overnight because they would just drive home. And so that sort of, like there was comfort in the fact that there were so many and they were so small. I don't know if that adds anything. I didn't see any. So.
Okay. One more question?
Just a comment on your question there. There's, I mean, the nostalgia industry is huge. I mean, it's probably generating more money than it does for newer bands, because there's the whole demographic of older people who want to spend their income. So a lot of bands see that as an opportunity to make money. But there's a very mindful saying, just because you can doesn't mean you
should.
I guess we'll end on that note. Thank you for watching.
So we have an hour now until the next panel, and if you go through that door in the middle, magically some food has appeared.
So, everyone, please take your seats. Mike, stop talking.
It could also be part of the story.
So we're heading for the last session. It was her fault. Yeah, it always is. So we're actually at the last session of the day and of the event before we'll have the interview with Tom Rice from the Punk Rock Museum in Las Vegas, which I'm really looking forward to as well afterwards. But first, panel 6, personal punk. I do want to, before we delve into it, give just a quick notice to say there are still some books, still some t-shirts, still some mugs. So go and get them before they're gone. Some things are already gone. I got the last of the tote bags. So, but there are still lots of things to get, and it's a great way to support the network and keep us going because we're independent. And now we'll be talking personal punk. We'll start out with Tim Forster, Temporality and Class in Hawklords 25 years on. So we're back to the topic of class. So we're making a round back to the first session of yesterday. 15 minutes, take it away. You want this one?
Yeah. Hi, yeah. Can you hear me okay? It's all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good, yeah. According to Joy Division New Order drummer Stephen Morris, punk rock started because in every small town there was somebody who liked Hawkwind. By 1978, with 25 years on, Hawkwind had morphed into Hawklords, releasing one of the, in my opinion, great post-punk new wave albums. The album, stage show, tour programme and associated singles all include a preoccupation with the subjective experience of time under capitalism, often within a framework of 25 years, as we'll see. The album was released in October 1978, a turbulent time in the UK, culminating in the winter of discontent between November 78 and February 79. As Hawklords toured, the UK was months away from the beginning of Thatcher's rule, the end of 30-odd years of social democracy, and the imposition of neoliberalism. Accompanied by Barney Bubble's striking imagery, the tour programme documents the ascendancy of a mythical transnational corporation within the framework of 25 years, 1953 to 78. The 16-page booklet gave Robert Calvert the room to develop his concept of pan-transcendental industries that underpins the 25 years on project. Through a reciprocal arrangement with governments and financing by corporations and states, all power over the planet has been ceded to PTI, who were creating a successful radical alternative reality and engaging in a restructuring of the globe, one that would affect the majority of the world's population. The text continues. In 1966, Pan-Transcendental Industries began its historic programme for the industrialisation of religion, to fuse the popular with the metaphysical and the commercial with the sublime, the reduction of culture to commodity, a wholesale megastructural rehabilitation of the globe. Lyons, reviewing Joe Banks' excellent book, Days of the Underground, Radical Escapism in an Age of Paranoia, comments, the dark satire of pan-transcendental industries developed by Calvert offers a prescient metaphorical critique of global corporate hegemony that's acutely alive to the essential absurdity of hegemonic ambition. In the programme, Calvert seems to grasp the trajectory of neoliberal late capitalism, its totalitarian ambitions where all is incorporated, eradicated, commodified, and governments have in reality ceded power to corporations. As Condon writes, in spite of his bipolarity, or perhaps as a result of it, Calvert was able to perceive with lucidity the authoritarian contours of an emerging dystopia. Much of the 25 years on project compares and contrasts the differentiated experiences of capital and labour, contrasting the experience of the working class to that of an ascendant pan-transcendental industries. Robert Calvert commented in an interview that the song 25 Years was about the small man, the average person's plight. And this class element was emphasised by the tour presentation designed by longtime Hawkwind collaborator Barney Bubbles and Chris Scabrin. Hawklords plus dancers entered the stage in industrial overalls as a film depicted workers filing through a tunnel in the style of Metropolis. Banks observes, the stage is lit by prison camp watchtowers, and during a concert, a troupe of drably dressed dancers sweep the floor and perform other mundane tasks, while slides are projected in rapid succession behind the stage. The stage design brought to the fore working class experience of mundanity, alienation and control under the industrial capitalism of PTI. Steve Swindles observed, the stage set was fantastic, very Metropolis, very visual. The overall effect was to position Hawklords as part of the industrial working class, and the industrial working class as at odds with capitalism. Mulvey's writings on cinema and Pizarro et al. On Durkheim's concept of collective effervescence suggests that the viewers, individually and collectively, would be encouraged by the organising of the stage set to identify with the band and dancers, creating a sense of shared working class identity in opposition to capital. The preoccupation with working class experience of subjugation under all-pervasive capitalism also informed the artwork of the single 25 Years, released on the 18th of May 1979, 2 weeks after Margaret Thatcher's election. The single cover was designed by Alex McDowell, who, influenced by Barney Bubbles' interest in Russian constructivism, was known as Rocking Russian. Tying the single in with Calvert's overarching concept, the front cover has the date 1979, the year of release, in the top right-hand corner, of a pencil sketch of oppressed working-class sailors moving en masse, while overhead are flying 3 military jets, whose function seems to be primarily surveillance and control on behalf of an unseen elite. This is communicated by the descending searchlights illuminating the crowd. It's an image, as Matthew et al. Describe, of power over. The back cover is dated 25 years on, 2004. In this image, the working class sailors have risen up. One of the planes lies crashed in the middle ground, while the foreground is dominated by an heroic figure, brandishing a flag and urging others on. It's a picture of revolutionary working class uprising, drawing on imagery and ideas from Eisenstein's early Soviet film Battleship Potemkin, and explicitly copying the composition of Delacroix's 1830 painting, Liberty Leading the People. It's a depiction, to quote Matthew et al. Again, of power with, the relationships and possibilities that can emerge when people collaborate. As well as designing the stage presentation, Barney Bubbles also designed the 25 Years On album cover. Wowzer observes on heavy metal, and I'd say it was applicable to heavy rock more generally at that time, that its generic cohesion until the mid-1980s depended upon the desire of young white male performers and fans to hear and believe in certain stories about the nature of masculinity. AC/DC, who had 2 albums out in '78, would be good examples of a hyper-masculinity and heteronormativity prevalent in rock at that time. 70s heavy rock as a genre included Hawkwind, but the front cover image of 25 Years On runs contrary to all the accepted and expected norms. Banks describes it as a striking, ambivalent image with homoerotic overtones, like a sci-fi appropriation of a Robert Mapplethorpe shot. John Appleby commented on Facebook that he had read in the music press of the time that it was an image of a pan-transcendental industries worker. Peter Saville, who with others drew on the avant-garde art of the early 1900s, comments on Bubble's familiarity with Russian constructivism and says that it may throw some light on the cover. Soviet filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein was a contemporary of Russian constructivism and influenced by it. His picture of revolution in October and Battleship Potemkin being described by Gillespie as homoerotic, drawing attention to a scene in the latter of topless muscular sailors asleep in hammocks, with bare-chested workers also appearing in another Eisenstein film, Strike. It may be, enthusiastic as he was about early Soviet art, that Bubbles is reproducing Eisenstein's imagery of the bare-chested, heroic worker in the cover image. Early Soviet art is again appropriated on the back cover, where the main image shares many of the component parts and strongly resembles a dismantled 3D version of Al Lissitzky's Beat the Whites with the red wedge. One side of the inside cover is dated 1953, the other 1978, the same time period referred to in the tour programme. As has been seen, the conceptual framework around 25 years on was highly developed and coherent. However, the album's lyrics are more diverse. Only tracks Automaton, 25 Years, The Only Ones, and The Age of the Microman deal with pan-transcendental industries and differentiated class experience. Automaton is the sound of accelerating machinery, the increasing speed of a mechanised world, the ever-accelerating nature of industrial capitalism. Industrialisation increased speeds and volumes of production. The telegram, phone, rail and later digital technology have increased speeds of communication. Globalisation has been characterised by increased volume and velocity of flows. The modern era, and particularly late capitalism, have been marked by acceleration with consequential effects on the temporality of those subject to it. Automaton both anticipates and encapsulates that experience as the intensity and speed increase. 25 Years, written by Brock, deals with both the experience of the drudgery of paid labour, something Brock had experienced, and the protagonist's inability to meet the requirements of industrial capitalism. Within the song, the character's stance changes from one of detached, listless aimlessness. I stand around the streets, I lie around the floor, looking at the sky, I watch the world go by, to a more assertive resistance to the demands of capital. 25 years of social reform ain't going to make me change or make me conform. In contrast, Calvert's lyrics to The Age of the Microman record the alienation and monotony of working life under capitalism. Without purpose or awareness of an overarching plan, the worker, due to the division of labour, has been reduced to an adjunct to technology. The lyrics condense and prefigure the sterility and mundanity that has often characterised working class experience of industrialisation and work under late capitalism. It's the age of the microman, who sees the detail but never the plan. It's the time of the tiny creep, who pulls the levers while he falls asleep. It's the age of the insect man, who pushes buttons and takes back the can. It's the age of the microman, who sees the detail but never the plan. The questions around temporality that these two tracks raise are extremely pertinent to much working class experience in the early 21st century, when work life is increasingly intense and precarious for many, while the future under corporate hegemony looks like a continuation of the present. If, as Ogle writes, temporality is taken to describe how past, present and future relate to one another, what happens to the individual when there's no hope of rupture or discontinuity to an anxious, insecure, ongoing present?
3 more minutes.
The outer tracks include Psi Power, which explores the experience of someone with ESP power, who initially is able to enjoy the experience before being overwhelmed by the relentless flow of information and stimulus. It's like a radio you can't switch off. There's no way to get peace of mind. I'd like to live inside a lead-lined room and leave all this side power behind. Circle, square, triangle waves, it's a gift that soon turns sour. Why don't they let me get some rest? Too much to understand, to digest. In this track, the normal relationship of past, present and future is disrupted. The narrator of the song finds the constant stream of information about and from those around him overwhelming. Commenting, it's like a radio, you can't switch off, there's no way to get peace of mind. The continual reception of multiple flows of information simultaneously, including information that would normally be sequential, withheld, filtered or mediated, with no way of filtering out or blocking the various flows, leads to an experience of an always overwhelming present, where there's too much to understand, to digest. It could be argued that Calvert's description is now more commonly recognisable as information overload, a recognised phenomena that Whelan comments can lead to physical and psychological strain. Writing in 2009 about the film Children of Men, Mark Fisher comments that the film connects with the suspicion that the end has already come, the thought that it could well be the case that the future harbours only reiteration and repermutation. Could it be there are no breaks, no shots of the new to come? Fisher's writings raise the question of what happens to societal temporality when the future is envisaged as more of the present, when the possibilities of change have been closed down. These are questions that Bubbles and Calvert particularly seems to anticipate in the lyrics, prose and presentation around the album 25 years on.
Thank you so much. Completely on time. Is this still on? Yeah. So we'll do as we did it in the other sessions.
It's on.
It's on, thanks. And have the questions at last. And I would like to welcome James Howell, who's talking about feminism, punk rock, and subcultural living, the forming of currently love and whole, which I'm very much looking forward to because it played a very big role in my coming of age and teenage years in the 90s.
Me too, yeah. A lot of people, I think. So yeah. So this presentation is going to be about an article with this name, which I published in Rock Music Studies in August of this year, and it's quite a long article, so I'm only going to give the kind of the big ideas rather than the detail. And we've had so many, and it's kind of about punk influences on particularly on Pretty on the Inside, although I also touch on some of the early singles, and also the sources of the anger in the music. So my background is English literature, so my PhD was in literature, and we've had so many interesting kind of approaches. I didn't expect cybernetics, but mine's quite a literary approach, and I think that is partly what drew me to this album, because it's literary, and I see it as a kind of cohesive text, an object, and with a kind of clarity of purpose throughout it. It's very elusive, it's got lots of spoken word, samples. It's just very interesting to me, and it's nothing like most of the other stuff that was around at the time, I think, and Courtney Love says the same. So in the first quote here, oh, we're not grunge. She disassociates herself from pretty much everything, and yet, and there's a paradox there, because she does in the second quote from an interview she did with Flipside. She very much associates herself with punk rock, and certainly when I was listening to the album in the early 90s, I didn't understand what she meant by that. What punk rock was she talking about? She's definitely not talking about first wave punk, which we've talked about a lot, I think. It doesn't sound anything like first wave punk, as Carly Murphy says, and it's more punk sounding than any of the others. And she often seems to be parodying almost first wave punk. She appears in Alex Cox's film Sid and Nancy, and it feels more like parody to me. I know we've touched on the idea of punk as parody, even the original first wave. So that was a puzzle to me. What the heck was the punk? And Jessica's kind of given it away. I think what the origins of the punk was, and it was really useful. The other thing that really puzzled me at the time was all the references to the 60s counterculture music, and There's a cover of Joni Mitchell's Both Sides Now finishes the album. There's all kinds of other ones. She has samples from Cinnamon Girl by Neil Young. She has samples from Rihanna by Fleetwood Mac, and Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks were part of the LA counterculture. So what the heck was going on there was extremely interesting to me. What kind of kicked me off finally to write about it was like a third mystery. This was when I read Dave Haslam's book, Searching for Love, which came out in 2020, and it's about her time in Liverpool. She was also in Dublin before. And Love constantly talks about Echo and the Bunnymen and the Teardrop Explodes, Liverpool bands from that period. She saw them all and hung around with them at the time. Made no sense to me in terms of Pretty on the Inside. What's that got to do with Pretty on the Inside? It doesn't sound anything like it. So 3 mysteries there. So for me, that was now presenting a really complex kind of temporality there. So it's a 91 album with some links to first wave punk, with some links to post-punk in Liverpool, with links to the 60s. So I really, that got me off going, really. I wanted to write about the album anyway, but these kind of mysteries really got me going. Wasn't that easy to research. There's bizarrely, I hope no one's going to tell me I've missed something, but I didn't find any good academic study of whole, like a book length thing. There's and the chapters in books that you do find, they always dismiss Pretty on the Inside. There's a book by Ronald Langford that looks at women singer-songwriters in the 90s, and he's not at all interested in Pretty on the Inside. He calls it Bad Riot Girl. Anne Crawford's done a Bloomsbury 33 and a third book about Live Through This, but she doesn't really say anything about Pretty on the Inside. And that's really weird to me, because this was clearly Hole's most creative period at the very early time, because she was already playing most of the songs that ended up on Live Through This live in 1991 on the tour she was doing there. So why would you dismiss that? So the thing that I did find was a fragment of an interview with Love and Eric Erlandson, Hole's guitarist, on YouTube, and this, I think this dates from '96, and it's an interview she and Erlandson does to accompany a tribute album to the Germs. Jessica's talked about the Germs, and they did one album, GI, in 1979. So in the interview, Love describes crashing on the apartment floor of Germs guitarist Pat Smear in the very early 1980s in LA. So she says Smear taught her to play punk rock guitar. She says Smear gave her a Germs burn, a lit cigarette to the wrist to make a kind of symbol of band loyalty. So to get one from Smear was really good, because you could only have a Germs burn from somebody else who already had one. So that she got it straight from someone who was actually in the Germs. And finally, she says in this interview that it was Smear who gave her punk rock name. And I'll come back to that. You can see what Erlandson says there. So for him, the Germs are the genesis of Hole. And she doesn't talk a lot about this, Love, about the Germs. There's nothing on the Wikipedia page for Pretty on the Inside about the Germs. And so I spent quite a bit of time in my article talking about the influence of the Germs and their singles and their album on Pretty on the Inside. I won't go into the detail of that, but Brendan Mullen's 2002 book Lexington Devil about Derby Crash says the Germs broke with first wave punk in a number of ways. They defined the early hardcore sound, and in Crash they had someone who created a very precise superstar persona, which I think Love in many ways adopted in the 1990s. They were very much also obviously the Germs, an LA band. So that was to me that was the punk tradition out of which they were coming, out of which Hole were coming, and which set them apart from most of the other grunge bands based in Seattle with very different antecedents, I think. So Love travelled to Europe in the summer 1981, just a few months after the death of Derby Crash. Crash went to Seaford, where my dad lives. I think she stayed with Jordan, who was one of the Sex Pistols kind of associates. And I was really interested in why Love did that, and I think she was trying to get away from hardcore, from what it had become, and Jessica's also talked a little bit about this, from what it became post the Germs. Crash was trying to get away from that, he says, when he went to England. So in October 2021, Love says on Instagram, "I'm not punk, not California hardcore anyway. I always loved melody, glamour, romance. I love Rage too, but Black Flag
SST, Atonal Angry Boy music didn't do it for me. I could never relate to those shows. So I think, I talk in my article a bit about many of the other underground 80s bands that are influencing Hole, but it seems like she's really trying to get away from that hardcore of Circle Jerks and Black Flag and bands like that. So she's in Liverpool. So what's she doing there? She was hanging around with Echo and the Bunnymen, and the Teardrops Explode. I didn't find any real musical influences on Pretty on the Inside, but to me, there's links between these two albums, covers. I think you might not agree, and to be honest, looking at it again, I'm not 100% convinced. So what I think Love got in Liverpool was a connection to a certain post-punk mood that was prevalent at the time, which was best expressed by Echo and the Bunnymen's third album, Porcupine, from 1982, and Love was apparently present at some of the recording of that. And that's, I mean, Echo and the Bunnymen are pretty miserable, but this is the pinnacle of their miserableness, really. This is pretty morose, downbeat, reflecting the state of disillusion in Liverpool at the time, just after the Toxteth riots. Mark Cooper said in Chris Adams' 2002 book about the Bunnymen, the one constant in McCulloch's lyrics is a sense of betrayal of a promise broken. And I think that's what, that disappointment is also what Love took from Liverpool, and it's specifically framed in opposition to the Beatles. So there's a contrast between the Beatles' utopic, all you need is love, and the Bunnymen's self-doubting, questioning the back of love from Porcupine. Both in Dave Haslam's book and in Poppy Z. Bright's biography of Love, it's clear Love too saw Liverpool in terms of the Beatles. She went to see where Ringo Starr lived. She took flat just because apparently the Beatles had been in there. And you can see here she's inked in a postcard of Arthur Dooley's sculpture of the Beatles on Matthew Street. So that's the framework within which I was interpreting Pretty on the Inside. Love was harnessing LA punk's anger to put together an album which I describe as constituting a coherent protest against the broken promises of the 60s counterculture. So the first wave of punk was an excited, angry outburst against the counterculture's failures and broken promises. By the time of post-punk, that had turned into bitter disappointment. And Love creates a potent mix of there. Love's parents were both part of the Haight-Ashbury scene, the ground zero of the counterculture, and her choice of punk rock name is also important. So she's given a few accounts of this. But in the Jones tribute interview, she says that one day in LA, in the early 1980s, Pat Smear gave me one of those things, those LOVE statue things, and he was like, "You should be called Love." And she's obviously here talking about Robert Indiana's sculpture from the 60s, one of his Love designs. So the deeper symbolism of her punk rock name, I think, was rooted in the 60s counterculture. But Indiana himself, he's got this kind of crooked O. For him, it was about instability. That kind of represented all his disappointments. In Love, the tilted O. So I think Love's name wasn't a celebration of the counterculture, it was a critique of the counterculture. So in my article, I give a detailed track-by-track examination of Pretty on the Inside, which I can't do here, but a couple of examples. So in Teenage Horror, the opening track, it's written as a dialogue between a mother and a daughter, but as narrated in retrospect by the daughter. And that creates a sense of mutual misunderstanding and introduces the theme of intergenerational conflict, which, as Nirvana biographer Michael Azerrad says, was really a big feature of the lives of many of the grunge musicians of the early 90s, for whom the promises indulged in by their 60s parents resulted only in the awful reality of the Reagan-era 1980s. No disrespect to anyone who likes Reagan. Many other tracks on the album, the true consequences of the promise, free love, cheap drugs, and alternative lifestyles offered by the counterculture are acted out with songs containing lyrical echoes of 60s music, the Beatles, Doors, Hendrix, the Stones, and lots of images of murderous Charles Manson-like figures, spectres. And the album concludes with Both Sides Now, cover of Both Sides Now from Joni Mitchell's 1969 album Clouds. And in Joni Mitchell's song, it's LA is a dream city of canyons and fairy tales becoming real, and the Paul's version is electric. She screams throughout. She adds all kinds of horrible, disturbing lyrics. So she's demolishing Mitchell's comforting vision, presenting a nightmare version of LA within which Mitchell's privileged musings are no longer possible. In effect, Mitchell's gentle introspection is turned into what Love sees as the psychotic self-obsession of the baby boomer generation. So in conclusion, I read the album as some concluding remarks, so I can say these or not really. So in conclusion, the album's a coherent protest against, in fact I'll say as many as I've got time for. So have you done the 3 minutes already? Okay.
Only just.
Okay,
So still have to.
So in conclusion, I read the album as a coherent protest against the broken promises of the 60s counterculture, combining punk's anger and post-punk's disappointment into a potent mix. There's a few ideas from the just kind of concluding remarks, ideas that I didn't have time to put in. So that's Beautiful Sun, that's the cover of Beautiful Sun from 1993. 1993, she recorded it in 92. And the B-side is 20 Years in the Dakota, which the lyrics, it kind of imagines Yoko Ono was in prison for 20 years in the Dakota building in Manhattan because she fucked with the Fabulous Four. So that's another kind of, the same kind of theme really as on Pretty on the Inside. And then, that's where I got the title. So it's caught me ranting on American Online in the late 1990s. And she always talks about baby boomers in many of the quotes from that time. She's got an absolute obsession with them, and she still talks about it. She had an article recently in The Guardian with a massive attack against the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and saying it's just a boomer, fantasy. Or it's the boomers doing that. She's not interested. She's not in it, obviously. So just one, if I've still got time, another idea was the Riot Girls bands, Bratmobile, all these bands, they all hated Love and vice versa, and they fought with each other. And I posit that animosity is due to the fact that they were third wave feminists. They were from Evergreen Women's. A lot of the bands were from the Women's Studies program at Evergreen. Very much into the third wave. Love wasn't. She was kind of focused on trashing the broken promises of the second wave. So I think that kind of explains some of that animosity. Final thought. I think I draw a distinction in the article between the anger in early Hole and the lack of overt anger in a lot of today's mainstream rock and pop music, which most often tends to draw on folk 90s indies and electronic forms, and I give lots of examples in the article, rather than the angry punk and post-punk drawn on by Hole. And I just wonder whether this blunts some of the protest of today's music, and whether today's artists could still have something to learn from Love. People today have got, it was bad in the early 90s, it's a heck of a lot worse now, so I think they should be even angry, and they just don't sound like it, I don't think. That's it for me.
More angry, that's great. Way to end. So next up we have Eric. Eric J. Punting talking about bad religion. So from anarchy to intellect, the evolving identity of bad religion's punk. So another version yet of temporality.
Yeah. All right, good. Guess I will need this. All right, hi everybody, I'm Eric. I'm a doc student back in the States at Penn State University. My disciplinary leaning is within education. My research specifically looks at where and how learning occurs within Latino punk music. Most of my projects typically center on that area, but some of the work that I've been taking on recently has been branching out into looking at what education and learning looks like in other areas of punk music, which brings us to today's discussion, where I'm looking at or sharing with you something that's part of a larger project that I have going on, where I'm looking at bad religion through this educational lens. So this is just a bit of an outline that we have here. So I'm going to give you a little context of the overall project that I'm working on. We'll move into how Bad Religion serves as a type of organic intellectual or organic intellectuals. I'm gonna chat a bit about Greg Graffin's specific intellectual journey, because I think that's an important component out of this, and then move into Bad Religion as an educational space, and then wrap up with a little bit of how I'm moving forward with this project. So when I'm putting this together, I kept thinking of all the ways that Bad Religion and other bands for sure dissolve these conceptualizations of what punk is. So if we look across their extensive discography over the past 40 or so years, we can see how some of their music has shifted arguably from different styles of music while still being firmly rooted in punk. And an example of this I have on my previous slide here is their either underappreciated or overly disliked album, Into the Unknown, which was one of their earlier albums that I think is classified as prog rock, a lot of synthesizers, a lot of electronics, not very typical of what their music is. And if you haven't had a chance to listen to it, I really suggest that you take a look at it. So while I'm not here to talk about what punk is, and I'm certainly not trying to make it, make punk fit into any specific conceptualization, punk is, however, commonly associated with several tenets, if you will, such as anti-establishment ideologies, rejecting mainstream norms, and typically characterized by DIY, do-it-yourself attitude. And while these are undoubtedly important to punk culture, it is important to keep in mind how they often lead to general misconceptions outside the spheres of punk scholarship and academic inquiry about punk's intellectual depth and educative capacities. So while Bad Religion is one band of many that fuse music with an intellectual lean, they are a band that provides strong support that punk music is something more than just a music genre or, insert generalized identity. And I think this is something that, everyone here can agree on, that, punk is something more than what its base components tell us it is. And plus, Bad Religion is one of 3 bands currently or formerly fronted by a formalized academic, the other 2 being Dexter Holland of The Offspring and Milo Ackerman of The Descendants. And I'm using formalized here simply just to note that Greg Graffin received specialized training in the academy and holds a doctoral degree. So this work is still in progress, and while I'm certainly not going to be able to cover 40 plus years of history in this time today, my goal with this project is to look at some of the intellectual lineage of Bad Religion's extensive body of work and how this may or may not have been influenced later on by Greg Graffin's intellectual journey as a singer and formerly trained academic. With a decade-spanning career and very prolific discography, Bad Religion is an exemplary case study of how a breadth of knowledge integrated into the creative endeavors has expanded the perception of punk music while simultaneously offering a critically engaged educational space. This positions Bad Religion collectively as a sort of organic intellectual, using their position as performers to critically analyze societal issues and advocate for change through song. Another piece of this project is to look at how Bad Religion served as this type of informal educational space through that critically reflective song catalog. Some of their songs are fairly content-driven and pretty dense, especially during times when punk as a whole may have shifted its lyrical output elsewhere and may not have been either as political as some other areas or just addressing different things. However, Bad Religion's commitment to music as a medium for social change, social analysis and change, fosters an engaged discourse and education among fans and fellow artists. By analyzing the band's creative output and philosophical themes within their music, I hope to demonstrate that Bad Religion's ability to explore complex and thought-provoking topics. And so this will further bring to light their ability to establish music as an educational medium. So, bad religion as organic intellectuals. Well, this is very much a Gramscian term. I'm loosely using organic intellectual here as, those raising the level of consciousness within a particular group in society, and doing so from the ground up without so-called formalized academic training, which of course becomes a bit of a paradox with Greg Graffin later on in their career. This may get me into some trouble, but I'm really less concerned about the Marxist implications of using this term and more about the practical implications of what an organic intellectual is. So punk writ large is that particular group, and bad religion obviously are the consciousness-raising individuals. So through their lyrical output, we can see early on that bad religion had, some political lean. And then we can kind of take, for example, one of their first tracks off their debut album, The Voice of God is Government, as an example. So take a minute just to kind of read through that. So this was done early 80s, which is pretty fitting for the time. The Voice of God is Government questions the role of authority in the context of government and politics. While drawing some clear parallels with the church, it also demonstrates the idea that those in power have the ultimate truth to control and manipulate the general populace. This is one example of how bad religion challenges this idea and urges listeners to critically reflect and push back on the idea of blind conformity. Furthermore, the song also it tackles quite a bit like censorship, diminished individual freedoms, and the suppression of free speech, for example. Even for the time, this may fall into the general lump of anti-establishment political punk of the 80s. It's really packed with content and critique that certainly goes beyond that. And then we can jump ahead a little bit further, probably about another decade or so, and look at another example, American Jesus, which critiques the idea that God favors America over other countries and addresses a statement, from what I've read, stated by then President George Bush Sr., we will win because God is on our side, which is a reference to the US involvement of the Gulf War. So not only is American Jesus taking on the idea of US ownership over religion, but it's criticizing US nationalism and patriotism and challenging the notion that being born in a certain country makes one superior to others. On a closer examination, we can see a thread here that connects American Jesus back to the Voice of God as Government, where there's this linking of government to the church. And I don't have it listed here in my slides, but we can take another jump forward, another decade later, and take a look at The Empire Strikes First. We can see the same themes woven across those two previous albums and songs. And in particular, if we look at Sinister Rouge, which, like these two that I have up here, challenges the idea again of singular authority and the suppression of dissenting thought. So, like American Jesus and the Voice of God is Government, it's linking the church, central authority, and government. And if we look across some of their other songs, we could almost assuredly find those similar themes as well. So given all of this, I contend that there is a level of consciousness raising occurring across these songs and across these three different time frames that should be noted, and that the content of the lyrics are actively engaging listeners in a way that allows them to critically reflect on their lives in society. This also shows that there is a commitment by Bad Religion to sustaining this type of messaging over the course of their career. And I should also note that each of these albums and songs came out at times in US history where there were conservative presidents. So
80s and Reagan, 90s Bush Sr., and then early 2000s with Empire Strike First, Bush II, who also made another claim that God is on our side in our invasion with the Iraq War. So moving on to kind of chat a little bit about Greg Graffin. So if you didn't know, this is a picture of him during his time at Cornell University. And this is a section I'm still building out for this larger project, but we can't overlook the fact that Greg Graffin is a degree-holding academic who has taught at two significant universities, UCLA and Cornell, as an evolutionary biologist. His PhD specifically is in zoology, but he teaches within that field. So whether his formal education has directly influenced the lyrical output, I think there is a case can be made that as Graffin went through the academy, this had some influence on the creative output of the band. I believe he started, if we're tracking, undergraduate career, middle, and then graduate, we can kind of see about a decade worth of academic output. So, I think of my own experience as a student, and I'm sure all of us can kind of speak to this as well, but I think the academic process helped fine-tune some of those questions that I had already been asking and to think deeply about what those truly meant. So when I look at Graffin's intellectual journey, we can see how some of these themes around faith, religion, or rejection thereof, in challenging the idea of a central unilateral authority, came through in their lyrics and album titles, such as The Process of Belief, The Descent of Man, Age of Unreason. And I think there is a direct impact of formal academic training that's coming through here. On the converse, I can also see how being very much embedded in a music genre that pushes the boundaries of how we think and learn could have simply reinforced what formal academics brought him to eventually. And he does touch on this a little on some of his written works and in interviews when asked about being the lead to a punk band and an academic. So one more section here and then we will wrap up. So given all of this, the core of this project aims to look at Bad Religion's educative possibilities and how they serve as an informal site of learning. Using the songs I referenced earlier, we can see how Bad Religion produced lyrically complex and thought-provoking topics and sustain long-term dialogues with their listeners. In doing so, they become, in a sense, an educational space where listeners and peer alike are looking beyond the face value of a song as something more meaningful. So, and I'm of course using space here, moving beyond like something physical, like we're in now, and something that more is in alignment with what we heard earlier, this common space, like the possibility of coming together for an encounter of some sort, where listeners are actively engaging with Bad Religion directly through their content or with other listeners. And I think what Bad Religion's body of work allows us to think about is through our lived experiences with educational potential of their song lyrics and learning something from them. While music can most certainly be universal, like how each of us interpret a song, for instance, will vary from person to person, and even within ourselves, over time and in different contexts. And what's great about this is that we can look at a band like Bad Religion intergenerationally now, because they're still very much an active band producing content. So, kind of thinking forward a little bit, how are new listeners coming to this group and thinking about what they're producing now versus how some of us may have grown up listening to Bad Religion over time and asking those same questions. All right, so just moving forward a little bit, I really want to dig deeper into Greg Graffin's intellectual journey. I think there's some really interesting stuff there to be said. And also taking a stab at the guitarist Brett Gurwitz's intellectual journey. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but he's the co-founder of this really fantastic comic book company called Black Mass Studios. They produce a ton of content that is really forthcoming in how they address race and gender and politics. So it's interesting to see if any of that would come through in some of their creative output or not. And then kind of like what I did with this project, are doing with this project, seeing how this maps out across other bands as well, and seeing what types of themes or contents or just different ideas that take shape. Cool, thank you.
So last up we have Linus Owens, Punk and Recreation, what happens when a city opens its own DIY punk club. Very nice.
Yeah, thanks for staying, everyone. I had worried I was going to be another middle-aged man performing for people in the audience. So thanks for that.
Wait, Punk, you didn't just.
Do I need this? Do I need it? I can project. I need it? Okay. Sorry. You want it?
You want it? Okay.
Yes. You want it?
Yeah.
Only if you want to.
Do you want me to hold it?
No, it's fine. It's just I'm a fidgeter. I also want to thank the organizers for providing this cool paper for me to write on notes. So I'm here to talk about 242 Main, which is a DIY club in the town I live in. And it's unique. Its story is unique for two reasons. One is it lasted for 30 years. It closed in 2016, but it had over a 30-year run. And the other part is that it was funded and supported by the city almost entirely. And so after yesterday, I feel like I have to address the Nowhere Vermont comment that Daniel made, because I'm from Vermont. No, I got it. So anyway, I'm from Vermont, right there. Vermont, for those of you outside of the U.S. context, is really small, and it's really rural, and it's really underpopulated. There's not a lot of people there. And to the extent that people think about it at all, it's through maple syrup and skiing, but also a place where kind of people in the 60s counterculture dropped out and went back to the land. So that's Vermont, and I live in Burlington, and to the extent that anyone knows Burlington, it's because of Bernie Sanders. So Bernie Sanders, for those who don't know, right, is the senator from Vermont, ran for president, or at least the Democratic nomination in 2016 and 2020, the only quote-unquote socialist in the U.S. government. But, it's a low bar to be a socialist in the U.S. But I am going to talk, actually, because he was also the mayor of Burlington from 1981 to 1989, where actually his kind of socialism shows up in a more interesting way. And then people were talking about Burlington and music recently because apparently everyone on Spotify was told that they had the taste of people in Burlington. And that was a glitch in the algorithm, but it was also a glitch because no one thought that Burlington had anything to contribute or was the tastemaker around music. So people automatically questioned this, didn't assume that was correct because Burlington. But actually, right, I want to talk about the role of Burlington, the history of its, and particularly its role. And this is an article from Vice, I think in 2016, about Bernie Sanders' contribution to the Northeast punk scene. And over there, there's not enough time to watch YouTube videos, but that's that went viral during the 2016 election. He had a public access TV show, and this is him interviewing two punks in a mall. Just to give his, But when Sanders was elected in 1981, one of his many platforms to change how people lived in Burlington was to create more ways for young people to get involved in politics, and also to increase communication across, from the city administration to young people. And so they started the Mayor's Youth Council. It was run actually by his soon-to-be wife, Bernie Sanders, but young teens populated it, and so they had an office in City Hall. People were complaining because there were teenagers all over City Hall for a while. but they asked them what they wanted, and they wanted a youth center. And so it took a while. It took actually 1984 when it opened. And 242 Main, which was in the basement of Memorial Auditorium, which was this municipal building right downtown. So the important thing is this is centrally located. It's right in the middle of the city. And it's actually right across from the high school. And so initially they were involved in all kinds of things, including they put out their own newspaper, but the actual real quote-unquote newspaper squashed that because they didn't want the city subsidizing the competition. So they had to move on to other things. And after hosting a couple of Battle of the Bands in 84 and 85, slowly transitioned to a place that became almost exclusively a music venue and an almost exclusively punk rock music venue. And importantly, with 242 Main is teens have their own place, that it was a place for teens, but it was also, importantly, by teens, right? So the teens and young people generally were in charge of it. The city supplied money, but beyond that, as long as they weren't doing anything illegal, it was up to them how to use the space and what they wanted to do. So there was a fair amount of autonomy, at least initially. And so, not really a place for misfits, like they were playing Madison Square Garden, I guess. But it was a place where, certainly, especially in the early days, 85, 86, beyond, for people who didn't ordinarily feel like they fit in all kinds of ways, sometimes because they were punk, sometimes that led them into that, found a place there. And I think that's a narrative about all kinds of punk places. But I think here, in the context of 242 Main, is important because it was an idea from the city government that this is a population that's underserved by normal things that we provide for young people, like, because if you think about it, there's all kinds of things that they pay for young people, normally around sports and other things, and this is just people who don't play basketball. What do they do? And so why not subsidize what they do? And the interesting thing about it also, right, it created this, it legitimated the space for the adults, right? In some ways it made a dangerous space safe from the viewpoint of adults, so parents were happy to drop their kids off because they knew nothing bad was going to happen and no alcohol and any of that. But also it made safe spaces dangerous, right? So this wasn't just being dropped off at the library, right? This is a city program that was set up for youth, but you weren't a square or, playing it safe by being there, right? Because anything could happen except drinking. This is in some ways, talk about meth making, the time Fugazi played there, like everyone talks about Fugazi. Sponsored by the Mayor's Youth Office, and Daniel will be excited because that's the college radio station sponsoring it. You can't read the text, but it's fine. It talks about how this place helped to build a scene. And part of it, again, is the obvious ways that places build scenes. Sorry, I have to look at my notes. For one thing, right, it was an important entry point, and that we can think about that geographically. Partially, it was right downtown. Right across from the high school. And if you think about how accessible this place is, you knew where to find it. And the fact that it was there for 30 years is that if you found it once, you didn't have to look for it again. But it was also an entry place for people to particularly to become performers, because there's a weird dynamic around supply and demand, right? Like all of a sudden you had this place that was putting on these shows, but there wasn't enough local music to have forced bands in the lineup. And so 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds decided, let's start a band. And actually the 242 provided workshops to teach people how to play instruments, provided instruments at least initially. So there was an initial demand but no supply, and so the supply kind of builds to meet that demand, and eventually the supply outstrips that demand, which creates new demands. And so new places open up from that and spread out across the state. And it also makes the scene across the state because Burlington becomes a destination. So if you want to do anything on a Friday night, no matter where you live, even if it's a 2-hour drive, you go to 242. And And finally, it put Burlington on the map, quote unquote, because Burlington is kind of the middle of nowhere, but it's also the middle of nowhere right between New York and Montreal, or right between Boston and Montreal. So it became a place to stop for touring bands because it's kind of a long drive. And because it was subsidized by the city, you're actually more likely to get paid because the overhead costs, the ticket prices were not going to pay overhead costs and could actually go to bands. If I was on the panels yesterday, I could have spent the whole time talking about this, which is the kind of when it closed, there was this flood of nostalgia, and then there was a counter flood of wait a minute, it wasn't that great, or it was that great, but it was also not great at the same time. And to think about the kind of sort of pushing back from first the boys club of the 80s and 90s, and then the same boys club shows up in 2016 to tell those stories again. And how female users of the space, particularly this time, but also throughout, were pushing back against this narrative and against this experience. And to think about the conversations that we've had, y'all have had, and I've listened to about nostalgia, right? The point isn't when they take off their rose-colored glasses that it sucked, even though there were times that it was, but it was also transformative and empowering for them. But it was also these other things too. And so that story needed to be told. I don't really sort of do a good job tying this to the theme, and so it seems weird that I'm like last, because I don't talk about time at all. In fact, all of a sudden, I was trying to figure out where to put that story because we're going back in time, we just closed, but now we're open again. So whatever. But what happens is when Sanders is no longer mayor, there's this shift, and actually the title of this is Punks and Recreation because the youth council is closed, and 242 Main is now under the purview of Parks and Recreation. And that's nice because it keeps up this relationship, but it's not as nice because it kind of shifts the whole citizenship aspect, the empowerment around them as political actors, to more like just participants and consumers. The money's still there, but strings get introduced, and the most important one for our narrative is that for some reason, and no one can tell me why this rule existed, but they started imposing this rule that you couldn't book bands more than 1 month out, which made it really hard to book a lot of bands, especially bigger bands, which made it harder to attract people. And so I don't know if it was sabotaging it, but attendance went down. It didn't crater, but it went down. And I think everyone blames that. But the real end of it was the Memorial Auditorium in 2016. They determined that there were structural problems with the building, and everything in the building had to be moved out. And so at that moment, the city had a chance to, quote unquote, reevaluate its relationship to 242 Main, and they decided that it was no longer something that they wanted to support. So the city was not going to support finding a separate venue or continue paying for it because, as the mayor at the time said, it's like, it was of its time. Oh, here's temporality again. It was of its time, but it's no longer serving the same purpose because now, the kind of isolation of misfits that happened in the 80s, now everyone can be on the internet or something. It's not that kind of exclusion. But one more temporality thing, right? This is my argument, is the time is now again, right? Because after it closes, well, first thing they promised to replace it with similar type of programming, but they didn't. The library, this is all whatever. Making cookies, and I'm pro cookie. I just want to come out that I'm pro cookie, but the programming that replaced it was not, and it was oriented towards different needs. There's the Taylor Swift party. And then the pandemic happened, and two things that are important for the argument that I'm going to make at the very end, which I only have 1 minute to do, is a lot of music venues closed generally, but also all kinds of reports of teen loneliness spikes. Right? I'm lonely too, but teen loneliness in particular, right? And so what are we going to do about it? And so the argument, I'm working with people, we're trying to bring 242 Main back. And originally, when I was thinking about this talk, I was going to frame it that way. But now I think really, this is a model, like every city should open this, because I think it solves a lot of problems beyond just the fact that there's no place to play. So all for one and two for do. And then I was like, this is why then I was like, let 242 flowers bloom, right? Like spread this out all over the place. Because this is way better than doing normal teen stuff for various reasons. The first one is like DIY, right? It's like the whole point of 242 is that the young people were in charge. And so whatever, they learned executive skills or whatever, like marketable skills, which I don't care about, but other people seem to. The all ages thing is important for the obvious reason, right? Because most music is, young people are excluded from music when it happens in bars. But I think the other thing that makes this different than other teen spaces is the all ages. You don't age out of it necessarily, right? So like there's a space like the cookie. If I showed up at the cookie place, with a bunch of teenagers, like it would be weird. But if I show up at the punk rock club and there's a bunch of teenagers, it's not so weird. And so there's this cross-generational space that complicates the normal sort of ghettoization of teens. And last, I think that it's a performance space is equally important, right? Because it draws people from beyond the local as audience members, but people from all over the world as performers. So it opens up the world, which is really important for people who live in the middle of nowhere like me. Two more slides, and then we're done. And so, but why should the city pay for it, right? Well, we know why the space might want it, because it pays the bills, it frees them from the tyranny of the market, it gives them stability, it gives them legitimacy. But from the city's point of view, it creates a kind of way that's like they can monitor the safety of the space, especially as opposed to basement shows or illegal spaces in illegal venues. But also it gives them a claim towards being more inclusive to the larger population, which at some point when Sanders was mayor was important, but doesn't seem to be super important now. And lastly, and this is back before I worked on this project, I worked on squatting in Amsterdam, and which is obviously a bigger deal than this, but there was a similar kind of moment in which the city got involved in subsidizing, with the claim of kind of no culture without subculture. And to the extent that we think about culture as an economic driver, which again, it's not my big thing, but the mayor seems to care about that, to think about the role of culture and subculture in driving this kind of innovation. Home stretch. But why punk? And this is the thing I've been struggling with, because it could be anything. Why punk? And I'm going to give a very short version. One, and I think there's a shout out to Ellen's book about new punk communities, because I think that even though the actual practices are flawed, punk has a model of community that is inclusive, that fits a lot of the goals more broadly thought about in terms of community. I've been thinking a lot about, and by a lot, I mean, I couldn't sleep last night, about punk citizenship. I think there's a model of it, and people have been talking about, is punk political? I don't know. But my kind of answer is that punk may or may not be political, but it's politicizing in that, right? There's both exposure, you have to work together and do things. But I think it's also the fact that there's this tension between our community and the external world, but also the internal contradictions, right? And we see this in the gender problems. I'm totally wrapping up now. So my conclusion, I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure. But I guess I have two conclusions, or one conclusion and one question, which is the conclusion is this is good, and it really sucks that they closed it, and it would really be great if they bring it back. And there's a new mayor coming, so maybe, but, and also one thing that I didn't have time for, or one of the many things I didn't have time for, is what gets lost when this becomes a city program rather than something else, right? If it's DIY really, does it also have to be, I don't know, PFIY, right? Do you have to pay for it yourself in order to be DIY, or ... So thank you. I apologize for the big rush, but thank you.
everyone please come back up here. Yeah, I guess we already have a question that has been posed, but maybe before we move on to that, I wanted to see if there's anybody from the audience who has any questions for the presenters before we move into the discussion. Any comments or Stan?
Thanks, everyone. James, question for you. I was really interested in that. I really liked the way you presented it. But I guess because it's you're condensing a longer piece of work. When you set out to do this, what was your? This sounds really rude, but
yeah. Go for it.
What did you think you were doing?
Okay, that's quite
Sorry, just to,
yeah.
I mean, when you said, okay, I want to write about this, there's something I want to say about this. How did you frame it methodologically? How did you think, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is how I'm doing?
Yeah, so I think the choice for me was personal, pretty on the inside, and also because I really do think it's more complex and coherent than any other album of the time. So I wanted to write about that, and I just had these things that I didn't understand about it. So I think Paul said, it takes a long time to get into this album, doesn't it? You said that last night.
But to me, it was a project. I didn't like it, but I got there in the end.
So yeah, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand what the punk was there. I didn't understand why there were all these different references to the 60s. And I definitely didn't understand what the Liverpool connection was. So I framed it as like a puzzle, really, an intellectual puzzle to try and understand it. And I came at it, as I said, from an English literature point of view. So in the same way, I tried to understand when I did my PhD, bodies of letters. I was trying to present something that made sense, I guess, out of the whole album, trying to tell a story and explain it. Bearing in mind that this is just one theory, obviously, and there's been multiple other possible interpretations of it. But yeah, I don't know what's behind the question is, just the intellectual kind of.
I'm just interested.
Yeah.
So, I've written a lot of those 33 third books.
Yeah.
Usually to help me researching something else.
Yeah.
And I really like the form, and I really like the idea of writing about one album. Anytime I've ever tried to do it, I've never been able to get words in the board. Or I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm asking this a genuine question.
Yeah.
It's not something I've been able to approach.
Yeah, as I said, I've read Anwen Crawford's book on Live Through This, and that approached it from a fan perspective. So just give it really. It didn't present, I don't think, a coherent understanding of the album or a single interpretation of it, which is another way of doing it. It's kind of reception theory. All different fans, how did they experience it at different points of view? And she interviewed a lot of fans, I think, before she published that book. And that I don't think that would interest me to do that. I want to try and explain it how I understand the album and try and investigate mysteries and come up with some theory, same as I did on my PhD, a thesis almost. That was how I think I approached it.
So, Russ?
Oh, it's not him. I think that's really fascinating, thank you. And it is a remarkable album. I'm just curious about the relationship with Barney Bubbles and whether you felt or whether you discovered whether there was a kind of closer collaboration. He was Hawklords lighting man back in the 60s and a packaging designer and a record sleeve designer. And I wonder whether there was a closer personal relationship and collaboration than there was with other work that Bubbles did. So he was working with Elsa Stellar and Ian Jury. And as far as I understand, was a little distant from the artist. He would conceptualise something visually of his interpretation of a concept rather than working closely with them on the lyrics and the content of what the songwriter was doing. I think that might have been different with Hawkwind.
Yeah, he was involved with Hawkwind from, Yeah, he was involved with Hawkwind, I think, from In Search of Space.
Yeah.
Working on the booklet that came with that.
Yeah.
Again, that was him and Calvert collaborating.
Yeah.
So he did a lot of the design work and images, and Calvert worked on the prose. And I think they had quite a good relationship, because I think Barney Bubbles ended up putting out an album called The Imperial something or others, Pompidou's or something, which Calvert was involved with again. So they seemed to have quite a good ongoing collaborative relationship, which I think peaked with 25 years on. I think in the 80s there was, but just to fill in some background information, as the tour went on, they scaled back the stage presentation, which really peed him off, and he said that he was never going to have anything to do with Hawkwind again. But in about the mid-80s, I think, when there was talk about Calvert rejoining, because he left after 25 years on, there was like a three-way talk between Bubbles, Calvert and Hawkwind about maybe getting together again, but it never happened because Bob Calvert died, I think, was the reason.
And then Bubbles killed himself anyway.
Yeah. So, whether Calvert and Bubbles, I think that whole kind of tour program and the tour presentation, they were definitely very much on the same page. And,
just comparing it with something like Armed Forces for Elvis Costello, which had a very elaborate packaging and fold-outs and everything. It was very painterly, but I don't think there was too much of collaboration.
Yeah, no, I read a book. There's a book on Barney Bubbles, isn't it? Is it called The Wonderful World? Yeah, really good. No, yeah, I think you're right. He was quite self-contained, I think, but perhaps not so much when working with Calvert.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just going to say something too, because I noticed you had all of the questions of the socialist image, and you have the red triangle on the cover, which is, of course, also what the Nazis used to mark socialists in the concentration camps.
Really?
So you had the yellow star for Jewish people, and you had the pink triangle for homosexuals, and the red triangle meant socialist or communist. So that's also branding, and a lot of like the punk bands used this imagery to put like you had
the Russ, didn't they?
Yeah, the Russ did. You had in Berlin at this time many gays putting on the pink triangle themselves in defiance in the 1980s to use to turn the slavery around. Yeah, okay. So I think that's a socialist.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Yeah, a question for Linus. A lot of punks talk about all ages and the desires to have all ages. I don't know about the UK, but in the US, these spaces though tend to not be actually run by young people, like young teenagers. Mr. Roboto, Gilman Street, the places tend to end up being run by 20-somethings or older. So was this place truly like teenage run, books, handled on a day-to-day basis? If so, why do you think that worked? And if not, what hindered them from being more involved? So I think it's an ideal that maybe isn't always enacted.
Yes. The same is true here. I mean, there was a fair amount of involvement, but in addition to the city providing the space, there was also one paid position. It wasn't full-time, but it was close. And that generally went to someone in their sort of young 20s, often someone who'd sort of been there for a while and wanted to hang around. And so, but they weren't necessarily making the big decisions. I'm still digging into it, like whether or not there were collective decision-making and beyond. But that was mostly kind of managing logistics. But there were often lots of people booking shows at any time. And I think that just like with anything, right, like the kind of ideal of equality and openness, right, even if people aren't actively undermining it, some people have more time, some people get more excited, some people like, and so those kinds of shift. But I do think it was never like the kind of 20-somethings took it over. That was seen primarily as a sort of managing logistics rather than being in charge of making decisions.
So I actually think we need to wrap it up so we can have a break, but maybe some of the questions that we were talking about before also in terms of what is the difference if you pay for it or if it's paid for by the city, and so we might just put into the conclusion discussion. So go and have a coffee and we'll meet again at 10 past, right? Quarter past? Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Until the end, I totally get that. I always want to get it out of the way, and then you've also sort of like.
And then like if anyone's interested, someone will talk to you the night before you have to wait.
Yeah. So everybody's right. Sorry. But it was really, really good. And I think it was ended up
I mean, the order, I mean, not in terms of the ordering of the panel, but the ordering within each panel is done purely alphabetically by surname. So,
I'm not planning anymore.
apart from you and Russ with swap, we
People,
that was fantastic. And you get some stuff.
It's taken 10 years to get this far, 11 years. The only reason I'm not how many years I've been married is that I'm having the same year as I've formed the
Yeah, no, they know. Okay, right. Welcome back to the final part of the conference. Well done for making it this far. Yesterday morning seems like quite a while ago. Stop your conversations, please. Russ, Bestley. Should we stand up rather than sit?
I think what we should do is, I don't know what was the last punk gig you all went to, but usually there's a point where someone says, points to the audience says, would you come closer, form a pit? You know, so we said we're going to talk a little bit about, you want to talk about punk, you want to talk about the times, you know, that I got involved, and also about that green thing behind us. But I would prefer just to sit somewhere in between, rather than having...
If we just sit somewhere there?
Or does that mess up your YouTube?
No, it doesn't mess up at all.
I don't know. I mean, punk always has been inclusive and has been in the pit, in the middle. You know, so I do public stuff normally, so I'm extremely nervous. So you gotta support me a little bit. Yeah. So okay, can we sit here?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Right, and you do.
So yes. Okay, fine. So this is Tom. I met Tom in the best way to meet new people, which is on a punk rock record collecting forum about 15 years ago.
It's like a dating site for me.
Well, you were just saying that there was something in like my I'd written something that sort of like made the hair on the back of your neck.
Well, put it this way, there was a time when we had record shops where everyone would go and meet, right? We would sit there and we would talk about the bands we like and the records we like and get someone to play them for us. And now we're sitting there, I think it was like 2010, something like that. And there were no record shops, other than there used to be Scorpion Records here in Wickham. And I think you mentioned somewhere that you've been to a record shop locally, like Scorpion Records. I thought, well, I live here, so you must be local. That's how we went.
Yeah. So, and I'm not local, but I was here because of the university, and it was a Fat Records specific collectors forum. And Tom, I remember seeing a photo of your collection because you are. I mean,
I collect Fat Records, and I'm complete. Yeah.
Like a complete. Yeah, Fat Records,
and that's how I actually just focus on my collection. I've been collecting punk records all my life because when I started out collecting records in the mid '80s, I had to make a decision what I collect and what I don't collect because I didn't have any money. So I just like collecting the stuff that I love most, which was punk music. And I mean, I came to punk. I mean, I grew up in Germany, so I came to punk from well, it's usually either an escapist or a survivor story, and for me it was a little bit of both because we had neighbors that would look over our fence, and my parents would say, "Oh, don't talk to people, don't stick your neck out." And I was like young 13, 14-year-old, and I wanted to do stuff that was exciting. And so there was a guy in town that was had coloured hair and had spiky jackets, and I really kind of liked that. So I tried to find out what he was all about, you know, and there was David Bowie, and there was Elton John, and there was Freddie Mercury that I knew that would have like coloured hair or weird jackets. And eventually someone introduced me to the Damned, and man, I was hooked. So yeah, that was my early days.
And what I would say at the start as well is like, just because we've got microphones, so please see this as just like a continual conversation. Butt in, please, at any point.
Oh, we will talk to you.
Well, Tom said he does have questions, actually. So yeah, and why did you come to High Wycombe? Well, yeah, so mirroring Sam's question, why did you do that? Why did you come to Hyperactive?
Is anyone from Hyperactive? Good. Why does anyone come to Hyperactive?
We're like streaming on YouTube just.
No,
my employers are watching. It was a fantastic place.
So, well, for me, I came to the UK in '93 because I spent a lot of time in Germany touring with bands and hanging around with other punk rockers, and it was a great time growing up, you know. And we started a little autonomous youth centre that, similar to what Linus was saying, that formed a place for people to congregate that had no place to go. And we put on bands, we put on shows, and at some point, and this is the temporality thing, I guess, that we're talking about, you have to ask yourself the question, do you become a professional adolescent, a professional youth that puts on shows, or do you let the next generation sort of step into that? And I was only 24 years old, and I thought, well, I'm going to go to the UK. I had some friends over here from a punk band that I used to go and tour with, and I wanted to learn English, and I thought I'll come over to the UK, and I spent a couple of years here, and then I'll go back and, you know, just see what I'm going to do. And then I got stuck here. I was in London for 5 years, then my business moved out here, and so I moved to Birmingham.
And what is your business?
I press records for a living. I press records for a living. So my hobby finally caught up with me, and yeah, we have a vinyl pressing plant in beautiful Hyperactive that most people don't know about. So yeah, now I get to press records for Fat, and I got to press records for Fat Mike, and this is how I also got involved in the punk museum, because I've been working with him for like the last 5 years on various projects, and yeah, so.
So I want to ask you about the Punk Rock Museum. What I will say is there is very soon a very elegantly written review of the Punk Rock Museum coming out in Punk and Post-Punk. But what is the Punk Rock Museum?
What is the Punk Rock Museum is a good question. What is punk is a good question. We tackled that, I think, you tackled it for the last 2 days, and from what I heard. There seems to be some questions still unanswered.
No, I mean, I think it's settled. It started in 1994.
It's a really difficult thing for me to answer what is punk, because I mean I come from like the old Groucho Marx idea that I don't want to be playing part of a club that takes people like me as a member. So at the moment I hear there's a punk scholarship that actually academically researches the things that I grew up with. I go like, gosh, there's some really learned people around here that know a lot more about punk than I know, but punk is something that is, for me, very individual. This is probably also goes towards answering the question, whilst I'm sort of trying to skirt around the outside of the question. What is the Punk Rock Museum? I mean, Punk Rock Museum is probably having a good attempt to find a place for everyone to identify where their journey in punk began. Because the one thing that I've noticed is that when you go through the Punk Rock Museum, there's always a point that someone points at and says, that's how I started. I was at that show. I know that band was the one that brought me into punk rock. And it's different for every single one of you. I promise you, if you go there, you all take something different away from it. And also we do tours, right? And those tours are not done by academic researchers or by professors. They're usually done by people that have some sort of role in punk rock, mostly band members or curators or artists, right? And they all have a different story to tell. So whilst the artifacts are all the same, and we're at the early stages, maybe only open in April, so those artifacts don't change that often. We have the exhibitions, the temporary exhibits. But usually if you do 3 tours, you will hear 3 completely different narratives by the people that give those tours, because they also have a very different history for them. The individual aspects, the anecdotes are what drives them. Russ.
I just wanted to follow up and offer a counterpoint, is that it's exactly the same story with punk scholarship. The punk scholarship, there's almost like an external. I was concerned about punk scholarship when we formed it. We still am. But the idea, there's almost like an external view of punk scholarship, that it's a bunch of monastic scribes who are digging into this kind of artifacts, and we're all trying to tell this story, but it's the same story. But we're not. We're all coming at this, like the same as you all narrators in the museum. We're coming from different positions. I've just been arguing with the Yanks over there about punk. So we're coming from different positions. We're coming from different subjects. We're coming from different fields. We've got sociologists. We've got historians. We've got musicologists. We've got even designers. We've got people who are coming from these different fields who intersect, and what we've got in common is something called punk studies, but there is no monolithic punk studies. We're not all kind of poring over this archive to get to the bottom of it. We're all working with
all that thought of the archive. And also, you know, I like what you said about academics kind of knowing more about punk than perhaps you, but actually you find that especially within punk, it's not some of us as academics, we don't know a lot. You know, if you look at someone like Tim, is Tim here?
He had to leave.
The Tim is not an academic, but he's got a huge kind of knowledge about punk. And what we do as academics is kind of, we need the non-academic people, you know, the guys that do the tours at the punk rock museum. We need those fans, the fan base. We need the people who were there, the people who know about this stuff. And really what we're doing is a kind of, as a mediatory, you know, we're trying to kind of formalise that and unpack what's going on there and what the ideas behind what certain movements are and stuff like that. So you find that there's a real tension in punk studies that a lot of the people really know what they're talking about and not academics. You know, they're nerds, they're geeks. Russ is a bit of both. He's an academic and a nerd, and you know.
But in general, sort of, if we want to look at punk rock, I think the one thing that everyone talks about when we ask them about what punk rock is, all the various facets that everyone lists that everyone will disagree with. The one thing that they all agree on is that punk rock gave everyone that's involved in punk rock.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I think this is the most important thing about a punk rock museum, is because we're bringing something together that's tangible enough, especially in a world when we talk about temporality, we talk about how punk rock changed over the years. When I grew up, there was no internet. There was no, when we went out, we had to arrange our meeting point before we went out because there was no mobile phones. So you ended up either a very lonely evening because you went to the wrong club, or you had the best night of your life. But nowadays, everything is like a click of a button. Everything can be researched in a moment, or pseudo-research by going by the court of public opinion. And we thought we'll bring everything together at a place where everyone can congregate and find something that they call home. Right? And that, in essence, is probably where the punk rock museum starts.
Yeah.
You know? And when Mike decided to move out of LA, he talked to a friend of his, Lisa Brownlee, who used to run tour management and Warped Tour like for donkeys years. And he said, I would love to have a place in Vegas where we can sell sort of really crazy punk stuff. Right? And then he said, well, what do you want to sell? And it's like, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you exactly what was said verbatim, but it was all about, you know, the things that matter in punk. And then he said, well, what about doing a museum? You know, and this is how the whole thing came together. And Mike can tell the story a lot better than I can. So please, if he listens to this, then you may forgive me. But he texted me in December 2020, and he's just texted me a picture of that fabulous Las Vegas sign. I said, oh God, what's he going to do now? And that, right? And it became what punk rock was all about. And this is the other thing that I think that unites everyone, is punk rock's always been DIY. And that's why I have a record press, because I collected those things, so I know someone must be able to make them. I want to figure out how these things are made, and now I make them. And this is all DIY. I had to put my resume together for the CEO the other day, and there was a section about academic education, PhD, and I just left it empty. Oh gosh, how does that reflect on me? But I did all the things that I did, staying here, building business, and becoming an entrepreneur out of, well, no one tells me how it's done, so I might as well try and figure it out. And I probably have been very inefficient at doing so, but I made something of myself, which most of the punk rockers that I know have done that, unless they went the wrong path. But a lot of people that came out of punk rock have done something that matters. And I think this is probably the third thing that's important about punk rock, is that we all have an ethos that comes out of changing the world, whether it's anti-establishment or whether it's political or whether it's just about inclusivity, about women's rights or anything that matters. And you met a punk rocker in my early days, it was like someone with colored hair. Nowadays, everyone has colored hair, right? But it wasn't in a uniform like it is nowadays. It was almost like it was an identification mark that, oh, I've got to talk to these guys over there. They look like I do, or whatever. And when you talked about the things that mattered, it was always about, because you said to me, I want to talk about you, and I don't want to talk about me because I don't fucking matter. I don't effing matter. Because punk rock is about me as an individual for me, but it was always about a greater thing. It was always about effective change, about making a club, making something where the kids can go, right? That resonates so much to me. Thank you, Lance, for that. And it's one of these things that do it yourself. There's very few music scenes that allow you to be yourself, where you can actually go and mix with the people that you're going to go and pay an entry fee for, right? How many Taylor Swift fans will ever see Taylor Swift in close-up or get to talk to her? I mean, I used to go to gigs and you could talk to the people. They come off stage and they were just happy that someone would talk to them, that liked the music, and it's still the case. And this is also about the punk rock museum. You don't know what's going to happen. One night you stand there and there's like a couple of kids running around. This is small. They're not kids. This is some 41, and they go into the Pennywise rehearsal room. We have a rehearsal room that is looking like the Pennywise garage, and Fletcher put it together. And they start playing linoleum, and Mike joins in, and I think it was even posted on Instagram. And it's like you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who you're going to meet. And for some people, it's like their idols. For other people, it's just really normal musicians. And the one thing that I also noticed about a museum is when you're there, the musicians that come to the museum, doesn't matter who they are, they just turn into everyday humans, that tell you about their story and about how they got into punk rock, and it feels like home.
Yeah. I think one thing that unites academics that do punk stuff and just like fans of punk, well, one thing is, I think most academics that do punk stuff are also fans of punk. So it's not like they're two separate groups. But I think we both kind of understand, both groups, if you do separate them, understand that talking about what punk is kind of, it's something that discussion happens within discussions around punk in a way that it doesn't happen in other genres. I think that's what makes it profoundly interesting. It does. I mean, it must happen in other genres where people say, "Is this or is this not jazz?" But I was saying to you, a funny example I found on the punk subreddit in the same week, I saw two threads. One was, "What is the least punk band?" and "What is the most punk non-punk band?" And I'm imagining whether you could have even maybe the Venn diagram for that doesn't even exist, but I think that is a profoundly interesting discussion. But it's a very hard thing to describe to people. I mean, what I've just said to someone that knows nothing about punk music would be like it would be unrecognizable as a way of talking. Yeah. What is the most punk non-punk band and the most non-punk band? Someone that knows nothing about punk would look at you like, their mother had just walked out your mouth. But I find that profoundly interesting. I think we all do. How do you get people that don't know about that?
This is the age-old question, right? And it goes beyond. Well, the Punk Rock Museum has to make a judgment about this at some point. And there's two questions. One question is, what is punk enough to be included in the museum? And I think the very early thing that Mike said was, if you ever performed a punk rock song, your own punk rock song in front of an audience, you have to write to be in the museum, right? So anyone, because this is about a DIY thing, and we didn't want to go and say, well, oh, you have to have X amount of albums, or you have to have X amount of followers, or whatever. It had to be something that is speaking to the people, speaking to the kids that want to start out tomorrow with a bass guitar and a drum kit, or the people that have been doing it for 40 years. In general, well, if you look at the punk scene, if you look at how punk defines itself, absolutely. There's no one that would go and argue more about who's more important, this band or that band. And for me, it pains me that the two biggest bands, Green Day and Blink-182, if you go by audience by followers, are middle-aged white kids, right, from protected neighborhoods. And no one actually talks about the bands that try to make. I don't want to disparage anyone, and I don't want to talk about any band being better than the other band, but there's so many relevant bands that never make it because they don't get in front of the right people at the right time. And the Punk Rock Museum has a mandate to also talk about these bands. The Punk Rock Museum also has to figure out how to deal with the more difficult topics, right? In the music scene, especially in the scene that's been so safe for so many years.
I was wondering, really sort of a practical question also of how do you gather your material? I have seen online that you've written out, for example, for people to bring stuff from their sort of personal collections. How is your collection made up, or how do you work really on a sort of practical level to put together the exhibition of how?
It's a really good question. One that at the beginning was quite difficult to answer because when you talk to someone about your opening of a punk rock museum and you open it up in Las Vegas, then the first question comes is why, right? What's it going to be? Is it going to be like an events place? Is it going to be like a bunch of punk rockers that put some flyers up on the wall? And it needed to have validity. It also needed to have a lot of conviction by the people that started out. And when I got involved first, I said, well, okay, we need to go and structure how we're going to catalog this. We're not museum people. We have to look at it from a conservationist aspect because we're looking at artifacts that may be a piece of paper, but they have a cultural and historical relevance that needs to be protected, right? So at the beginning, it was lots of outreach. Everyone had contacts. We talked to all our band friends. We had so many people that had been on the road with so many artists that may have something that could be interesting. And we found out very quickly that punk rock has not aged particularly well for particular scenes. So if you take the UK scene, for instance, in 1979, when post-punk came along and then new romantics and new wave came along, a lot of the punk rockers that were chased by A&R people 2 years ago, all of a sudden had no record contracts because the music had moved on. Right? The UK was the worst place for a punk rocker to be because it literally was so music-driven rather than giving other ways of income. I don't know how to describe it, but a lot of bands actually sold their stuff. If you go into any of the early bands especially the ones that didn't make it to the prominence, like the Clash or the Pistons or the Damned, they didn't have anything left from those days. That went to collectors and to Saatchi galleries, and these guys that now make big bucks from like a poster back in the day. So, and the other side was people saying, "Oh, it's just like we're going to send you our stuff, and then you disappear with it." So there was a lot of, we had to talk about, this is the plan, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we curate it. And so a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails back and forth, a lot of contacts.
So there's a lot, are many of the artifacts, if you like, on permanent loan? from collectors or from fans or whatever, rather than owned by the museum?
Yeah, there's a good mix. I can't tell you what the ratio is, but there's a good mix between donations, where fans just said, look, this lives at a better place with the museum because it's been in my garage or in my attic for like 40 years. And others said, especially like the more valuable things like guitars, they are on loan. We have shorter term loans like 2 year, but also we have 5 year loans. And we have loans that just renew. Right, before this goes quiet,
I was going to say, do you have artifacts all around the world?
Yes, I mean, this is, we have, but the American side is definitely overrepresented right now, and I want to come to that in a second as well, but we could do with, especially with the Asia Pacific side is really underrepresented. I mean, there's big scenes, Singapore and Indonesia, that we definitely want to talk about, and we want to figure out how to reach those places and get something to us.
How about the French?
There's some of French punks, but again, it's something that's underrepresented right now. Equally, Italy, Germany, and Scandinavia. I mean, UK, Canada, whole of North America is really well represented. But then we only started in April, and it's now all about gathering that momentum to spread the word.
It seems to me that I was there in July, so only a few months after it opened, and it seems that the best efforts have been put in to represent as much as possible. It's very clear that a lot of that stuff is there through convenience, through the networks of the people that are involved in the museum. And I guess it's necessarily, as the longer it's there, the more people will be familiar with it.
And you're serving up for the scholars, because there is a certain element of, well, how do we get the word out to people that are not traveling to the US, that are not traveling to Vegas, that haven't read about the museum, that may just be somewhere completely isolated from those news. And there's two things that I find are really important. The mandate of telling the story with a little bit more context, because this is something you touched on earlier, which was how do you make one thing appear interesting to someone who has no idea about punk rock? Why is a Johnny Thunders leather jacket and a Johnny Ramone leather jacket significant? What's more significant? How do you tell that story? So there is a drive at the moment that we've instigated about creating an umbrella organization for the museum that can also deal with telling the story that is not necessarily interesting to a tourist that goes to a museum, but that validates the history of punk rock from various angles and the lights in which we can show it. And so we're looking to create a non-profit that allows us to become a very factual, non-biased, driven resource of information where we can go and, I don't want to use that phrase, but it's been used to explain like a Wikipedia of punk rock, that gives validity by peer-reviewed knowledge and factual evidence about how a scene that was probably started out of fashion, about a little bit of a shock movement, became a worldwide phenomenon. And music scene, political, cultural, all the things that punk stood for at various periods of time. I mean, the museum itself has a very clear mission. It wants to go and show what the beautiful side of punk rock, the controversial side of punk rock, the inclusivity in punk rock, the race question and the racial stigma of punk rock, of being like white man's music in the early 80s. All these things are on show in the museum and are reflected in the right context, but we want to provide more information, more things that people can dive into.
So with this Wikipedia of punk,
don't say Wikipedia.
What you're saying is if you had access to a network of people who do research into punk, that might be, if such a thing existed, that might be of use to the museum.
What, like a sort of, like a scholarly?
It's a scary thought, right? Yes, absolutely. I mean, we're talking at the moment to legal people how to set this up, and we will reach out. I'll probably reach out to you at some point, and we'll talk about what this looks like. I don't have enough right now to talk about this, other than it will exist, and we will come to you.
It's the idea of sort of get a balance between, you've got visitors to a museum and you've got a building in Vegas which is well, it's not as expensive as it is in New York, but it's expensive to run, and you need visitors to come to that. Is this about telling stories to visitors at the museum, or is it about using the archive and the material in the museum to tell stories outside the museum? Is it both?
Well, yes. The museum itself has only got a limited amount of space, and it needs to make sure that within that space it tells a story as authentic as possible, from the early days of the proto-punk era to now. That is a big ask, and we can only do this and do it justice by bringing in new exhibits and bringing people in that can tell that story from various angles. But it makes it very much a fleeting moment. Unless you are there at that moment in time that that exhibit is there, you could miss out on something that you could be really interested in. So the non-profit is seen as an overall archive, right, with the remit to bring the history of punk rock to completion. And that is a never-ending, ever-expanding universe, right? Because time moves on, and we have to have a mission that has to be something that we can't actually ever strive to complete, right? Because otherwise, punk is dead. So it needs to be as complete as we can be, and it needs to have as many people all around the world that bring something to it, but it needs to be peer-reviewed, so it's factual. I mean, the museum has a really difficult time to deal with things that are not easy to establish, like where facts are not clear, where there is an evolving situation. Maybe we also have now, for the first time ever, probably a big scandal in punk rock. When you take some of the flag bearers to a whole generation that have, everyone probably knows who I'm talking about. If not, you can talk about it yourself. Have a voice of a generation that talks about women's rights and political agendas, and then the singer of that group is found to be actually doing the exact opposite. And this is a very difficult thing that a museum has to deal with, especially when you have images of that band in the museum. So how are you going to deal with this, and how are you going to do it justice, especially when there's no established facts at a moment in time? A non-profit that deals with the facts can go and document that as the situation.
So the documentation, I keep butting in, so the documentation exists beyond the museum, and how does it exist? Does it exist in the form of publication, of film, of articles, or does it exist in some way that it kind of exists kind of independent of the museum, draws on the museum, reflects on the museum, it's supported by the museum, but it tells those stories for a wider public internationally?
Yeah. Is the question, is it public facing or not? Is that fundamental?
Well, yeah, but it's not, and it's linked to the museum, but it's not, doesn't exist it's not necessarily inside the museum.
This is where it becomes probably an open book, because if the mission is to catalogue or to archive punk rock in its entirety, then it has to be outward facing, and it has to find out that somewhere. It can't just be the museum. The museum is one arm of that. Yeah. So, but the archive will have to be a much wider, has to have that much wider reach. So, I don't know.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think that, as you say, it's an open book. I mean, it's something we could think about as scholars, as kind of those engaging with this process, to see where we go, to see how we do that and how we extend beyond that as a building, and that as a space.
The building, look at the building as a public museum as one outlet.
That's right, yeah.
So the non-profit will have to be something that lives on the internet that has potential to give to another university, to another museum, to tell that story through another outlet. But this is where it becomes difficult to now talk about what the non-profit will do, because we haven't decided yet how this will work. But the more we look into it, the bigger the remit gets, because I mean, how many days could you do a network event conference when you want to talk about everything? You could be here all year, right? So, and I think if you take the museum as a single outlet, then the non-profit is, or a single planet, then the non-profit would be the universe in which that planet exists. And I think this is too big a question to be answered today, right? But if you think about a room that is full of punk rock history of this size, the museum is probably about 6-7 times the size of this room. It's not big enough to hold everything to tell that story, especially from every facet that you want to tell.
Is your interest, sorry. Is your, I'm interviewing you. Is your interest historical? I mean, one of the issues we have, those of us, there's quite a few people here that have been involved for quite a few years, and Mike and I have been involved for 10, 11 years with Punk Scholars. We still don't know what Punk Scholars Network is. We don't know what the boundaries are of Punk Scholarship. We don't know about the journal that I run or the book series. We don't know. It's ever expanded, it's very dynamic, and it's changing all the time, and there's people coming to this event and talking about Courtney Love or talking about a DIY scene in a particular place. Where there's other people that are more history-based. Is this about archiving and about history and telling a historical story, or is it about all these other stories and these other positions which are about critically coming from different directions?
Again, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
So, it's definitely not just historical. It has to be from every aspect. And this is what I said earlier about punk rock. For me, is not definable. Does punk even exist? Right? So what is it? Right? Is it a philosophical question? Is it a political question? There's a cultural relevance. There's kids today listening this very moment the first time to a punk rock song, and they feel something and they want to follow that particular band or that particular style of music. What is the relevance to them? And this is all part of 45 years of being within the punk rock scene and finding out why people are punks, what made them become punks. And yes, there is a historical element, because history is easy to tell from a chronological perspective, because you have the benefit of hindsight, but you don't know necessarily why something has happened. And this is where research and peer review is really important, because anecdotes only tell it from the subjective view of the eye of the beholder. But when we try to analyze why certain things happened at a certain point in LA in the early 80s or in Indonesia in the early 90s, then you need to have people that lived it. You need to look at the political side of things, what happened in the world outside. We looked at Darby Crash, and Darby Crash died tragically by taking his own life in the same week that John Lennon got shot.
The day after, wasn't it?
It was a very big irony when you think about how one person's death drowned out another person's death, right? And bringing that context to people sometimes just allows them to contextualize it for themselves, to see how relevant something was and what else was relevant at the time. We talked about certain things that happened during Republican presidencies, right? So this is important in the context, what drives the youth in a certain direction, what makes people engage in punk, what's the reason I came to punk, what's the reason you came to punk, anyone here. And that is what that archive will tell. In the same way that a museum now finds a flyer where you've been, that archive will probably give the chance to someone to say, this is where I started out and this is what happened at the time.
But your inevitable question, which is which we've been trying to answer for 10 years and more, and many of us have been trying to answer for a lot longer than that, is unanswerable. And that's why I'm sitting here as an editor, and I'm sitting next to a curator, and these are the problems we face. But there are the difficult decisions we have to make on the flip side. So if I edit a journal, and I get lots and lots of people sending me stuff to me, at some point I have to say, no, that's not relevant. So that isn't punk. I have to say that. Yeah. And that's the bit that so it is, yes, we can't define what punk is, but I have to define what punk isn't at some point. And I think that's a problem.
But that can sometimes be easier than to define what punk is, right?
Maybe we could, I could dig out that Reddit thread and we'll get the answers.
We start a new one.
I don't want to derail, but something you said that made me think about like the identity of the museum. So you mentioned a band who's, it turns out a member of that band has been doing some bad stuff, and I think that's a story that's going to continue to happen. I guess it's one thing to have paraphernalia related to that band in a museum saying, hey, look at this stuff, it exists. You can see very, very clearly why you would want not to have that in the museum. In a museum that says, here's this stuff. But if you're telling the story of, well, this is a band, this is what happened, this was their trajectory, and this is their downfall, and suddenly that is something that you can sort of quite unproblematically include it in a museum because you're telling the story, you're telling the truth of the story rather than just saying, here, look at this stuff.
Absolutely. But you can only tell the story when you have all the facts.
Yeah.
And that's
so with that specific example.
With that specific example, and you can go and talk about screwdriver, right? That's bad.
I've read in places where, I think it might have been an interview with Fat Mike where he said, yeah, screwdriver's not going in the museum.
Yeah, because there's a question about what we want to show in a museum. We don't want to show in a museum what is relevant, what's not, and what's glorification. So you can talk about this, but how relevant is it for punk rock overall? And that's not a question that the museum can decide, right? But the curator in the museum can decide that. If the curator says this is not going into it because we've got a different story to tell, that's in the eye of the curator. When you have a band that's already in there, and then something emerges about that band,
you have to be active.
And then you have to take, we have this, there's been a revelation the other day, probably a week or so ago, about Rodney Bingenheim, right? So this has been put out on the internet, and we had very quickly 4 or 5 emails that say, you have pictures of him there, there's been allegations made, how you deal with this. And the museum has to go and has to decide what it's going to do, and has to make a decision about whether it's offensive to someone, and what is the historical significance of that person at that time, and how we're going to go and tell that story. And quite often it's like, it's an ongoing situation that we have to assess, and we have to take the action at that moment in time when we know what's going on, and we have enough facts to say, well, this is actually at least enough to be possibly substantiated at some point, and we remove that to not glorify that situation, and then we'll provide a narrative afterwards. But it's very, very difficult to walk that line.
But by the way, art history museums have a few of those candidates as well. It's a takedown gesture. It's like, just beyond the hundreds of years of art history, there are quite a few.
I was going to say, if you took something out of being problematic, British Museum.
There are very few left.
We're not going to be robust and say, we're a museum and we're keeping the ugly marbles or whatever it might be. We've got these things.
We have these two.
You could have the problematic room.
You can have a problem. But I was going to ask something else that was, 2 questions really. I'm really interested in the new exhibition that you have up right now that is Black Punk now. If you could talk just a little bit about it. I don't know how many have seen it, but I think it looks really, really interesting. And the second question is if you have other punk museums or punk rock museums that you work with in other countries.
Okay. Right now we're not working with any other punk rock museums. We're too new for that. there is a discussion with the Hard Rock Museum, and there are discussions with curators that a lot of the punk paraphernalia and memorabilia has ended up in private collections. So ultimately, some of these belong to the surviving members of a band, or to the spouses, or especially in the case of the Ramones, there's a lot of material that's still to be uncovered. So we're talking to relevant people to give us access to that. And again, it comes down to how relevant the museum is to tell that story. And this is, getting to know each other. So we have. I don't want to give away too much, but there's going to be some exciting things. On the black punk, I actually don't know too much about it, because I don't have really any sort of inside information. I didn't go and see it. Once it's still there.
Daniel,
can you talk? And I'm sorry if I missed this. I had to run out of the room real quick. Can you talk a little bit about curating the museum? I think about, so I live in Chicago, the Art Institute. Like, if I compare the Art Institute to the Punk Rock Museum, the Art Institute doesn't probably care about, a painter who paints out on the street of High Wycombe. But punk rock cares very much about somebody making a record in Vermont in 1982 that was only 75 copies pressed, and now all of a sudden that's a killed by death sort of explosion. How do you manage just having the Ramones and Black Flag and NoFX and not having Slap a Ham releases or whatever else? How do you negotiate that territory, because that's so central to punk? It's not just the big bands, right?
Yeah, you described exactly what you were going to say the moment ago, which is how do you define significance, right? So we started out taking all the artifacts that we could get and figure out what should we do. And very early we decided it has to be chronological. It has to be a journey through what people would have experienced at a given moment in time. So if you were interested in the early 70s stuff, then you would have come across the MC5s, you would have come across the New York Dolls, you would have come across the Stooges, which would then line the road for what was to come later on with the Ramones and the Pistols. And we're trying to niche in the things that are probably not as well known and try to explain the narrative, but you very quickly run out of space, which is one of the things that we obviously struggling with, trying to put things into one display case, which to the initiated is a perfect way of illustrating like the early New York scene or whatever. But for someone who doesn't understand or has no background why certain bands have played the role of feeder bands, like where the Dead Boys in CBGB's probably played one of the best shows there ever, but they're not as well known as the Ramones or television. And it's a really, really good question. Quite often, that material, as you say, 75 copies pressed on a particular record, you wouldn't be able to even get it to a museum without spending thousands and thousands of dollars. Right? So you have to give a nod to this and explain it with flyers and with having, and flyers are a great medium to bring the context of bands that have supported at some point a band that's better known, and you can then tell the story like that.
And I apologize again if I missed this. You can just tell me fuck off. I'll speak to you later. Do you have a curator, or is that Mike the curator?
Well, Mike has a very active interest in this, but we have Brian Ray Turcotte. He's our head curator. He's one of the collectors that for many, many years have tried to find an outlet for their collection. He's done many, many books on the art of punk rock and how punk rock developed over the years. And he's very kindly lent us many of his collectibles. And he has a very good talent and a very good hand in trying to describe that narrative so it becomes successful.
I have a question, but I just want to make sure that no one else has a question.
I have questions too.
Okay. I'm conscious of time. I'm happy to keep going.
Are we over? We'll see the 30 seconds.
We're 20. We're 20 minutes over when we should have stopped.
Okay, fine. So, you have a question, then can I? You want to go first?
So it was a bit about. So, given the fact that punk is a conversation, and you will always have. Discussions about what should be included and what shouldn't be included. And I get the whole thing about it being a problem of real estate. It's a bit like this conference. We had over twice as many submissions as there was space. And if it was up to me, we would have had all of them, but we just didn't have the space for it.
We can stay here next time.
Well, actually,
next time.
No, temporality. We didn't have the time. Unless we did a 4-day conference.
But we still did that, that's what I mentioned earlier, we still went through those proposals as a team, and said, fuck off, that's not relevant. And I think that's what you need.
Yes, there was a bit of, there were a few fuck offs, but does, and you mentioned that FatMike has a very active role in what's in the museum. Does it kind of have to be a bit of a dictatorship just to avoid getting into like half your time is discussing whether or not something should or should not be in the museum?
I mean, dictatorship in punk rock, right? So that it's interesting question, but no.
My understanding is that that's how FatMike has run his record label. It just bands that he likes, that he signs.
Well, that's an entrepreneurial decision that he makes as a record label. The museum is bigger than any individual, and no individual is as big as the museum. So when we started out, there was the punk rock collective of the people that wanted to be involved. You could step in and out, you could be there for a month and just help finding artifacts out of Japan and then disappear again. And everyone had an input. We tried to make it as inclusive and as DIY as we could possibly make it. Right now, there is a question of what we do with this space that we have available. Because if you go to the museum, it's packed with stuff.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't have much left. So even for temporary exhibits, there's not a lot of space. If we have the art exhibition like we had from Marcus Alba the other day, we sacrificed a chapel for it. So it's in Las Vegas, we have a chapel. And you can have a punk rock wedding. There's always the question, how do you make the most use of the space? And I think now it's about nuances. And also this is one of the questions for the non-profit is how do you make other things fit? We're looking at adjacent building, and that will give us some more options. And there's a building across the road that's derelict, which would be ideal from a punk rock perspective. But again, real estate in Las Vegas is not cheap. So but we want to tell the story in a way that is more comprehensive, and eventually this will then also include things where Mike, for instance, doesn't have the most knowledge about, and we will bring other people in to curate that area.
Would those other spaces allow us, for instance, a series of temporary exhibitions that could match those themes? So that's where your non-profit can come in. Well, we've got a story to tell. We're going to do this for a month, and then we're going to move on to another story for a month.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, we want to have a space that also allows for some educational options, where bands can come and record, or where kids can find a rehearsal room, because this is one of the big problems. Everyone says, well, there's hooligans in the street, and there's violence, and there's knife crime, and all this stuff is usually born out of because there is no space for kids. Right? So if we can contribute to that in some way, and also have maybe like how to do a gig for dummies, how to become a band for dummies, that kind of like coaching people to do something, go out and do shit. That's what punk rock's always been about, and that's certainly easy. I have a question.
Well, no, what I'm going to say is a question from Henry, and then your question.
Okay.
It's not a bit trivial, but speaking about the space and maximising that efficiency and the storytelling aspect, is there any particular artifacts that you highlight as being particularly effective? Is that favourite thing that's maybe not seen by other people that you would highlight as a really good use of the space? I think that's worth seeing.
It's really difficult to singling out things that are developed. I mean, when you stand in front of the base of the Misfits, then someone will identify with that a lot more than something that's like a lot smaller from a lesser known band. For me, significance is like the key of the hotel room where Sid and Nancy resided. For me, it's like a major artifact, right? There's a little bag of Joe Strummer's last bag of weed, you know, which tells you something. It makes it more human. And we have a little bullet with Lemmy's ashes inside. You know, so there's, because he gave that to all his friends. He said, well, when I'm dead, please cremate me, put my ashes into a bullet and give it to all my friends. And Karen Morat, who's also a writer for the Kerrang, he's now working in the museum. It was his personal gift, and he donated it, or he lent it to the museum. And these are the things that make punk rock tangible. They give you that feeling like you're so close to something that mattered at one moment in time, and we're trying to figure out how to showcase them more, but we don't also want to take away from other things. So, this is a good question.
So, it's a question of capacity also with museums. I mean, the museum I used to work at, we had people come in with collections, private collections they wanted to give to us, and we thought, this is really interesting, we would like to take it on, but we didn't have the manpower or the space. So because if you take something on, you also have a responsibility for it, right?
Yeah.
So to sort through it, to actually take care of it, to promise that person, yes, we will have the space for it, and it will be dry and put together probably, and you know, we will curate it, and we will maybe even promise to exhibit it or some of it. So the moment that people say, okay, so this is where I go with all of my stuff, you know, that moment you will also maybe have people knocking down your doors, and really the problem in you know, it's a privileged problem, because it's good that people want to come and give you stuff, but it's as a museum, if you have a limited amount of space and you also want to do kind of those proactive things you were talking about, you also want to have a space where people can do something, and you know, whether it's just a set of drums or whether you can record your own single, or you know, whatever it is that, you know, that has something active to it, then that's all manpower as well as space.
Totally, and you always have to mandate that whatever you display, you need to do it justice.
Yeah, exactly.
So at the very early stages, a lot of bands said, "Oh, we got this banner we used to tour with," and it's like, yeah, it's like 20 by 30 foot. We can only put one of these up.
Yeah.
But for instance, we have the jam room, right? If you're left-handed, you can play Tim Armstrong's guitar, and otherwise you play Fletcher's guitar. And this makes it tangible.
Joan Jett's guitar.
Joan Jett's guitar. Yeah. So I don't want to list all of it because I've got to leave one out. But there is the tangibility, and there's this immersive element to it, which we then decide, well, we need to have that room, because that room gives everyone a chance to feel what that instrument felt like for that person to play, rather than making another room where we just put pictures on the wall.
Yeah.
And we have that question from people that donate things or that lend us things to say, well, when is it going to be on display? Yeah. We don't know. The honest answer is we look at it, the curators will say this has a significance, and this is not punk, but this is not necessarily illustrating that particular thing that we want to tell in the same way that the other thing over there is. And you let people down, and you have people that come with a box of stuff which you know is probably not going to be displayed in its entirety, but there's this one item in there which will highlight that particular aspect in such a way that we have to display.
What was you had?
No, my question is very simple. So, you guys heard this at Punk Rock Museum. So, what did you think it would be? What was your idea of a Punk Rock Museum? I'm going to be really cool. You're going to pass us along.
I thought Russ and Mike would be like some cabinet.
Like Bentham.
I'm going to give you an academic answer because I think it depends on context. If you told me there's a punk rock museum, what would be in it, then I would expect to see a range of artefacts, objects which are associated with punk subculture and punk scene, artists who performed, music that was produced, objects that were made, that I have a resonance to people like me that collect that shit. If you said there's a punk rock museum in Vegas, then I would have a different answer, having been to Vegas many times and know what Vegas is like. And I think that's the tension for me, is...
What would that answer be?
What would that answer be? I think it would be potentially some of the same thing, and potentially a tension in what that institution needs to serve in terms of, I want to say, there is a Vegas community, but in terms of a major American tourist destination. And I think that would be a tension, which I don't think is negative. I just think it would have to serve more than one purpose.
Yeah.
And it goes beyond the purpose of nerds and goes into the purpose of having a wedding chapel or having an opportunity for tourists to visit. And I think that would, to me, would be, I would expect to see a museum that told stories to people who are less familiar with the subject. So that's the bit that I would think would be a Vegas punk museum rather than a punk museum. That's my answer.
Yeah, because I want to know who you were. Who are you asking? Are you asking us as scholars, as fans, as as the punk down the street, or?
I'm asking you from the perspective of someone who has a bias towards punk and that can't answer what punk is, but wants to go to a museum that tells you something that you can identify with.
I think that, to go to a museum anyway, I think, there is something educational around it. You want to see some kind of narrative and you want to, I want to read some kind of context around what is in a museum and the objects within the museum. So I wouldn't like to go there. On one hand, I wouldn't mind going to see the key to Sid and Nancy's room. Why not? That's great stuff. But also, I'd like to be able to, I think there's so many layers there that, on the one hand, I want to see that, but then again, I want to see some of the Dead Boy stuff and kind of think, like, hang on, and learn something from that experience. So, like these events, I come to these events and it's great because, I think Victoria here, was talking about Hungarian women punk. So, what's this about? Hungarian? This is fantastic. And it's about kind of just learning something new and being able to pick up something and start to kind of, join up the dots, so to speak. I suppose that's what I like about museums. They join up the dots for me in a kind of in a certain narrative. So I can have I want to have a bit of fun. I want to see it. I want to see it enough. I want to go and see the key to the hotel.
You don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Who are the others?
It's a real shame now. I've been married for so many years. Perhaps we can renew our vows. I'm coming back here.
No, I was just saying we booked to renew our wedding vows, me and my husband. We're coming in September, bringing a big group from Berkshire.
Fantastic. This is also one thing I want to say is if you want to come and visit the museum, hit this man up. He's going to link me up with you, and I'm going to send you something that allows you to go in for free.
I'm getting more steps.
Being a classic academic, I guess my question is, if you have a museum, like the British Museum or the Natural History Museum, they have these kind of outside backroom research facilities where people can go in and like research all these things. So even if there are things that you have that you can't display, that you're in the spaces to display, that they don't tell the narrative you want, if you're able to buy the extra space, would you have an area that you can just store these things with obviously the correct insurance, whatever else, where people like Punk Network can come and research stuff, where there is like a physical archive of stuff that people can just delve into and then write these things.
Good question. So, at the moment, it's probably a question of space. To have enough space to provide that as public access is probably not something we could do right now. In the majority of the museum, and the museum becomes something that also in line with a non-profit can create this fund of knowledge that actually makes it meaningful. Because right now, it's probably the tip of the iceberg, and what lies underneath needs propping up, because we're only at the beginning of our journey. And we believe that a non-profit will allow us to have this wider reach that also opens us up to people that may not want to give it to a Las Vegas museum with all the negative connotation that that phrase Las Vegas will bring, but a punk rock archive that catalogs everything that's significant and then provides that fund of knowledge in terms of what is there as artifacts, but also what is there in terms of information that's been reviewed, and that's publicly accessible. That would certainly serve that function. Thank you.
Anyone else? What would you like to see in the punk rock museum?
I do have one question, sorry.
Well, yeah, okay.
Sorry. What kind of the interpretation, the little information, the way that the curation is done to convey the additional context for the artifacts? What kind of stuff like that is present in the museum in terms of contextualization for the visitors?
Right now, there's probably not enough that gives you a good insight if you don't know about the artifacts themselves. I mean, you've got some pictures there that probably show it a little bit more.
Things like this.
So, a lot of background is actually provided by the people that donated or that the item belonged to just give that authentic background. But we cannot put a little plaque in there beside every item because it'll just take away of the real estate of the display. Sometimes we allow the things just to tell the story by their nakedness, especially when you have a flyer, you don't need to describe the flyer, the flyer says, right? But if it's something that's more significant in the display, that also supposed to be like a pointer to something, then it's contextualized with the card. We also have little QR codes that allow you to access a mixtape of the music of that era. So you can go and listen to the music of what you've just been looking at.
What's the setup at the museum like for academic conferences?
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
What's the setup at the museum like for academic conferences?
I thought you said that. Space is not great in terms of like looking at the amount of people that are here, so you certainly wouldn't have a table for people to sit there. But yeah, you're hinting at maybe doing a trip out to Vegas.
Well, what I'm saying, so this is I've got one of these here. This is the 10th annual Punk Scholars Network International Conference. The international one, for some reason, is in the UK. My interpretation of that is correct. Yeah. But we have there's one happening in Indonesia right now. We've had them in France, Germany, Brazil, Colombia,
and there is a Punk Scholars Network USA in Canada.
So
Ellen, last I heard, Las Vegas was in the United States.
Ellen is president of the United States.
Oh, and then I was, but then it was handed over to me. Yes, and I'm like,
how do we know about this?
Yeah, the point I'm going to make, which I guess Ellen, we do these conferences all over the world, and every year there's a US conference. And we don't know, I don't believe we have a venue yet for 2024.
Yeah.
Well, last year we had a fantastic conference in Chicago in August last year. And I mean, I know that I would love to be in Las Vegas in August. Being a lizard, it's the perfect climate for me.
Your skin blisters standing out. I tell you that. I was waiting for Uber.
But I mean, clearly,
it's
job. I'm a devil.
That was just an idea that I had a little while ago. Was to perhaps do something in Las Vegas at Punk Rock Museum here.
And his vice president second.
I think the cool thing is
as chair on a third.
As a guy who sends emails, I fourth it.
I think the very cool thing is, I mean, it would be, you could have a Punk Scholars Network conference at the museum. I mean, it would be nothing like this. But actually, this is not, in many ways, not like Chicago, not like Middlesex. It's not like I was at Northampton one. It was nothing. This has not been like the Northampton one. And doing it outside that. I mean, I think in a way, doing it outside of a university would be another interesting way of doing a conference like this.
We did it in Berlin. It wasn't at the university either. We did it at Club der Polnischen Versage next to Schokolade. So we went into a punk space.
I love chocolate.
Yeah.
So you've been put on the spot, but something to think about.
So what we can do, yes. Shall we talk dates? Is that?
Absolutely. I mean, seriously, absolutely, we can do this. I have no idea how you plan these things, how far ahead you plan them, what capacities you need. We have at the moment a driver to bring closed audiences to the museum, but it's not for the duration of what you would normally do a conference for. So we would have to talk details, and I have no problem with that.
I think the conference is a good idea, but I think it's also the fact that we do symposium, we do events, we do half-day events. I think that a Punk Scholars Network event of some kind that could use the museum for a number of hours with a group of people would be a really good thing to sort of, so whether that's the US conference, which is smaller than this conference, or whether it's a symposium on a particular theme.
Everything's smaller than
I think there's a potential to do something there.
I would certainly want to combine this with the non-profit discussion.
Yeah.
And talk about the wider picture, because I think there's enough interest, I think, from both sides to look at this seriously and see how we can work together.
I think there's a real potential to work with, for instance, an editor who works with a book series and a journal series to be able to manage those stories and disseminate those stories from the museum. I think that would be.
If you could make it something Vegas specific, like you could take the, I don't know, the first thing that comes to my mind would be like Elvis Presley and punk or something like that. I don't know, but have a topic that would be somehow the same.
If you knew anyone that was writing a book, for example, you could do a book launch at the museum. A book on bad religion.
Bad religion, yeah, that's it.
Eric and Ellen, what do you think about that? You could, and maybe even get members of the band to come down and talk about what a great book it is.
Can I just have your whole next year book?
Can I just add that what I would really like to see in the museum as well is copies of the Global Punk book series from Intellect, of which we're kind of editors, and many of us in the room have contributed to. That will be great. Well, yeah, I know you have.
I travel out with basically 1 day's worth of clothing to Las Vegas, but it's my hand luggage. I had 10 books in it. It broke the suitcase. The wheels broke. It was just dragging along the floor. But they're all so the museum. If I understand it correctly, it has you can buy books from the museum, but there's no official There's no, because what I think it's Agatha was saying to me, people will give books on kind of a bit like a sale return basis. They sell them and then they're not sort of replenished. Then there's the library, and I think what we've contributed is our books to the library, so they're dotted around the museum. They've got a sticker on saying these are not for sale, but please read them.
Yeah.
And there's another.
Surprisingly, there is a merch shop in the museum, which then stocks.
You walk in and out through the gift shop.
Absolutely, really well thought out. But yes, there's also a library. One of the curated rooms is like what a typical American late 70s, early 80s living room would look like, and it has got a library. There's records and there's books, and you can find academic books, you can find biographies, you can find like the typical classical ones like Please Kill Me, whatever. All these books are there, but we don't have every punk book in the shop because otherwise we would just have to have a bookshop rather than a museum.
Yeah.
So there's that element to it, but we just opened an online store, and this is not a plug, but we opened an online store and we're looking to be more inclusive of all the books that are there. So if there is something,
if a book was was stocked by the Punk Rock Museum, you could buy that through the online.
Yeah, but this is all early stages as well. So
but that's where the potential is for, like you say, a non-profit, and start striking a balance between, yes, you can buy an academic book about punk, or you can buy a very non-academic book like Second Law, and take the choice. But you can get those from McNeil's book or John Savage's book, but you can also get these scholarly books. And I think they'll get that balance would be a good one to strike.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, we had a psychology lecturer from Philadelphia sitting at the bar, and she was reading a book, and it was one of an academic research book about how mental health and punk music go hand in hand. And this is probably the only person that ever pulled out that book, and she was writing down the ISBN at the end just to make sure that she could order that from somewhere. She asked us what we have. So there are books in the museum that look at punk rock from a completely different perspective than the popular culture side of things, or even the historical side of things. So and this is where we're just diving into it slowly now, where what we show is probably more what you described earlier, what you want to see at a museum to give you entertainment, but also give you some information that you may already know something about. Okay, I didn't know that. If we go beyond the museum and we look at what is out there to be found out about punk rock, you would have to have 50 buildings the size of the museum to do it justice. And this is where the non-profit comes in, and absolutely. If there are books that are on the fringe or anything, we can stock them, we can review them, we can do whatever we want with them. If it's part of the punk rock, it should be as part of that archive.
But to me, that is also, as you were saying before, the fact that the museum is in Las Vegas is to me immensely possible. Like, I think that's because it is in a way it's surprising and it's not surprising. Like, it fits really well in a way, and still you're going to reach other audiences than if you were another museum in New York City.
That's true. And also the one thing you shouldn't forget is that Vegas is such a quick-paced place that the people that live there, they don't form friendships easily with people that are just tourists. But when you go there and you have any indication that you may want to stay there for a bit longer than the usual 4 days before you get a headache, you will find friends that you haven't yet met. And the punk rock scene in Vegas is very, very active. It's small in comparison to the bigger cities, but the people that work at the museum, every single one of them, they don't work there because the museum pays more than the casinos do. Or they because there's any other perks. It's usually because they identify. They identify with punk rock, they identify with what the museum does, and they want to be part of it, and they want to form it. And that's actually the ethos of punk rock for me. And I was so super stoked when I went there and I met him.
Can I throw out another suggestion? Is that we've talked about the celebrity tours, for want of better words, about the museum, and your regular participants who are the local thesis or whatever we do talk. What about scholarly tours at the museum?
Why not?
Because that could be a niche thing where there's a certain body of scholarship and an expert with that body of scholarship who could do a tour of that museum that would be quite different from the lived experience scholarship. It could become a very different.
And it would attract a different audience.
So you could advertise that. So you could pay for someone's flight, for instance, come to, and they could talk about, for instance, graphic design. Yeah, I know, I'm joking, but I'm saying that there's a body of scholars who come from these different perspectives and say, okay, I'm going to come and talk about black punk, or I'm going to come and talk about Indonesian punk, I'm going to talk about Grzinic, I'm going to come and talk about radio. So the presentations that we've had, if someone could come with that expertise and say, I'm going to tour these artefacts and talk about these artefacts in relation to this body of study, but then you could sell that as a tour rather than it's Fat Mike's tour or it's whoever, Joan Jett's tour. Yeah, it would be a different thing, a different experience, but it's something that could be niche, that could be interesting.
I wouldn't discount it at all. I think it sounds super interesting. I mean, it is one of the things that a museum will always have to straddle, that element of becoming a educational facility and providing enough information for people that want to dive deeper than the ones that just want to go and have a bit of fun and look at it and glitzy stuff, right? So, absolutely.
But then you've already got a public audience that comes to the museum and walk around the museum and look and then go away again and go to the shop and then go. And you've got the tours, they sign up for the tours, I guess. Yeah. And specifically I'm coming to the tour because I want to come to that. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying is there's almost like a niche there that potentially people here could contribute.
It's certainly something we would look at because with the academic mandate also comes the need to explain it in context, right? Mm-hmm. And this is probably where everyone's struggling with, how we come back to this. What is punk, right? Explain it to me. Explain it to the person who has no idea. Yeah. I mean, at the first 5 days, I then decided to hire a car because Vegas is far bigger than I remembered. But the first 5 days, I took an Uber to the museum. And 3 of the 5 Uber drivers had absolutely no idea what punk rock even could be. Mm. Not that they don't like the music or they don't associate with that subculture, but they had no idea what this museum was all about. So there's a wide width. Okay, it's not representative, but 60% of the people that I drove with had no idea what punk is. So how do you tell that story? And how do you tell it to people who want to know more about it? Once you overcome that initial hurdle of trying to figure out who bands are. There's a need for that. And I think there's a need also to tell that story to people that can't come to the museum.
Yeah.
And that's another question.
And also, I think it's really what you talk about, like different ages. Like a friend of mine wrote a book on homopunk history and went on a book tour. And there were all of these like young kids, like early 20s, and he said the Ramones, and they did not know who that was. Like, it's just like that's not what punk rock is to that generation.
There's an internet meme of someone pointing at someone's shirt and saying, "Great band." What band? Yeah. It's the classical Ramones. So absolutely. Yeah.
But it goes the other way around. You started talking about American punk, and I'm like, oh my god, that was the mid-90s.
Yeah.
And sort of kind of like, I was a bit sort of moving on from there. I wasn't, it's not really my era.
Yeah. I mean, punk rockers that have absolutely no idea who Rancid are. And this is temporality again. The time that you spend in your youth associating with punk, and then you may completely step out of it, but you never lost the love for that music. And it didn't. I mean, a lot of punk rockers in the UK didn't even think that punk continued anywhere else.
Yeah.
Duran came, well, that's it. So it's like they. When you're in your 50s or in your 60s and you think about what punk rock is, you have a completely different understanding than someone who's on a skateboard now and, growing up with the bands of anonymous.
And that's what, the first 3 books, the 3 punk readers were basically about that, was about the post-2000 global punk scene, about how it disseminated in places like, Indonesia and Singapore and South Africa and Turkey. And it was exploring Japan.
Yeah, the whole East Bloc, how that was a completely different story to the West, into the opposition to fascism.
A different take on what you said earlier, dictatorship and punk rock, right? Because in countries where you had dictatorial regimes, the underground was probably just as prolific and creative, but it never really bubbled to the surface as much. So,
And crossed over, for example, in a different way.
Yeah.
Because it was smaller spaces.
Yeah.
Few people.
Sorry, Jessica, I wasn't sure if you were just looking around and were trying to get my attention for a question.
No, I was looking around.
Okay.
Like, see what everyone's reactions were.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm okay, right? So it is
It's getting
clearly,
very dry.
it is clearly 20 to 6, which is not.
So what time was supposed to finish?
4:45. So closing remarks. Okay, right. The conference is over. Seriously, thank you, Tom, so much for coming. This feels to me like the start of a conversation. Absolutely. And I think it's just based on the last hour or so, or hour and a half, whatever it's been. I think there's some really exciting stuff that all of us could be doing with the museum and vice versa.
Yeah, I'm sure we talk further.
Yeah, and just everyone, thank you for coming. Thank you for just being here, presenting. Some of you have travelled a hell of a long way. I know I've mentioned that already, but it just means a lot to all of us how committed people are to these events, PSN, and just fantastic. And I don't know whether Russell, Mike, or Marina, anyone wants to make any.
Yes, I'd like to, if that's okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I would like to obviously thank Tom, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Russ for all of his work on the design. As I said, thank you so much. You guys make the PSN. I know that, it's been going for so many years. But last of all, I'd like to make a really, really big thank you to Paul.
Yes.
It's been absolutely fantastic, and it's been great. And I don't want to have the final word, but I just want to say a big thank you from all of us in this room for your hard work over the past year, putting this stuff together, and for the sandwiches that I never even eat, and for the coffee, and for the hospitality in High Wycombe. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely been my pleasure. And it's not just me. There's been a really great organising committee that helped in a big way. So thank you to those of you on the organising committee. And I want to reiterate actually. Thanks to Russ for all the design stuff you see, whether it's the books, the posters, the journal, all that stuff is Russ. So really thank you for that. I agreed to do this conference, Mike's conference in Middlesex last year. So, maybe that's a conversation we could have at some point for next year. Thanks everyone.
Brilliant, thanks Paul.
Cool. Right.
Thank you.
I'm sweaty.
Yeah, shaking as well.
Thank you, Sam.
Are you glad it's over?
And then
I know you have some packing up and stuff to do. I didn't know if you wanted to, I didn't